Hello everyone. Welcome back. Day 15 of Circuito Desafiante. Uh, that's about 2/3 of the way through. I actually counted, I think it's 21 or 22 days at the end of it. Yeah, it feels like a long grind. It's been a long grind, but we are not done just yet. Uh, this today features some interesting teams actually. It'll be Kate Stars Academy versus Dopamina. Hey Lunar. What do you mean short drive? Is I don't know. I guess because there's like so many versus threes, and to a certain extent, I guess this reinforces in my head uh, why a lot of leagues do the best of one round robin instead, especially if you're big enough to have this many teams, right? Like best of threes does end up being quite long. It's hard to track everything to some extent. Best of one works for the casual viewer and for viewership. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're only tracking like one or two teams and you're just following the teams you like, I think this is very manageable. But yeah, it feels long when you're tracking all the teams and trying to track what's happening. Also, the schedule isn't terribly nice because of the way, again, some teams are at game 8 and some teams are at game 6. It's kind of stretch. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do track everything, Lunar, so it does feel quite long to me. But let's get to the teams we've got on today. We are opening with Dopamina versus Cade Stars Academy. That one's actually kind of funny because of their recent games. Cade just recently lost to Stella, which was one of Cade's worst games so far this split. A bit of a weird showing from them, uncharacteristic showing. I know I keep using the word, but that's probably the best way to put it. Their drafts were kind of iffy, and they looked very uncoordinated on the map. Their macro looked all over the place. Stella has been looking, honestly, better and better. They beat Corinthians and Cade, so as a team, they're looking good. But Stella, the last time Dopamina played was against Kaboom, but the time before that was against Stella, and they actually beat Stella. So did they get lucky? Did Stella get better? I don't know. We're about to find out today when Kate Stars go up against against Dopamina. And I will say, I think Kate Stars, the standings don't tell the full story. Teams have been dropping some odd games here and there. So yeah, it's a little bit hard to say who really is top of the table right now. When Kate Stars feel like they should be higher, but they're 3-2. You know, Stella, arguably, some might say they probably shouldn't be top of the table, but I think their recent resurgence kind of means that they deserve to be there. So Dopamina Kate Stars Academy, they're also currently set at somewhere between the 5th and 6th mark, which is an awkward spot because only top 6 will qualify for playoffs, right? And there are 9 games for each team. Again, we're like 2/3 of the way through, so teams need to start winning now or they're in trouble. So today's games, are somewhat important for both these teams. Cade is currently sat 4th because of their head-to-heads against some of these teams. So, but they're effectively in a tie with Corinthians and Red Academy. And Dopamina is just nipping at their heels right now. Dopamina as a squad too has been surprisingly competitive. I'm going to be honest, with Kojima, I thought Kojima is good. Bullis was solid. Envy's good, but their top side I had questions about. They've been performing decently well. Forland has now stepped in for Isle. I don't know if that's... Okay, that is a permanent change, it looks like. Which... I think Isle has been doing quite well mechanically. So, Forland stepping in right now does raise some questions. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily an upgrade. Forland has performed well in the past on, I think it was Fuxu Academy. Yeah. And he was fine. He was decent. He can play good team fights, but he was not as mechanical or lane dominant as Isle. Yeah, so that's the first match we've got today. The second match is going to be a battle of the bottom, the toilet bowl, as it were. Rise versus Flamengo. Again, two teams I didn't expect to see at the bottom, but here we are. Now, Rise did have a very shocking win over Kaboom. This was Kaboom with Ranger as well. And I'm going to be honest, I thought Ranger played pretty well individually. I thought it was kind of the rest of the team for randomly following up at weird places. Whereas Flamengo has not won since their first week. So, yeah. And that one matters also because loser of this gets goes into relegations potential, or the 10th seed goes into relegations. So when you're at the bottom, it's kind of iffy. Also, if they want any shot to make the playoffs, they have to start winning now. They don't have that many games left. They're not mathematically eliminated just yet, but it gets real dicey. I suspect they might be eliminated if they're not getting some wins either today or the next match they play, and they might be mathematically eliminated. Yeah. Oh, it looks like Io's back. Okay, so that's interesting. Because on Leaguepedia, when I hovered Io, it said he was Abstract. A streamer for Abstract? Okay. I guess that doesn't take away from him being on Dopamina. Okay, seeing Io back's a bit more interesting, I think, for Dopamina. Yeah, Forlin did fine in his sub. They still lost, but their loss was to Kaboom, so you can hardly fault them. And Kaboom was looking really, really good. Oh, interesting. Oh, hold on, I need to refresh this page. I was like, why are they not showing this game? Yeah, I wonder if that changes anything here. Okay, yeah, it did change stuff a little bit. It's fine. Okay, Ryzen from still at the bottom. Dopamina and K-Stars are still competing. Eliminate best of ones. No, don't eliminate best of ones. I disagree. Man, okay, so the Gringos Liberados episode just came out. Yeah, there were some hiccups with the scheduling on when stuff was sent to different people. So somehow there was a bit of a miscommunication on when it was sent to 4x4. So it didn't get posted before the last weekend. It's posted now, but basically we actually started the whole thing talking about best of ones. So because we forgot, I'll summarize my thoughts on the best of one here. You can go listen to the podcast for 4x4 and Trajan's thoughts on the best of one format. But I actually really liked what the best of one format gave us. This LTA South split 2. And I think this is a good way to do best of ones, where it's not too many best of ones. Like, it's just one round robin. So haters like yourself, Lunar, who don't like best of ones, don't have to suffer through too many of them. But people who like best of ones, or like what it results in, like myself, get to see some best of ones. And the stakes are kind of low because no team got eliminated. It was just seeding for the group stages, which will lead into eliminations. So I kind of like that a lot more. Best of one, I wouldn't call it meaningless. I think it has its own value. The value of it, granted, I don't think teams should be eliminated because of best of ones, but I don't think it's meaningless. The value, well, it shows you how good teams are individually. Like how, because okay, the problem with best of threes is a lot of times with best of threes, it shows you how good how teams match up into each other more than anything else. You can play out of your best of one seeding. Oh, for sure you can. Yeah, but especially like I think in split 1, like the first split of the year, when you're not sure about teams, when there's been a lot of changes, best of ones are really good for kind of giving you that first look at teams settling in, and that's why I like the split 2 format with how the stakes are low. So even if you don't perform terribly well, it's fine. You know, if you're still settling in, it's okay. But it gives people sort of first looks at you. Disagree. I don't think they're meaningless. I do think. I mean, just look at Loud, right? Like Loud, for example, beginning of the split was kind of rough, and they got better as they came together. And I don't think those matches are meaningless. I think it gave them time to kind of gel together in a fairly low stakes way. It gives you seeding, which is more reliable for later on. Like before any sort of elimination starts to come through, or any sort of relegation or whatever, I do think, you know, having some sort of seeding really helps with that. You can't, so okay, with the best of 3, you could do that in a best of 3, but the problem is it takes too long with the best of 3 to do that, and then your split just drags on and on and on. So that's why I say, like, I think best of 1 has its format, and for entertainment value, and I know we've had this discussion many times, best of 1 to me is very good entertainment value. It gave us the 3-way tie between sort of Loud. Oh, hold up, draft is in. Alright, let me grab the draft first. And we can look at that first. Best 3 gives you games to get the best team, which why are the 3 most watched regions strictly best of 3? What are the 3 most watched regions? LCK, LPL, and is it LEC? Because if it's LEC, I would actually argue that works against your argument. LEC over... that sucks, man. That's sad to hear. I think LEC actually works against your argument. I don't think it's format that is why people watch LEC. LEC has a whole different reason why people watch that particular leadership. And I think the LTA argument has a whole complication as well. They are best of 3, but they did best of 1, right, in split 1. So, you know, like I said, I think there's other things at play with LEC and the numbers. Okay, let's get through draft first before we continue talking about best of 1, best of 3s. Let me just zoom in on this a little bit more. They've already swapped the thing. Okay. So, Dopamina, Callista, Jace. I don't really still see the Callista prio. I really don't think this needs to be banned anymore. Especially with Ashe not being a prio ban. Callista just feels like bait. Nico first pick is a spicy one. I don't know how I feel about that. We've seen Nico prio go up. She can still be played mid. As a support, I feel like picking her early just kind of locks you in, and I don't think she's high enough prio necessarily to kind of do that. Okay, and then Rumble, Vi again. I don't like the combo, but it is what it is. They're both okay picks. Well, Rumble's a good pick. Vi is okay. I understand the prio on it. I just don't like it. Mbessa into Rumble. Okay. That's an interesting choice. We actually don't usually see people opt for the Mbessa into the Rumble that often. I feel like you outskill the Rumble, which is fine. I'm personally not super high on Mbessa since she got nerfed a couple of times. I don't feel like her 1v1 is that strong anymore. And her skilling is debatable. There are way better skilling options. So, and if you're just playing her for the 1-item power spike as well, I think she got nerfed too hard on the 1-item power spike. She doesn't get enough pressure to make it worth. That's fine, I guess, if you want to pick into Rumble. It's not the worst matchup you could go for. We blind. Oh, and then, ooh, I don't like this. I don't like Ahri into Rise. It feels kind of bad. But then you're picking here the Ahri not for the Rise. It's more for the Vi. It's just, it feels weird. Yeah, it feels like KD are dropping in a vacuum again. This is what they did last week when they lost to Stella. It's like their comps are okay, but it feels like they're not addressing what's happening on the other side, and then they just kind of get dumpstered that way. You don't like the Jhin? We will get to that. Okay, mid laners. Wait, what the hell? I don't think this is pick order. Is it? Why are we banning mid laners when Ryze and Mbessa are picked? Okay, yeah, this is probably not pick order. I don't know. Maybe K-Star's already shuffled. Yeah, this is not right. Okay. Oh, sorry, this is not right. I'm so confused. No, this is not wrong. So why are they banning mid laners? When Ryze and Mbessa are already picked. I am so confused. Yeah, and then they're banning Talia Rel. So that means Ahri was picked second round. So this is like partially shuffled. Oh, I hate this. Okay, forget the drafting order. We'll just all draft. Okay, you don't like Jhin. Yeah. Basically, this comp with the Rumble, Ahri, Jhin, like you have 3 damage threats, so you don't feel like you need like a consistent damage source from the bot lane, and you're just kind of going for burst. Also, there's no real armor tank on Dopamina's side, so yeah, Jhin was first rotation. Yeah, had to be. It was Rakan Ahri for second rotation on this side, and then it was definitely Ryze in second rotation for this. Yeah, I can. Okay, I don't hate the Jhin, but I get why you're picking the Jhin here. Again, if you look at this comp in isolation, Jin's actually not a bad pick. I would have preferred Ashe, I think, personally, but Jhin does a similar thing where he slows down and sets up for the Rumble and the Ahri to kind of get picks. Arguably, Jhin is better at the pick because he's got more damage than Ashe. So, in isolation, the comp's actually not bad. The comp's actually a 4 out of 5, I think. I'm pretty okay with this composition. It's a pick comp. I don't really like the Rumble with the pick comp, but whatever. It's doable. This composition is a lot less cohesive in a way. You've got team fight, team fight, team fight, scaling split push, scaling split push. It's okay. I think I'd give this side like a 3.5 out of 5.
Proporciona pra gente. Então vamos ver como é que vão se virar esses dois times, né? Dos dois vai ter que sair na frente. O time da Dopamina tá do lado azul. O time da Vivo Cage.
Sorry, I'm just thinking for a second. Like the thing is, they do outscale K-Star's Academy quite comprehensively. So I'd give this a 3 out of 5 in isolation. I'm gonna bump it up to a 4 out of 5 because yeah, Dopamina is looking to scale, which is Not bad. It's fine. She's always a bad pick unless it's into a melee like MF or Kalista. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Luna. I'd rather have the Ashe in that particular spot, but I don't think Jhin is as bad as, or doesn't deserve as much hate as you seem to give it. Kalista is shorter range. I mean, I think her range is around a Misfortune range, isn't she? Or what is actually Misfortune? Misfortune attack range is 550. Balista's what? Ballista, lol. They're just making sure nothing's happening. I think they're just doing defensive starts. She doesn't self-root to deal damage. Half true. I think there's enough spells that can cause her to basically not be able to do that. Like Ashe effectively makes her self-rooted. Attack range is even lower than Misfortune's 525. And the reason why I think Jin's good into MF isn't even because she self-roots, actually. Because even if she self-roots, a lot of times she has champions in front of her to body block, so Curtain Call doesn't go through quite as easily, and it's hard for Jin to walk into range, actually, to deal with her. I just think Jin can actually trade with her in lane fairly comfortably, and then he's just good at bursting down targets. Like, I don't think he's necessarily a counter to Misfortune, or to Kalista for that matter. For Kalista, you just need somebody who can actually match her in lane. So things like Draven, like Lucian, like Jhin are all champions I think can be played into Kalista decently well. Okay. Kate Stars Academy need to win out early, so they kind of need to win out all their lanes. They should be able to win out all their lanes. The biggest question mark lane is probably their bot lane in the laning phase. Because Varus was like highest prio AD carry aside from Kalista for so long for a reason. If he can land his poke, he's able to win out most trades in the bot side. Nico is also really strong on the trading. Like when you've got Nico, you're expected to win your lane. If you don't win your lane against melee champions, then something's wrong. So Sarulu actually started on the bot side, so no ganks into the bot lane. Why is the quality so bad? Okay, I don't know why it switched to 720. I usually have it at 1080. Okay, back to the... Nico has to be... Rakan counter? Potentially, yeah. That would make sense, yeah. Like I said, if it's a first pick Nico, it's really weird to see that. So, you're probably right. And then that means, what, the last pick was Ahri? So we still picked Ahri into Rise? Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, well played from Kojima. He's really landing the poke. Not really much Smalley can do, unfortunately, in this matchup. A lot of it's just dodging Varus. Which you could argue he's not doing too well. Well played from Quats. Quats has been quietly impressing me with his laning. He's been getting much better in his laning than he was last split. I wonder how much of it is because on Pain Gaming Academy he never had to be lane dominant. Versus on Cade, like Cade Stars likes to play more early game, better macro. The other option is you pick Nico to eliminate Nautilus and Leona from the pool. What were the bans? Yeah. Potentially. I mean, the problem is Alistar was still on the table, right? So I almost feel like if you pick the Nico to eliminate those champions, then you still got the issue of Alistar being able to just engage and unbreakable through. So it could very well be, though, to be fair. Like we've seen these sort of things where sometimes you're just trying to pinch as much as you can, not necessarily... you don't always have your pick of the litter. Either way, it just feels weird. I do think... Yeah, it just feels weird either way, because Ahri self-counterpick is odd. Rakan self-counterpick is also kind of odd, when I feel like Alistar's on the table, and you didn't need hard engage from this team. You've got the Jhin, you've got the Vi. Alistar would have been perfectly good here.
GSTV tá chorando já, viu?
Dicas precisas de como enfrentar a Nico.
Yeah, lane swaps coming through. I don't like this from K-Stars. If you're only sending Scamber up here and you're not shifting Smalley up as well, then why are we not going for this dragon ASAP? Like, that was something we saw this last weekend in LTA South, actually. I can't remember which team did it. Was it Red? Was it Aegis? I think it might have been Aegis. Where they went for the dragon, basically on spawn, as fast as they could, took it, and then they were actually able to get that plus grubs. Like, it's a minute desync. It's more than enough for you to get dragon if you have your bot lane come and help you. And contest grubs. And oftentimes, if you're fast and strong enough to take the dragon, you're also fast and strong enough to rotate top and actually contest and take flat out grubs. So. Also, Hart loses lane to Nico Varus. Yeah, that's true. Alistair's not really that good till he hits level 6. But you don't... yeah. No, actually. No, you're right. You're right. I was thinking, like, you don't need to win this lane. But then, actually thinking more about it. Yeah. You also don't want to lose it too badly when you're in early game comp. If you give away too much in the early game, it's a problem. That's fair. I just... man, I just feel like you still don't need the Rakan, though. Like, Karma, maybe? Would be better here? I don't know. It's just weird. I guess if you're only comfortable on engage supports, Rakan's probably the better one. You lose tempo as a jungler, level 6, you can't Drake and grubs. I agree with Nocturne. And do I agree? Okay, so here's my problem about, do you lose that much if you kind of go for both? I don't really think you lose that much. You lose... because Drake's worth a decent amount of XP as well. And grubs are worth a decent amount of XP. Enquanto na parte superior já estavam se encontrando por lá, o Kojima trocando carinho com o Smiley. Aqui a gente continua observando essa pressão do Chino. É aquela linha de sempre, né? Essa ambência tá acontecendo muito ultimamente e depende muito you lose 2 caps.
Dedo, saber a hora certa de agressivar ou não agressivar, mas sem dar mole muito grande, os dois vão ficar ali naquela guerra fria, né? Tentando tirar pouco.
On blue side you can't recover.
Os dois sobrevivendo.
I think it depends on like which side of the map you start from. If you start on bot side of the map, you only lose 2 camps, which is not insurmountable. Because, yeah, like it's not like you hit 6 off of those camps, so it's okay. It's still playable. Very, very playable, actually, the more I think about it. On blue side, like, okay, if you start on top side of the map, on whichever side, then yeah, you can't recover. But if you're starting on bot side, you can do drag into grubs. Like, things like Nocturne, okay, I kind of get it, because you're not strong early anyways, you're going to have problems. But like, Sidge especially, I feel like Sidge, on utility chapter like Sidge and Mao, you should definitely do that. Now, you can't solo it, but you can definitely do it with bot lane help. So if your bot lane's not a strong bot lane that can push and win, then understandable, right? Like that trade's never going to make sense for you. But more often than not, I'm asking that of teams who have prio on the bot lane. So if you have prio on the bot lane, then I feel like, yeah, you should kind of do that. It's not because you give 6 and now can't. Contest mid or the side that has prio. I know that you will fall behind a little. Like, man, I hope that we get to see one of these games, so we can kind of just see how far it sets you behind. Because I agree that it will set you behind. I don't know if it will be like significant enough. And I'm trying to think like what. There's usually no objective you're fighting around at level 6 itself. For solo lane and junglers, right? Like usually it's the support who's like trying to rush 6, or bot lane that's trying to rush 6 for a particular fight. Like, yeah, even on that dragon, second Drake. Okay. Ooh, not quite enough to finish NB off. Lot that was first. Oh yeah, that was first Drake. Yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah, because he didn't go for it. My bad, my bad. But distracted, they're talking about taking it. I thought they took it. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see, because yeah, I don't know how much XP exactly you lose for doing that, but I know grubs give good XP. Dragon is... I don't know how much dragon gives you. It used to give a decent amount of XP. But I've not checked in like literal years. So can't speak to that. I mean, I guess I could look it up on Leaguepedia after this. Or, sorry, LoL Wiki, not Leaguepedia. Now though, K-Star's not doing too hot. They lost out Grubs, which is worth more. They got the drag, which is good, but they had the early game team, and they still have 0-0. Their lanes are kind of mid too. Like, topside's even. Jungle's ahead, but until I see ganks coming through from solo resulting kills, I kind of don't care. Mid lane, the fact that Quats is not ahead is a huge problem. And Kojima being ahead is also a bit of an issue. Only first grub is good, 2 and 3 full health. Oh, okay. I guess that's why a lot of junglers only bother fighting the one grub and they're just happy to walk away. Cookie cutter games are. How is... I feel like League out of all games shouldn't be considered cookie cutter, because I feel like they're the ones who kind of set the standard for MOBAs. I mean, Dota is obviously the original, but I feel like League is the one who kind of trendsetters recently. Okay. Curtain call is down. Can they still fight this? Watts is low on health. He has the Spirit Rush and Flash, but... Disn't has Cyclone. Oh. Yeah, okay. The Cyclone killed Quats as expected. Okay, they at least smited it away. I don't know if that's good though. Yeah, they're gonna get wiped. Forlin. Oh no! Forlin couldn't get the kill! Okay. Honestly, not the worst case scenario for K-Stars. They actually got an extra kill. I thought they were just gonna get wiped and only get one back in exchange. So yeah, Dopamine is outplaying Kate heavily. This is why I kind of upgraded the Dopamine comp from 3.5 to 4. I do think that their comp has enough tools to kind of survive to late game, and the scaling is easy. It doesn't have the most internal cohesion, but it's good into what K-Stars are trying to do. Wait, they can... No, they can't. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if Disney and Envy could actually fight that, but unfortunately not. To be fair, Envy hadn't even completed first item yet, and he's far from scaling up. Getting those 2 kills actually accelerates his rise so fast. Okay. Yeah, Kate desperately needed those 2 kills, but they're losing first break really hurts them. Oh, okay, I see what you mean, sorry. I misunderstood your statement. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Actually, when... Yeah, okay, before that. That from Quats is why I was like kind of not thinking this is going to work out. With the Cyclone, it's just so good at dealing with all these very slippery champions. There's so much... It's such easy lockdown. It's not quite point and click, but if you have to get in the melee range, you're just going to suffer for it. They instantly burst Quats down and just run the rest of the fight. If Foreign had killed Smiley, this fight would have just been a 1-for-3, 1-for-4 at the end of it. Yeah. If Kate didn't find these kills here, the game might actually be over for them, effectively. As long as Dopamina don't screw up. Because that happened at roughly, what, 1.5k gold lead for Dopamina? On a comp that scales. And then, yeah. Kate just can't do anything. They need to win the next fight though, and they need to keep finding more picks. I need to see Sarolo do something. If you're fighting objectives, it does not favor them, even with the Rumble. Okay. Now back to your point, Lunar, about how cookie cutter games are. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It's a little bit not good. I mean, when the changes came through for Arakan, I was actually pretty excited because like, oh, more fights, more action, more blood. But unfortunately, it kind of hasn't always been the case. And once teams figure out what they think is optimal, they just keep doing it over and over and over and over again. So yeah. It's just games on repeat. The sick part to me though is that even though you say, oh, hold up. Okay. They found Dizen before second Cyclone? Can they disengage? Nope, they can't. Ooh, Quats is out of Spirit Rushes and mana? Okay. That's like a 1-for-1. But K-Stars managed to get a dragon, so that's fine. That's okay for them. That's okay.
Mas agora já foi bem diferente, André. Agora eles já conseguiram executar. Eu acho que
Yeah.
eles estão me escutando.
So the sick part for me is the fact that even despite the fact that the game has simplified so much strategically, there are still teams that are not playing optimally. Like, I'm watching all these CD games, and the macro in CD is actually pretty bad. Like, teams are not rotating properly to objectives. And that's fine. It's tier 2. I'm not expecting perfection. But at the same time, the game has simplified enough that it's not really that hard. To know, like, where you should be at any given point of the map. At any given time. Like, there is some slight variation depending on how strong you are on side lanes or what champions you pick. But by and large, I do feel like the current meta got a little bit solved and is a little bit stale. So, I mean, and will change, of course. Like you said, you know, there's new Atacon, there's some changes coming through. So, yeah.
Conseguiu aplicar toda essa jogada e realmente
That will
fez
change.
o que o boneco se propõe. Foi pra cima, garantiu todo esse dano e por hora a gente tá vendo aqui esse avanço da VKS pra parte superior do mapa. A gente vê que por hora
I remember. Wait, I actually forgot what the Atacon buffs, Atacon changes were. I remember thinking it's really strong now.
isso tudo tá acontecendo. Eu acho
But
que o controle da VKS tá sendo muito forçado.
I forgot what it does.
Peraí que eu acho que vai ter luta. Não, não vai não. Foi só pra me enganar.
I even watched the developer thing on stream because you brought it up to me on stream, but I kind of forgot. Oops.
É a preferência, né? A gente sempre comenta sobre como o meta
Dopamine got mid turret while we were chatting.
também de acordo com os jogadores.
Kate's just trying to answer side lanes, but you can see Kate are just falling behind. Their comp is now not in a playable state anymore. And this is my problem with Rumble with out AoE. If you still had an AoE set up for Rumble, I think you can still turn fights even when you're like 1.5, 2,000 go down, but without it, you can't. Yeah, pick comp can only do so much. They're all being picked up by Dopamine. They didn't even lose the topside turret. Shino couldn't get it. Oh my goodness. That's rough. That's brutal.
Pois é, e o Pinstouro garantiu.
Wait, sorry, let me see if I can find what Thornbound Atacon does. I know there's a pit list about it. Give me a quick sec again. The buff is... Tina says Atacon gets any remaining Bloody Roses with a bonus, and all the Bloody Roses are purified into Spirit Petals. Oh. Okay, Kojima should be... No way Kojima gets out of that. That's so disgusting. Oh, hello. I can't believe Kojima get... Okay, yeah. Even though the kills are very even, like for Kate, I feel like it's kind of GG. Your pick kind of didn't work. I mean, I like this. They're rotating like crazy. They're trying to make good on that, but it's still really rough. Ace Foods, gaming. That's the problem, though. Cade kind of don't feel like they're gaming this game. Spiritual Purification buff. On takedown, they bless the area, slowing and damaging other enemies while granting their team a Spirit Petal. Wait, so they took away the GA? Did they take away GA? Yeah, they took away GA. Okay. You got your wish. I do think the new Atacon's kind of bad, though. A permanent buff that snowballs that hard is... That feels more impactful than Baron. Oh, Kotz is so dead. What's that static shift? Why did it look like static shift popped for a second there? Am I blind? Oh, maybe it was Smalley's. No, Rapid Fire? I don't know. I'm going crazy. Agreed. GA is way too overpowered. Oh, it's a smite animation. Okay. That makes sense. I feel like I'm very distracted this game, guys. I've been talking about other things and not the game necessarily. I blame how one-sided this game feels. Dopamine are very much large and in charge this game. The Chemtech Drake. Yeah, Chemtech doesn't even feel like that would help K-Stars get back into this game. Their comp doesn't benefit that much from Chemtech. Oh? Yo? Dopamine might have thrown a little bit? Yeah, they threw very heavily. Okay, Dopamine. They just gave this game to Kate Stars. The hell? What did we just witness?
Tem double kill nas mãos do Chino e
That's so bad.
nas mãos da VKS, isso é uma loucura.
Holy crap.
O que a gente tava conversando agora? Que a composição
We need a
do
replay
deck
on that. That was, oh my goodness. They actually just threw.
separada. Aí o que eles fizeram?
Like, Shino can't get set up from his team to save his life right now, and Dopamina just served themselves up on a silver platter.
Ela foi até boa.
That's so bad.
Aqui define-se desastre.
Okay, now Kate have the gold lead again. They can actually start to try and play this game out.
Então, a gente tá vendo aqui que isso pode
Jeez.
comprometer muito o jogo, porque tava numa situação que a
What are we
Dopamina
doing?
tava tranquila. Tinha o controle
Is that
desse
Envy?
dragão,
Or is that
vão
Forlin?
utilizar o
Forlin.
teleporte que depois eu falo, vão tentar eliminar o Chino que tem uma
Okay.
boa recompensa sobre sua cabeça.
Eles querem um
they
prêmio de
guess right?
consolação. O Chino já tá sendo ali perseguido pelo DZ, ele já faz o tornadão.
Oh, Shino got out? No shot.
O Chino fica do lado de fora com o
No
cone, ele
freaking
vai
shot,
sair
Chino got out.
vivo. É ensaboado, é liso o menino Chino e não vai ceder esse abate nem a recompensa. Mas pra rota do meio eles ainda vem tentando.
Oh,
Dessa
and
vez é o Scammer que vem
Scammer
sofrendo
gets out too?
demais. Mas é o
Yeah.
Rakan. No fim
A lot
das
of escape
contas,
artists this game.
toma a snipada
People
do
just getting out of
Pelo
bad
menos
spots.
esse abate o time da Dopamina vai conseguir depois daquela
Yeah, they're gonna show us the replay. There we go.
Por muito pouco, o Chino não foi
Like,
eliminado.
literally, you could not have done worse. The problem with Rise into Rumble as a whole is that you have to be careful when you're kind of warping in. And they stacked 5-man. Are they on a... I don't think they're on a ward, are they? Yeah, they're not on a ward, so they didn't know who was coming through. But the moment Shino sees this is like, oh, an all-you-can-eat buffet in a beautiful choke point. You just drop it straight across here, and they're kind of dead.
Começa tudo porque vai cair a ultimate do
Gorgeous.
Rumble em
Yep.
cima de geral.
Right
O
there.
Scammer chega muito bem, faz
And he just takes so much damage. That was like one of the few ways they could even throw the game, and they did. They managed to do it. That's crazy. Yeah, well, that should teach Dopamina not to just blind Realm Warp anymore. And be careful about the 5-stack.
Mas a gente tá vendo que por hora vai ter essa troca na rota inferior.
They need to make sure they know where Shino is, and or Equalizer's down, and or we're not in the middle of a choke point. That's just really bad. Yeah, they just didn't have enough vision on where all of Kate Stars was, so it's so easy for like Sorulu and Scammer to try and hold priority targets in there if they're nearby. It's good for Kate Stars. Kate Stars now actually have a way to play through the game. The problem for Kate Stars though is that they're still not winning yet. They need to actually make proactive plays. So far, they've not made really any proactive plays that impress me. And with this composition, if they just sit back, as the game goes on, Dopamine is going to outscale again. So, yeah. Gold lead for them is like a fundamental win con. It's not...
Compreende que eles têm um tempo do mapa mais óleo, Picota
Yeah.
quase rolando pra cima do Bolas. É difícil essa eliminação aqui nesse
Like,
momento,
they need to
mas
maintain
também
gold lead
isso vai criar uma
and or
janela,
close out.
espaço pro pessoal da VKS conseguir controlar esse mapa.
On the bright side, they did get all the outer turrets. The turrets are actually closer than I expected. It's just been able to rotate well, better than Dopamine, arguably.
Na parte de baixo, esse gráfico de ouro realmente impactante, chocante, principalmente para os fãs da Dopamina.
Oh, that's
porque,
another
gente,
spike in
a
gold
VKS,
there.
antes
Weird.
dessa briga, eles não perderam ninguém nessa briga, eles estavam com 5 abates. Eles simplesmente dobraram a meta, a marcha, e agora estão indo na direção desse atacante. Vivo Cade, que é o time
It is a good
apaixonado
play
por
from Cade.
ataques, tem ali a maior média.
Yeah, basically, they just need to be forcing objectives
Pois é,
on
pouco
when
significa que a
they come
Dopamina
up.
tá com muito medo, tem informação que esse atacante já foi iniciado, mas a gente vê que a VKS iniciou
Dopamine are really
e vai
late to this
conseguir
play.
garantir esse objetivo, mas a gente tá vendo agora o pessoal da Dopamina utilizando o portal dos reinos de novo.
Okay.
O do Chino já chega por ali.
Too far. Way too far.
O Bullet subiu! Vai tomando muito dano, é abatido pelo Smiley. O Quatsa é abatido também, mas eles têm...
Yeah, they need to be like right on top of Outscon, pretty much. Oh, this is so painful to watch. Holy crap. I feel so bad for Dopamina. They played this game initially so well, but then their mistake was too big. It's unforgivable. And unfortunately, it's costing them everything.
Ele fica por ali comendo aquela manguinha pra tentar sobreviver. Ele é jogado pro alto mais uma vez, mas
Ele
dá
vira.
pra criar que é
Unless?
impecável.
Wait, no way.
Ele
Forlin's
bate
actually...
aquele abate falso, mas no fim das contas vai
Damn, Forlin trying to prove that Mbessa is still good and viable.
meio tentando vandalizar essa torre.
Exatamente, garantiram esse atacante, mesmo com a entrada do Bolas por trás, tentando forçar esse engage vindo com o portal dos reinos, ainda assim a VKS sai à frente por conta justamente do
For
ataque.
Dopamina, if not for the fact that they gave away 2 of those Drakes to Kate Stars Academy, there's a world in which they can probably just stall out further. Kate Stars are struggling to push in, but now I'm actually not sure. I know Chemtech Soul isn't the biggest soul and won't help Kate Stars win necessarily, or it won't help them come back. But if they're ahead, I mean, it helps Kate Stars. Every soul helps, and more importantly, it gives them a quicker Elder. If they get Elder, they can win the game. No, not even because like Elder gives you the execution threshold, but just because it forces Dopamine to fight you, and I don't know if I need to see the items. I'm not sure if
O que a
Dopamina...
VKS já conseguiu fazer bastante abates e se manter, entre aspas, saudável. O Farley ainda tá muito forte, a gente sabe
Will be,
disso.
what,
Consegue
5 minutes on
pressa,
this one,
agora
5 minutes on...
queimou a GA,
No,
a
5
China
minutes.
Vivo Cade Stars.
Yeah, in 5 minutes
Já
time,
começa a ligar
I don't know if
essa
Dopamina will
técnica,
close the
a
gap
VKS
big enough,
agora tá
fast
um
enough.
poder interessante e precisa timar muito bem as jogadas da Dopamina com a ultimate do Chino.
Pois é, e
We'll
agora
see.
novamente a Dopamina agora se vê contra a parede, justamente por ser a alma da equipe da VKS se garantir esse dragão, então a Dopamina vai tentando buscar uma forma de conseguir achar esses flancos. O Quats está numa
Oh,
posição
good pick from
interessante,
Quats.
aplica muito dano no
Ooh.
Bullets, e isso pode ser o diferencial
Bullets
para a
into the
VKS
wall.
vencer essa luta e garantir essa alma.
That's a bit painful.
Como é que ele vai entrar? Tá com pouquíssima vida, agora ainda vai tentando fazer aquele flanco, incomodar a vida do próprio Quats, ele já retorna, se junta com a
Yeah, K need to take this dragon to get it off the way as fast as they can.
Tem o domínio do Rio e a alma
If Dopamina gets it, like, it's a huge stall.
Ainda vem chegando, se ninguém ficar de olho por ali. Olha o portal já sendo utilizado para onde eles vão colar lá no meio. Vai ser abatido. Logo na
Yeah, but let's
sequência,
do squishy to pull that
tentando
trick
fazer
again.
a entrada, puxou ali a aclamação. Será que eles vão encontrar? Será que eles vão
Yep,
roubar
okay,
a
K, get it.
jogada?
And they get the fight they want.
Tem aqui
That's the important
alma
thing.
do time da VKS, que depois de pegar a alma, eles querem brigar. Vem queimando o
Yeah,
fight,
it's a
Quem o double
complete wipe.
nas mãos do Chino.
Well played from K-Stars. I am honestly a little bit shocked that they came back in this game, but once they found the angle, they never let up. They were able to kind of leverage that. And I think now, yeah. You know what, Spoots? I'm wrong. I apologize. I did not... Was it I did not recognize your game? They are indeed gaming. K-Stars gamed and came back. That's crazy. I appreciate the Realm Warp tactic though, just sending Bullets in there as like a fire and forget missile. But he got melted so fast, Pop Blossom didn't actually get to go off. The timing was not perfect. The combo was not practiced enough. Yeah, and he just got melted instead. Yeah, 8.7k gold with Baron. The big problem for Cade is just their pushing is still a little bit weak. And if Shino gets caught here, they waste Baron. Oh! Okay, Balas. Balas is getting cooked. Holy crap. That's a rough game for Balas, that is.
Parabéns, VKS Gui, que mandou o tweet. Arrasou.
Normalmente é zica, né? Mas ele
Ah.
chegou.
Ele barbarizou
I
nessa.
feel so bad for
Se
Dopamina.
ele aparecer mais algumas vezes na transmissão hoje, eu tenho certeza que o pessoal, os guerreiros aqui vão ficar felizes. Eu tenho certeza.
A galera vê o tweet dele já
Cater just one good fight away from winning
Eu
this
fui até
game.
dar uma checada naquela jogada ali em que o Bulas acabou indo pro Portal dos Reinos. Quando o Envy abre, todo mundo sai, porque eles já sabiam que não dava pra ir. Mas o Bulas acabou ficando pra trás.
Clica fora.
Você ficaria chateado?
Eu não. Aí eu faria que nem no final de semana que aconteceu, o time dentro, o time fora, né?
Oh,
O pessoal não entrando no time
Eita, enquanto isso, tava o Chino lá levando uma
honestly, it's still pretty good for the side of Dopamina that this happened. The 1-for-1 trade. And they saw Envy and Forlin show. They know Envy doesn't have TP because he made the play down bot earlier.
Hashtag circuitão aí pra vocês continuarem bufando os times de vocês.
That's really good for
Mas,
Dopamina.
André, caiu aquele pick-off lá, porém,
To crack an
olha
inhibitor
onde
turret.
tá a Vivo Cade
Once the
Stars.
turret goes down, it's so much easier for them to siege up this inhibitor. Cade Stars can't fight them. Oh, sorry. Dopamina can't fight them open ground, pardon me. So it's good for Cade Stars. I got the team still. I said blue side outscales, and they have the tools to hold long enough. They have a lot of answers. I didn't say that they countered. But yeah, like I said, Dopamina threw this game away pretty hard. Man, I can't even remember the last time I saw us throw that hard. Actually, I can't remember. Never mind. It was FMB on Gwen. Was it 2 weeks or 2 weekends ago? That was the last time I saw something that big throw-wise. Sarulu's inting. You're supposed to do that when Rumble's there so you can put the equalizer and get the kill. I mean, they still answer back 1-for-1, but that's because they have such a big lead. No, I actually didn't manage to watch the LTA North games yesterday. I'm so annoyed. I had Seos in my thing, and then I heard that freaking Palafox through. I haven't watched the game yet, though, but I heard Palafox hard through that. I'm so cheesed off.
É que o Smile tá se posicionando muito bem. Ufa.
Ooh,
Só o clone, só o clone.
very, very close.
Era só o clone, mas assustei. O Smile...
Was the Palafox throw even harder than the FMB throw, and even harder than
Eu
this
flash. Isso diz
this
muito
NV
sobre o
throw?
nível.
Fudge through game 2? Okay. I don't know, man. Like, the solo laners are killing me on Shopify Rebellion right now. Like, Vivo and Seos feel like they're in elo hell.
O Smiley tá se posicionando muito bem e tá conseguindo fazer um ótimo trabalho nessas questões de empurrar as waves, né? Ele sempre tá muito seguro.
I wonder if Shopify Rebellion changed up their roster for next split. I know that TL has already picked up Yuji, which is something that we've been all crying out for a while, because Yuji deserves a tier 1 team. And even if they don't like immediately or fully replace Umpty, I think having like a second study, an understudy, will only benefit and not hurt. I'm sorry, the Mongol, you're doubting the Mongolian monster? How could you? Man's a beast on the Rift. And replacing Umpty isn't that yeah. I don't think he's overrated to replace Umpty, let's put it that way.
Mas o time da DPM tá tentando expulsar esse hóspede daqui, vem na perseguição, são 4 jogadores, mas a vantagem numérica continua da vez.
Yeah, to think, Palafox and Contracts was on that CLG roster under Think card that made it to Worlds. How fast the tables turn. Yeah. I think K-Sesh needs to reset. Elder's coming up a minute. Quats is kind of low and has no TP. So he's got to walk it right back out. So reset now, please. Don't throw. Who did Giants? We blame Scary Jerry for that one. And Zamudo for that one. It was literally the side lanes. Hey, no, what are you talking about? The Pain Gaming Academy team was so good they got picked up and went to tier 1. Even though I don't think necessarily all of them were ready for it, but there we are again, I guess. Ah, that's a good out from Bullis. Too little, too late though. Yeah, this game is an absolute tearjerker for Dopamina. If they lose 2-0, man, they're gonna be kicking themselves for that one bad play that turned everything. If they just played it slow and steady, they'd have won. They just need to play front to back. There was no reason to kind of get jiggy with it, hypey with it. That one's kind of crazy. Pain Gaming Academy got promoted, Lunar. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Tatu's having a great time. Look at Tatu beasting it up. He just beat Loud, you know? 2-1. They don't exist because they were too good. They were too good. They ascended. And to be fair, Maryville also lost to... Wait. It wasn't even just... It wasn't even just Painter Gaming Academy who beat them. Like, everybody... not everybody. They won 2 of this series against WAP and... I can't remember who the other team they beat was. Oh, they beat Fuego too. They lost to Kate Stars Academy as well. And Fear, Extra Forge, which is kind of weird considering they beat Extra Forge Chess. But... Did they lose Fuego? I thought they beat Fuego. Maybe I misremembered. I thought they beat both the LRN and LRS teams. I don't know. It was a while ago. I just hope that they do something like a Tier 2 international, like Tier 2 Americas tournament again. I know a lot of people are saying that it's not going to happen, which to me is kind of sad.
Do que da Vivo Cade Styles. E eu concordo com você. E a gente viu isso no in-game, a gente viu isso dentro do jogo, né? Aquela primeira tentativa que eles fizeram na Vast Larva, que o Smiley tomou muito cedo.
Yeah, I want to see the damage numbers. I'm trying to decide who to MVP, but I'm going to be honest, I was paying more attention to Dopamina early because I thought they had it in the bag when Cade Stars wasn't doing anything again. But then after that, Cade Stars came back huge. And when I was watching, it felt like everybody was doing really well as a whole. Like I wouldn't MVP Sarulu. I think that's the 1% I wouldn't, because I feel like Sarulu was doing some questionable choices. But yeah. Tier 2 Americas would be fun to do during EWC. Actually, yeah, that would not be a bad time to do it, honestly. But I don't know if they would let them, right? Because from what I've heard, and this is just rumor, I mean, yeah, it's from... Nothing's... Like, I don't know anything on the inside, so... But from what I understand, like, EWC is putting a lot of money into stuff, so they kind of don't want competition at the same time from any other event. But if not, yeah, I agree. I think they're having a good time to do it. Or even, like... Ah.
Mas o que acontece é que do outro lado, se de um lado a VKS não tava conseguindo acertar, do outro lado a DPM fez
Maybe like after
um
MSI.
muito grave.
The problem is I was going to say MSI, like before or after MSI, but I think if I recall correctly, Tier 2 is still running when like right up to MSI. So that's not really an option. And then after MSI, like, people might be switching up their teams and picking up players from Tier 2. So you can't really hold the international at the time, or it gets kind of iffy. I don't know. After MSI is EWC. Okay, yeah. So there's just not enough time. No, I personally don't think it's competition. Like, they're different tiers altogether. But to be fair, there are people who watch both, myself included. So I kind of don't want it at the same time. Well, okay. I haven't made up my mind about watching EWC. I didn't watch it last year, but yeah. But there are going to be people who probably watch both. So that's fine. That's fair. I think everybody has like their own view on EWC. Yeah. I will say though that if you want to work for Riot, you don't really have a choice. And from a business perspective, I get it. Whoever's paying you money, like, yeah, you know, trash talking your client's not a good idea. But so what I'm gonna do is just not talk about it. You want us going on auto bid, you know, watching business to be there. Yeah, T1's really weird right now. I don't watch the LCK like altogether. I just kind of track a couple of teams that I like. And T1's not looking too hot, but at the same time, it's like it's hard to count them out because they are T1. Ooh, that's a lot of equalizer damage. Part of me kind of wants to give it to Shino just because of that amazing equalizer that caught everybody, which is the turning point. But to be fair, I feel like that's more on Dopamina than it was on Shino. I mean, Shino did a wonderful job capitalizing on it. But for equal reasons, if I'm going to give it to Shino for that fight, I could also just give it to Scamber for the Rakan follow-up that locked everybody down in the equalizer. Yeah, I think I'll decide more based on like the next win that Kacers have as to who got MVP. What isn't weird? This is but that's the thing, right, Lunar? Like, they are not performing well. To be honest, though, from the few games I've watched of T1, I don't think they are even top 3 team right now in LCK. But this is literally what, as you said, they've been doing for the last 2 years, which means that when it comes time to clutch, when it comes to international, T1's going to show up. So, yeah, it's hard to count them out. But yeah, okay. What were we doing? Oh, we were looking at Atakan. Freaking Thornbound Atakan, right? Because you mentioned it, and I forgot what I did. That's on me. That's my bad. I have the memory of a goldfish, and because we haven't switched over to Thornbound yet, I keep forgetting. Atakan, there we go. Here we go. This one going. Yeah. Okay. Right. So this, I actually dislike this a lot. Does he spawn later now? Doctor the Ferret or Thornbound or? Okay, it doesn't say that he'll spawn later. I thought they said he'd spawn later, but I can't remember. Riot's gonna fix the meta to favor T1 at Worlds. Maybe. We'll see. I don't actually believe that Riot would tilt just for one team, but it does. It just seems that they get the buff with trying to figure out the meta, whatever it comes around to international. Yeah, I actually think this is arguably worse than Voracious. Like, Voracious is bad. I agree. I don't like the GA. I think GA is too busted. Getting a free GA like that just means they auto-win anything during that stage. But the problem for me with this is that this is Snowball, right? Like, it's kind of similar to Ruinous, I guess. But yeah, you're kind of boosting it and giving them all the remaining blood roses on the map immediately feels kind of bad. The only good thing, I guess, is that I don't know if they will if there will be any more Spirit Petals after this happens. If there are no more, then I'm okay with that. But giving them the sort of slowing on takedowns is also going to be massive. Originally, I thought it was going to be like something like a Hextech Soul buff, and I thought that was so busted. But if it's just takedowns, this could be okay. We'll see how it goes. As long as it doesn't spawn more Spirit Petals, this is okay. If there are more Blood Petals or Spirit Petals being spawned on the map, like normally, then I think this is really busted. And it's kind of not good. But Yeah, we'll see. I do like though that, and I've said this before. I do think Riot has been paying a lot of attention to what people want, and they've been adjusting for it, and that's great. That's frankly wonderful. They recognize that Atakan as in its current form feels really, really bad. Like Ruinous doesn't feel like it has too much of an impact, and Voracious feels like it has too much of an impact. So I think just give it one mode, whatever, to play through. But yeah, I do agree. I think it's a bit monotonous right now. Having too many objectives forces almost every team to just kind of team fight. So whatever comp you run has to be a decent team fight composition, even if it's like not a flat out wombo combo. Okay. Yeah. Where are the drafts? Let's take a look at the draft. Because I don't know. Kate might have won. I still don't like their comp. Like this Rumble for me. Oops, overshot. This Rumble for me just didn't fit the composition. I don't like it. It turned the comp for them, but again, if you had like a better Wombo composition, you didn't have to like pray that Dopamine is screwed up and then win that way. And this comp just would have done better with something else like a Jax that can split push or something. Yeah. Dopamine's comp was fine. It's not the most cohesive, but it was okay. They just kind of screwed up. So going to game 2, that kind of raises questions. I don't know how seriously K-Stars are kind of taking this though. I do feel like this sort of their drafting is just in isolation. They're like practicing certain comps, I feel like. Yeah, there'll be a lot for them to break down from game 1 to kind of hash over and look for game 2. But based on what we've seen from K-Stars, I wouldn't be... Game 2, I expect to see like a very different style of draft from what they did in game 1. It does feel like they're actually using regular season to kind of practice. And they're kinda in a bit of a tight spot, but I think with a 1-game lead, you can afford to try things out. So that should be fine. For the most part. Yeah, surprising. I guess maybe it shouldn't be surprising because I was going to say the player who I feel like from K-Stars Academy is letting me down a little bit is Sarolu. Like he's got a huge champion pool, we know that. We've not really seen that. And I do feel like he's a little bit out of sync with everybody else by being a bit too hyphy. But if you look at Shino, Smalley, Scamber, they're all, you know, former tier 1 experience. Quats has always been a very rock city guy, which is why I'd like to see him get a shot, but I also understand that mid lane right now doesn't have a lot of space for him to go into. And I don't know if I'd take him over most of the current mid laners we have. E1. Tier 1.
Ah, nada muito fora do que a gente esperava. Acho que pra Fearless esse lado azul acaba sobressaindo, não tem nem o que fazer.
Surpresa, né?
É, nenhuma surpresa na realidade.
O mapa não muda, tá? Só detalhe.
I guess Dopamine Gaming really did. Dopamine game last game.
Acho que ponto que vale destacar aqui é que a CMF que a gente comentou foguetinha no primeiro
I wonder if
jogo,
it breaks their mental.
pode acabar aparecendo aqui agora.
The way they
A
lost.
pode pegar nesse 1-2. Eu
To be
acho que
fair,
vai ser muito melhor
I
pra
didn't think like they...
esse 1-2 do que você
After
tá
they threw that game 1 time, I don't think they threw it like a second time necessarily. So that's a good sign that their mental is not completely broken. They didn't just crumble and die.
Mas a gente viu que em termos de early game aqui o pessoal do Dopamina foi superior. Eu acho que eles conseguiram controlar muito bem, tiveram uma leitura muito boa.
But at the same time, sometimes like, you know, in the heat of the moment, like you just kind of autopilot your way through. And it's like after when you get a moment to like, kind of reflect that, everything just kind of goes haywire. I high-key wish there was more behind-the-scenes footage of like what happens in between games. But I also understand that for competitive reasons they can't. But the entertainment value would be so high if we could hear what Dopamine is saying to each other. Or K-Stars in between games and stuff. Just any team, really.
Tem que ficar de olho, tem que bater papo, tem que acertar alguns detalhes e a Dopamina nem se fala, né? Tem que acertar muito esses detalhes, só que fica tentando fazer aquela questão do copo meio vazio, meio cheio. Eles também têm que lembrar que eles fizeram um early game muito bom, estavam entendendo muito bem.
Speaking of Oren, that would probably have been one of the few top lane picks that would have been worse than the Rumble. For that comp that K-Stars Academy had last game.
Ele pediu pra lembrar.
É verdade, é verdade. Mas aí falando em postura, essa postura do início do jogo que o time da
Hey, hopefully when they show us the draft, it is not that weird, half-baked, neither here nor there, like not quite pick order, not quite roll order that they did this game.
Tem a capacidade de talvez de um lado o time da Dopamina de empatar esse jogo e do outro lado a VKS realmente ir pra frente, mas os dois times precisam.
Part of me really wonders like why do they not show draft? I feel like any production team that does League regularly should understand how important draft is. So why do we not get draft?
dessas equipes.
Like, draft is really
De um lado,
interesting.
a gente viu uma VivoCade Stars que tinha uma composição que era muito claro o funcionamento dela, apesar de não ser tão fácil, e que não estava conseguindo se encaixar para fazer cada etapa dessa composição funcionar, né? E de um outro lado, a gente teve uma dopamina que também, nos detalhes dessa comunicação, de quando puxar o gatilho, de aonde encaixar o Portal dos Reinos, como funcionaria a entrada dessa Nico, também acabou se perdendo. Então, de novo, a gente volta para esse confronto em que esses detalhezinhos são duas equipes muito boas, são duas equipes muito fortes. A gente viu agora nesse jogo o quão dominante as duas conseguem ser, né, dentro dos seus pontos de poder ali, enquanto a dopamina estava muito forte no early game. Depois a VivoCade Stars conseguiu recuperar um pouco o controle e voltou muito forte logo na segunda.
I just saw
depois dos 19:40,
Cade's
já
post.
estavam muito potentes, conseguiram eliminar a dopamina muito rápido. Então são dois times que têm essa
Shino going
potência,
9-0 and
mas que
6.
são alguns detalhes que tá fazendo com que o jogo escape
And
da
the
mão
post of
deles.
like him
E tá aí,
cooking,
então,
a
Pixie
picture of
Band
him
na
cooking.
tela. A gente já viu
Okay,
pela primeira vez
nice.
a primeira
Wait,
escolha.
Kha'Zix for Sarulu. Okay, let's go.
Ezreal e na sequência VivoCade Stars
Shino cooked last game on Rumble, literally, but damn.
destacado. Acho que é o normal, né?
Sarulu is cooking this game in draft.
Disponível, então
Normal não é o Kha'Zix, né?
He used to be known as Assassin, not necessarily OTP, but like he plays a lot of Assassins. I think Kha'Zix and Talon were some of his pocket picks. Holy crap! And we're going Yorick. Let's go. Is this our first Yorick? Oh my goodness, they shuffle so quickly. Like I can't even screenshot because they shuffled so quickly. Hate this. Why are there? Why is the production like this? Come on, guys, please. Give a minion some time, man. Okay, they're cooking though. I really like this actually from Cade Stars. Do I think it's necessarily the best draft? No. I actually think the draft is kind of messy, but I really like that they're picking Kha'Zix and Yorick. Sorry, I just want to see if they picked Yorick yet. Part of me feels like they might have champion stats. Yeah, somebody played Yorick already. Who was it? Who did it? Oh, Zekis. Okay. Yeah, because I remember LTA South hasn't played it, but I thought we seen one somewhere. So yeah, it was Zekis who played it. Okay. We continue banning the same things, except that we open up Sidge because we're blue side. And that means Cade Stars have to ban it because they're red side. Aurora opens up, which is fine. I don't think Aurora is particularly busted. Like, she's playable, but I don't think she's OP. We first pick Azir for Envy. Okay. We bounce her back with Misfortune Talia. Not the best combo, not the worst combo. Just generally strong picks. We go Xin Zhao to answer, which is fine. Crescent Guard can kind of block that as well. Ezreal, we answered Rel. That's good. We need it set up for Misfortune. And then everything went just off the rails at that point. We ban out supports. Braum is good. Leo is good. We're setting up. We ban Jackson Pantheon? I don't think this is... Okay. That's fine, I guess. It just feels a bit odd. I thought we'd have targeted jungle a little bit harder. Like maybe a Maokai ban or oh, Wukong's already played. Ivan's not really set up. Skarner? No, Skarner already got banned. Okay. Yeah, I expected like a Maokai ban here instead of the Pantheon ban. That's fine. We pick Kha'Zix, which is a loop and a half with this composition. I can kind of see how it works. Like, it's not synergistic necessarily, but you just put the upfront damage with these two. Talia finds a pick, Kha'Zix just bursts and then cleans up, right? If people get caught out by the bullet time, then you have easy cleanup. This comp as well isn't a particularly... Or these three champions... Like, Azir and Ezreal are likely to put themselves in isolated positions just because they are more mobile. So, the Kha'Zix is interesting. It's funny. It's playable. It's not the most cohesive, but I do find it amusing. We answer back with tanks. Tank support. Alistar, yeah, because Rakan's gone. It's either Alistar or Nautilus. But you're not, like, you don't need the Nautilus to set up when you've got the Xin Zhao. That's fine. And Renekton and Blind, and then we bite Yorick. Okay, yeah. This comp had a lot of promise. They could go a lot of different ways. They opted to go for a strong split push in the top lane. In terms of like how it's gonna play out, and like by itself, this is probably like a 2 out of 5, to be honest. But against this composition, it's actually not bad into this composition. Shino into Forlin. Oh, it's Forlin stepping in. What the hell? I even noticed the swap over. That's super interesting. Forlin stepping in. Okay, I actually like this a bit better then. You know what? I will give this a 3.5 out of 5 because Yorick is going to do unmentionable things, and like I said, I don't think Forlin's as mechanical. I think his laning's weaker. So this comp is fine. It is a perfectly decent composition. Like strong front line, damage goes in the back. Super standard, 3 out of 5.
Mas aí o que aconteceu? Eles tinham ganhado o primeiro jogo e perderam esse daqui. E logo na sequência,
The only I don't give it higher than a 3.5 out of 5. Like I could be convinced to give it a 3.5 out of 5, but I thought it had stronger lanes to play through. But I think Ezreal into Misfortune loses early. Alistar is going to lose early to Rel. Renekton's going to lose to Yorick, and Azir into Talia. I think it's a pretty even lane, with them kind of just doing different things for the most part. If anything, I think Talia probably gets easier shove a little bit. So because of that, yeah, this only gets a 3 out of 5 and not a 3.5 out of 5. Yeah. Keemstar's only scores as high as they do in the draft because I think Shino should body Forlin. If Shino doesn't body Forlin, then this comp goes from 3.5 down to the 3. And if they don't win the early game again, if they sit back again, this goes down to 2.5. Because later on, this comp will struggle a little bit into that. And then it becomes the Sarulu show in the late game. Like, can this Kha'Zix find the squishy targets? So early is Shino and Smalley, mid is Smalley and Quats, late is Sarulu and Quats to a lesser extent.
André, tá chegando a hora dessas nossas perguntas e nossos questionamentos serem respondidos, eu acho.
Yeah, for Dopamina, I want to see them get a nice, strong early game as well. A strong early game for them doesn't mean like the 2,000 gold lead they got last game. It just means like any sort of decent early lead and even objectives. And I'll be pretty happy with Dopamina as a whole. I have slightly higher expectations from K-Star's Academy. I still am not convinced that they know how to play an early game anymore. It feels like they've forgotten how to play early games. Or if they do, it's like smashing individually mechanically, like just off lane leads, which it's not very good. It won't work in tier 1. I mean, that's arguably how Pain Gaming Academy played and it didn't work for them.
Late game desse Kha'Zix, o pulo dele, depois da ult invisível, vai tirar 80% da vida do Renekton como se não fosse nada.
Oh, wow. That's Kojima. Wow. Can I see his starting skills, please, guys? Yeah, he started mixed his shot. Freaking Kojima didn't hold. That's so bad. And now Bullis is low-key in given? Holy crap, what are we doing, Dopamina? Are we actually tilted from game 1? Like, hello? Okay, so I'm sure most people are aware by now, but don't skill your skill at level 1 until you're sure what you want to run, or like you see your opponents in lane. Because I think Kojima probably skilled his Mystic Shot and just got himself in a bad position and died. Imagine dying to a melee level 1 as the range champion. Hey, just saying, you know, Costream minions against melee minions don't win out that early. You can do damage, but you don't have the tankiness. And if a range champion plays in range of a melee champion, you're asking to die, so. Ah, but Lust didn't even get a recall off. Okay, this bot lane is so dead. I feel like the one saving grace is that First Blood went over to Scammer. If it went over to Smalley and Smalley gets a recall, lane is actually unplayable. And the one who suffers the most is actually Bullis, not even Kojima. Because Kojima can Mystic Shot from afar, but Bullis can't play this lane. He's melee. Actually, genuinely melee, walking into a range matchup. Like, all jokes aside, that's just undoable. Quats is abusing Envy, holy crap. See, but here's the problem. Like, when K-Stars plays this way and they just get massive leads in lane. Okay, and it's not a massive lead in mid yet, but I'm just saying, like, you chunk the enemy mid laner that heavily and you're probably going to be able to get a CS advantage soon enough. But when K-Stars do this, it doesn't tell me anything about how good they are. Like, it just tells me that individually your mechanics are good. Great. But, again, that only works against weaker teams.
Que esse avanço até que valeu a pena, cara, porque eles realmente estão conseguindo dominar aqui. A gente vê que o Smiley já fez esse retorno na base, então vão ficar atrás nesse swap que caso o pessoal da dopamina opte por justamente fazer aquele swap para rota superior, levar a bot lane para garantir as vacilarvas, mas por hora eu acho que o pathing dos caçadores também vai ser muito otimizado em justamente jogar para esse nível 3.
Back it up.
Mas o Luzinho também tem a opção de jogar de
That's a
maneira
cute
um pouco
emote.
mais agressiva, de tentar forçar um pouco mais esse mapa.
Are these just basic Twitch emotes there? Or are these from, like...
Aí daqui a pouco você consegue sair da lane um pouquinho antes, principalmente nesse meta que a gente tá falando, que rola essa troca pra fazer os objetivos na parte de cima.
I don't know. You always use all these
Mas
cute
precisa
emotes.
aproveitar disso, né? A gente elogiou muito bem sobre
But I'm assuming they're not the better TTV or whatever. Hype train emotes. Oh, okay.
Eles vão continuar nessa toada nesse aqui. Olha o Saru.
Yeah, because I'm like, I'm not familiar with a lot of these emotes. I have to actually click on them to figure out what they are. But
Eles não têm visão, ele
they're
pode
cute
ficar ali com
and cool.
flash, ele já apareceu. O Bulas tenta dar a cabeçada
Yeah,
pra cima, mas
Kojima's...
não adianta
Oh,
nada.
dead. Yeah. I thought he maybe he could
Mais
cleanse his way
hit
out,
é
but
o
yeah.
suficiente. Dessa vez a eliminação fica nas mãos do sueco.
E uma ótima execução por parte do Saru.
How is that emote down bad? What the hell? It looks like it's... Okay, anyways, I'm gonna try some of your emotes. Okay. Bot side, really, really good. Bot side's like kind of GG for Kojima Bulus. Bulus especially can't play this bot lane anymore. Even when he hits 6, this is going to be unplayable. What's interesting to me is top side. Shino is not winning this top lane right now. So I feel like he probably missed his E quite a bit and didn't get the ghouls to be able to jump on Forlin. Because Renekton doesn't... Renekton is very strong early, so it should be kind of even trades happening. Like, I'm not expecting Shino to lose, but I'm also not expecting Forlin to be losing early necessarily. It gets harder and harder for Renekton because Ryorg actually skills better. Oh, does Smalley know? Smalley doesn't know. Bullis is deep.
Tá ali no mata ainda, tá? Tá na maciota.
Eu tomei um susto, achei que ele tinha sumido.
Well played.
Exatamente, tem a chegada do Bulas.
Really well played. Needs to flash. Oh, has no flash. Really well played.
Forlin consegue a eliminação e o Scammer vai ficar a perigo.
I kind of don't like Smalley using the barrier there. Forlin just cut right through the barrier. Really well played from Forlin. Just negate the barrier.
Só pra reforçar aqui, 2024, ano passado,
foi a
aparição mais recente que a gente teve.
Yeah, huge play.
Por aqui, e agora ele volta a aparecer aqui na mão do Sarolu, tá fazendo
I forgot Smalley didn't have flash. If he had flash, they'd be behind, but he doesn't. So well played. This bot lane kind of gets interesting too now. I love these cinematic replays actually. They're kind of funny. Oh, was it the empowered slice and dice? Maybe not even the empowered. Might just been enough damage to cut right through the barrier. Damn. Okay. That's really good from Dopamina. The big concern I had was if they get run over too early in all the lanes, then there's just no way for them to play. Again, they are looking to scale, so not dissimilar to what happened game 1. This is absolutely disgusting, by the way. If Shino just stays outside turret range, Maiden of the Mist doesn't even draw aggro from the passive bird. So Kojima can lose half his health under turret just trying to farm. Oh.
Já jogando dois jogadores pro alto, o Bulas tá com pouquíssima vida, o Smiley tenta garantir essa eliminação, no fim das contas o Forlin não consegue arrumar nada, mas o Dizin já vem chegando.
Can they dive this?
Pode rolar dive, mas são dois jogadores com pouquíssima vida.
That's clean. Okay. Ooh, and Sarulu gets out. That was kind of clutch. Triumph, proc. Okay, the dive on the top side looked a lot cleaner than the dive on the bot side. Smalley's early advantage is largely negated in terms of individual play. Like, Kojima's down 3 kills, but he's up CS, which is kind of good for him. That's kind of balancing things out already. And he got solo experience, which is kind of massive.
Segundo o nosso chat, tá tudo bem, porque
Now it's what happens that we switch back, because Forlin's behind a level, but Smalley's behind a level. I almost feel like that's better for Smalley, like better for K-Stars, because the solo lane level matters more than the dual lane.
Mas vamos ver o avanço aqui do Scammer. Ele não para, quer continuar fazendo esses roubos aqui, quer entrar na selva e tá nem pra nada. Mas olha o Bulas.
foi encontrado ali com a boca na botija, fazendo o seu buffzinho.
But
E
less on
agora
the
já
ball.
vai saindo em razoável tranquilidade, apesar da pressão, tanto do Quads quanto do Scamber, né? A gente comentou, né? Falou como essa dinâmica, às vezes, ali de mid e suporte podem fazer a diferença. Exatamente isso que vem tentando fazer a equipe da VKS. No fim das contas, a gente
Molly's
vai
like a
ter um
full
abate
level behind, hot damn.
dar um pouquinho a vida desse caçador do time da DPM.
Uma informação importante
Upside's not that bad.
desse Yorick aqui no circuito
Like, Forlan's already
é que
largely caught up in CS and
ele
experience.
banimentos, ele foi banido 6 vezes.
Game's over, Lunar? For whom?
Só um jogo em que ele
Which
apareceu,
way are you calling it
ele conseguiu
at this
uma
point?
vitória, e a gente entende o porquê, né? Ele é um campeão que tá sendo muito prioritário em relação ao momento do jogo.
I actually think the
que tá, e a
game's
gente tá vendo como
pretty
ele
decent.
consegue auxiliar muito,
Like, pretty even state, because
principalmente
Dopamina
nesse
got really good
objetivo.
ganks off topside.
É muito importante pra ver o que está
Sure?
já ter essa,
Okay.
presa de, essa presa de guerrilha.
Why?
O Yorick tem uma facilidade
Like, I don't necessarily disagree. I think that is the expected outcome. I'm just curious, what about current game state makes you think it's already game over?
Para não deixar o time da DPM continuar com esse avanço.
E como o Yorick é um campeão que vai trabalhar
Dopamina
em cima
got
dessas
Grubs,
posições, vai trabalhar
Cade
em cima
got
desses
Dragon.
objetivos, facilita muito mais a chegada.
I hope it's not another Chemtech Soul.
Pois é, e a gente tá vendo aqui
I'd see
rolando
different
vários
souls in different games.
mapa.
I don't really like it when we keep getting back-to-back souls. I know on Sunday when I was casting the Lao Puro and we got like 2 straight games of Ocean.
Eita, olha o briga, o Forlin puxou o Dominus, mas tá ali no meio
Oh.
do fight.
Oh, Forlan.
Ali no cercadinho.
He's still dying. Forlan knows he's dying, right?
Já vem fazendo a entrada, garante o gap closer, é muito dano pra cima
Okay,
do
good. He
time,
killed.
mas mesmo assim,
He killed the mid-on for this.
Pois é.
Could have been bad otherwise.
O pessoal no pé na cova, mas ainda assim a gente tá vendo que
Mas quase foi, né?
quase botou para na cova.
O Renekton lutado.
Pois é, por muito quase ele tava beitando a situação porque o Dizin tava próximo.
Yeah, honestly, not a bad game state for
Deu
Dopamina.
essa impressão que ele poderia ser eliminado.
gastou flash.
Gastou,
He didn't
gastou,
die to the Yorick.
né?
Yorick is not out of
Mas
control
beitar a
just yet.
jogada, é isso que acaba acontecendo quando demora um pouquinho pra chegar. E o Chino nem precisou gastar o dele também, então uma situação...
This is going to be one of those few games where, even though Dopamina have the better team fighting,
Tá controlando aqui o próximo objetivo.
O tempo também que a
technically they have the better front to back. Their entire comp plays front to back pretty well. But it's not a wombo combo composition. I think the execution's actually harder for Dopamina this game. I think Kate has an easier execution. Dopamina's only macro movement is splash, nothing happens. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. But then, by that logic, Lunar, if they don't have like a 2,000 goal lead by 15 minutes, the game's over.
Pulante, né? A galera falou que era no late game, né? Dessa vez não.
And to give them credit, I think the early game macro has been not bad. They did the usual grubs for Dragon Trade, and they've been setting up some really nice dives and ganks. Though I don't know if you want to say that the dive itself is micro, I guess, but the map movement to set up the dive, I count as macro, and I think Dopamina did a very good job with that. Though, yeah, it's not giving them lead, so it just kind of evened out the game state.
Tem que ficar muito de olho, mas principalmente também a movimentação do Bulas, desculpa, justamente para encontrar e evitar que essas jogadas ocorram por parte da VKS.
A gente tá vendo
Yeah, they sacked the top side. I think that's a fair shout for them.
E também tem o paredão do Quads, vai deixando o Dizzy numa situação periclitante, força o caçador adversário a flechar e continua chegando, o Smiley vem se aproximando, tem também a chegada, a entrada do
Keep running, Dizzy, don't look back.
Ultimate, toma ali a Shurima,
Nice pick from Cade.
mas o Smiley chegou só pra conferir, completar a gasosa e garantir mais um abate nas mãos.
Okay, and that gets him Dragon. Okay.
E a gente tá vendo um avanço aqui
8 stars macro is starting to come back online. Much better game 2 than their game 1 macro. The game 1 early game macro was not great. Oh, Scamber. Oh, yeah, that's fine. All planned by Scamber, all planned. All planned.
Garantem aqui as proezas de força, então já estão com a bota aprimorada e teremos novamente aqui uma alma Quintec.
É um início de jogo completamente
If
diferente.
Dopa, want to win, it's time for them to start proving Lunar wrong. They need to start getting some good ganks, good setup going. Even if scaling is kind of in their favor, like even the scaling team fight is in their favor, specifically just the team fight.
E a gente vê aqui na rota superior
They,
rolando aqui há muito tempo.
yeah, the mid game is gonna be really rough if they don't have a lead or a way to kind of balance things out. I know the gold is really close, but yeah.
E chama o Homero porque o Odisseia continua. Tentou a fuga ali, o Quads, ele
Okay.
não vai conseguir escapar do Dizzy, mas o Dizzy também não consegue escapar.
Not okay. Like Kojima, he arcane shifted. Oh, okay, no, he didn't. I thought he arcane shifted earlier in, so I was like, he's so dead. It doesn't matter though. Sorolo cleans house. Damn. The one trick is back. Sorolo on Assassin looking clean. Oh! Delayed ace. Ah, doesn't respawn. Shino!
Ele vai tirar 80% da vida do Renekton no late game.
Okay, yeah, now I think it's game over.
Tu duvida?
E ele acabou de provar que ele não tem 7 saias de filó.
I was still thinking, okay, game state's pretty even. There's a chance for Dopamina if they can find some sort of fight that they can out-hands in. But they don't have to think too hard to set up. But yeah, now, no. It's kind of doomed. Hey, who knows? Maybe Academy throws the same way Dopamina did. There's always a possibility.
Ele vai pra cima justamente do Envy aqui, gasta o flash de maneira precipitada, tentando evitar a jogada, mas a gente vê que a Dopamina tentou forçar demais, acharam que estava na vantagem, mas o dano nesse momento do Kha'Zix acaba sendo muito grande, e a gente pode perceber, em todos os momentos ele estava isolado o alvo, então ele conseguiu aplicar...
Yeah, the isolation damage is huge. What items does Cirilo even have?
Aqui nessa jogada, conseguindo mais um abate, então praticamente um ace.
E aí a gente vê o poder do
Oh, Shino
Yorick,
flashed in.
né?
I didn't see the flash.
Lutado,
In the initial
torre,
pan.
O Yorick tomando muito dano, com pouca vida, mas ele ainda não tinha subido o cercado. E de novo, o uso da viúva, né? Que a gente
Okay, so Cirilo is effectively just in the one item on Broke
ela
Glyph.
dura muito tempo. Então o Ford
And he gets a quadra,
tá
damn.
batendo o Shino, mas é um paredão que além de segurar ele ali muito tempo, vira muito dano. Não tem muita... Já tinha gastado.
Dopamina
todo
isn't
mundo,
Flamengo.
ele também não conseguia sair da muralha que foi criada ali pelo Yorick e acabou sendo tomando... O dano que ele toma é absurdo. E aí,
That's gonna be... Oh, man. The next match is actually the one I'm low-key kind of more interested in. Like, I'm not expecting a better game necessarily than this one. I thought this one would be more... entertaining, because Dopamina is a scrappy team. I actually really do appreciate that about them. They've been way scrappier than I expected, and now they're trying this 6-man top lane thing. I'm actually kind of down for it. And K-Star's Academy, like, I know the caliber of their players has the hand, so I expected this one to be kind of scrappy. It's been a little bit less scrappy, but still kind of entertaining because of the just massive, insane throw we saw in game 1. And here again, like game 2, the massive dip that happens. But yeah, Rise versus Flamengo, I think holds a bit more interest because it is a battle of the bottom, and Rise beat Kaboom of all teams. Right? That's like when what was the team that beat Corinthians the first time? Was it Dopamina? Oh no, Rats. Yeah, that was like when Rats beat Corinthians. It's like, what the hell just happened? And you're not quite sure, like, hey, did this team just pop off, or like, is it the good team kind of crapping out? And then again, I still don't believe Flamengo should be down there, but if they keep losing like this, it's like, what can I say, right? I can give you 101 reasons why Flamengo shouldn't be at the bottom, but the facts are that they are.
Olha o flanco chegando na rota meio por parte do Forlin que garantiu essa torre e quer fazer esse avanço. Pode buscar uma iniciação, mas será que essa é a grande jogada que a
Herald spawned.
Ao que tudo indica, acho que não.
Looks like we're around the 20-minute mark. Bullis is taking a lot of free damage walking circles there.
Deixa um pouco mais difícil esse trabalho de flanco. Exatamente por isso ele já tentou se afastar. Tem perseguição pra cima dele. Na parte de cima a DPM quer levar esse arauto, prof.
Pois é, mas não tá nada fácil porque a equipe deve cair.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a thank you for the leash situation. Like, I'm not sure Dopamina should be starting this one out.
Pode conseguir esses resets que são cruciais.
A vida do objetivo vai caindo muito
Okay, they get it.
Finalmente
Nice.
ele é feita pelo próprio Dizin. O Quad ainda encaixa um certo
I'm actually really surprised they didn't try and engage that harder for K-Stars.
Essa barragem de pedrada. O Sarolo já tá ali do outro lado. Se achar alguém isolado pode ser problema. E ele acha o Forlin. Logo na sequência ele
Okay.
tem o próprio Bulas, tá no meio do
They
pacote,
don't get
mas
Cirolo. The Triumph procs are too much.
traz o inseticida,
He just keeps
porque a
healing.
barata
Damn.
tá solta.
Oh
Garante
my goodness,
mais
it's a
uma
slaughter.
eliminação, tira
Is it going to be an ace?
DPM.
It's going to be an
O
ace.
pedrada outra vez a
Okay,
focha
Envy gets a
da
turret at
DPM.
least.
E o Envy vem trazendo
That Sundisk
essa
is all
contra
that's
que
kind
vai
of
se
low-key
defender.
saving them right now, and it is a very, very low-key.
O coveiro tá maluco. Quer levar mais uma torre, tá com a donzela do lado dele. E essa torre tá com os dias contados. E o Envy também. Ele não consegue fazer a volta.
Really nice shuffle from Envy. It literally doesn't matter.
Mas mesmo assim é
Yeah.
batido.
And meantime, Shino is pushing. They were showing in the camera. Little camera there.
Continuam acelerando a partida.
K-Stars are playing really well right now.
É, eu posso pedir esse perdão. Eu acho que tá...
See, why can't they play this all the time? Where's this macro in their early game most games? I don't understand. But when they're good, they're good.
Eu tentei jogar na lógica e olha o que aconteceu.
I think we're going to start seeing Cirilo Cosmic Expanse again. I think it was last split we saw some Cirilo Cosmic Expanse initially when he first came in. And it feels like everybody forgot that he plays
na minha
Assassins.
cidade, você não sabe como é que eu fico falando.
The best of fives are gonna be
Vamos
fun.
continuar sem saber, então. André,
Que
é...
isso?
That's all I'm
Ele
saying.
falou que tá na trincheira por você, cara.
Best of
É,
fives for the
votado por mim,
win.
aparentemente. Quem
Ai,
tá
claro
vendo?
que eu tô. Eu, hein?
Mas a gente tá vendo que quem tá na trincheira lá é a VKS daquele dragão.
Guys, Chino tem que tomar cuidado agora. Tá todo mundo na bush pra tentar pegar ele.
Acho que ele é o perigo, viu, nesse momento aqui. Mas
And
será?
Shino is 2 levels up on Forlin right now. Okay.
Dois caras numa moto pra cima do próprio Chino. Ele é forçado a flechar, ele esconde.
I don't even know if they can kill him.
Mas o coveiro tá sinistro demais.
Wow, they dogpiled a lot of resources into
Eu ia
this.
falar exatamente sobre isso.
And
né?
the maiden doesn't
De
die.
novo, estava acontecendo uma odisseia
Yikes.
no mapa inteiro, porque começou no mid.
Yeah, a 2-level lead is absolutely disgusting in the 1v1.
That's
That's why they had to send so many bodies up there. And that's why you're seeing Kate, really good response. As soon as they realize that there's multiple members, they just hard shove mid.
Seus feitiços de invocador pra tentar fugir daqui. O time da VKS
Like, great, you get an outer turret topside. And they drop Shelly to get it too. Oh no.
Essa tira do topo.
E agora fica um
But you
jogo
lost
muito
mid
difícil pra
inner,
Dopamina,
it's so
porque,
expensive.
Beleza, eles estão conseguindo colocar esse Heraldo aqui pra empurrar essa rota, mas enquanto eles focam, né, toda vez que
Yeah,
eles
Dopamina
tentarem
come
focar
back playing
em
side
alguma
lanes
rota
in this
diferente,
economy.
vai ter um Yorick lá, ou todo o resto do time
Kind of
da
a big
Big
yikes.
Stars pra empurrar aquela rota. Então, beleza. Focaram naquele top com o Arauto, deixaram só o Kojima aqui embaixo. O que aconteceu? Rota do
Yeah, pretty
mid
solid drop from
inteira
Cage Stars. I
do
mean,
Big
this is
Stars.
why I
Qualquer
kind of like what they
movimentação
had
que eles
specifically
tentarem
into what
fazer
Dopamina
agora,
had.
né, pra algum outro objetivo,
And I bumped them up from
pra
the
alguma
2.5 to
outra
the
parte
3.5.
desse mapa,
Because Yorick gets to do Yorick
tem
things
que estar
very well
lá
this
e
game.
provavelmente estará, porque ele tá fazendo um ótimo
Okay,
jogo.
that's it.
Quando
It should be a closer if not for the fact that Cerolo got that quadra
Quadra
early and just snowballed the game horrifically out of control. But so this scoreline's a little bit of a misnomer, compositionally speaking. But this should probably be like closer to 25, 30 minutes that we're seeing this game state.
Parece que não tem como segurar. Eles simplesmente chegam, garantem o que eles querem, já empurram essa onda de minions na direção de mais uma Tier 2 e fazem aquele cerco exagerado.
Yo, Kobe.
Vai caindo, a vida vai descendo com muita velocidade e o Gulas
Watching some
vai
interesting Tier 2 right now in Brazil. Oof. Reminds me of the old days of RBM, man. Watching a Kazakhs pop off again.
Pois é, e a gente vê que a VKS quer continuar fazendo esse avanço.
No, actually, I have not been watching NACL. I've caught some of the Blue Otter games. Ooh, nice try at the shuffle. Oh, Shino doesn't die! Again, the Triumph procs! Huh. Like, if not for that pop back, if not for that seismic shove, I don't even think Dizen would have reached Shino there. Damn. You're gonna clutch up to make playoffs? Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying the other stream that I was hoping Blue Otter would do a little bit better, to be honest. Looking at the names at the beginning of the split, I thought Blue Otter might be able to make it into playoffs, but to be fair, I think a lot of the teams have played very, very well. Aren't you technically... Oh, you're tied with Winthrop, right, for 6th? Winthrop and Apex Mission Impossible? Yeah, I heard about the NACL super long pause. And the fact that they didn't even throw the break. So the casters got just left on for like eternally long. That's kind of rough. You're technically in 6 due to more game wins. Oh, okay, because of the schedule? Yeah. Yeah. I heard near airport is trying out Sushi in the bot lane. Is he going to replace Double Lift? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I hope you all make playoffs. That'd be nice.
E eles vão voltar naquela situação de cerco, né? A gente tá vendo já os Scamber tentando garantir pouquinho de
Same with Bio? Ooh.
está ali por trás tentando
Okay.
pouco dessa visão adversária.
Well, that's cool. You know who the support is? Is it Cryo? That they're trying out with Sushi? Because if it is, I'm gonna laugh. Kelpo, okay. Ooh, who's Kelpo? I don't think I recognize the name. Which team does Kelpo play for?
O inibidor vai de base, lá na parte de baixo tem outro inibidor caindo e vai destruindo toda a casa adversária. A entrada dos Scamber, também ali mandando bala, o está tomando. Pouquíssima
See, the fact that Dopamina in that fight front to back was actually able to put out as much damage as they did being down almost 10,000 gold. That's what I mean when I say Dopamina's team fighting composition. Like their team fight skills better. If they can get a front to back on their terms, they would have been able to win. Like within a maybe 3,000 gold difference, but a 10k gold diff, no shot. And the team fight gets better as it goes on. It's just that it's too far behind. Unless Kate like monumentally throw twice in a row, it's just not happening. Dopamina should be able to come back. No idea. You think he was in Academy in 2022? Hold on. Let me look up this Kelpo guy.
Agora que vai ressurgir daqui 3 segundos, então já estão aqui na boquinha do gol, não tem por que não marcar, então fazem esse objetivo.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't recognize that name at all.
Podem ir diretamente para esse atacante. Eu vejo que eles nem têm a necessidade de realmente precisar do Barão para fechar essa
Kelpo doesn't even have a Leaguepedia page.
E eles
Damn.
garantem esse game aqui. Eu não vi qual atacante que era, se era da Flor.
So he couldn't have been in Academy then.
Mas se for o da GA, eles vão diretão, mas a gente tá vendo que já tem
Oh.
3 inibidores que já estão ao chão, então muito mais tranquilo.
Weird.
Olha aí o capitão te dando visão.
Yeah.
Comandante.
Good. At least it means that I didn't forget who he was. I just never knew.
E vem agora.
For a second, I was wondering if like, did I see this guy in some combine and just forget about him?
Porque talvez
That's kinda bad.
que eles nem precisam de nenhum desses objetivos.
But my memory
Eu
is
acho
terrible,
que
so.
com a pressão de rota que eles já têm no bot e no top, eles podem fazer exatamente esse movimento de rushar o mid, porque tem super minions nas 3 waves e uma boa luta deles aqui, que estão muito forte, conseguem vencer tranquilamente esse jogo sem precisar de mais nada, nem atacando, nem mais nada.
Okay, double super's pushing in. Cage is in on this push. Just need to walk in.
E não vai ter jeito, a dopamina vai ter que lutar.
Tá na hora da festa, tá na hora do muretão. Olha o Quats mais
Ooh.
uma vez. Separa o time da DPM. A primeira
Sun
vai
missed.
sendo focada.
That's fine. Again,
Já
double
sabe
supers are
ali
just too
tá
strong.
aí, e o time da
The wave
Dopamina
clear is
tá
rough.
ali com o relógio em cima da cabeça. O cronômetro tá contra eles. Cada segundo que passa é o segundo que a VKS fica mais próxima da vitória.
Clutch is just chucking rocks non-stop.
Ele tá com pouquinho.
More like a machine gun than a catapult.
Já vai ser focada
Oh,
na
they caught
frente.
Bulus?
O Corin já tá sem vida nenhuma. A tentativa de entrada do Dizim.
Yeah.
A barragem incendiária
And the
passando.
Madness Storm into
Mas
MD.
o caçador vai de base.
Rip.
Envy também já foi eliminado. E aqui, rapaziada,
Okay.
a barata da VKS comanda esse avanço.
Man, I kind of don't want to give MVP to Sorolu. Not gonna lie. Wasn't super happy with game 1 performance, but his game 2 performance? Damn, that Kha'Zix?
A Vivo
Yeah, that Kha'Zix was real good. Okay, I think he'll get it. I think Sorolu gets MVP off the Kha'Zix performance. Genuinely, I think we're gonna see bans coming out against that Kha'Zix. It's just a good... Yeah, no, you were right, Lunar. I didn't... Yep. I didn't doubt that you were right. I was just holding out hope, you know, that Dopamina would be able to do a little bit more. Yeah, you know, like, I just had hope. But unfortunately for Dopamina, this game, Kate Stars played really well. Like, I don't even blame Dopamina for it necessarily. Yeah, I do blame them for what happened here with Kojima. Kojima, you should have known better. Like, it's very common for Rels to look for that over-the-wall hop. If Smalley is willing to step up that aggressively, you need to stay the hell away from any walls coming from River. And then he skilled Mystic Shot too, so... Yeah, that's kind of Kojima. But that did make the game unwinnable. Like I said, I don't think Dopamina did wrong. I think Kate Stars played really well. Sorolu with this early gang pathing was really smart. And he just snowballed really quickly.
Executaram muito bem essa fight aqui pra
Oh.
mim, acho que foi a fight realmente que acabou com a partida.
Yeah.
Pela execução que fizeram aqui, a gente
I mean, no matter what happens to Quats in this scenario,
mas também era uma
even if he dies, well, he did die. The problem is that if Sorolu's there and he's able to pick up kills on the back end of it, it's just kind of GG. It was just such a risky choice on the dive. Yeah, Bulas going in was arguably worse. He just gave a free kill over. The problem's like the resets, right? He evolved resets first, so just unplayable. Really good game from Kate Stars. And a lot of it, like I said, I think does come from Sorolu. Not so much like team setup and Sorolu got kills. Just straight up Sorolu got kills. So as much as I didn't like his game 1 performance, I think Sorolu deserves MVP for the series. His game 2 was just too good.
Depois foi só a conclusão de tudo isso que a gente estava contando. E a gente tem que destacar, né? No primeiro jogo a gente falou, André, um pouco sobre o funcionamento da composição da Vivo Kate Styles.
And this is, I suspect we'll also see more Yorick in the South as well, as people learn how to play him. We saw some bans already come through this last week on an LTA South, even though nobody's played it yet. But just the strength on the split push is too good. I don't know if we'll see it. I don't think Yorick is blindable. I think there are ways to play around Yorick. So maybe once they kind of see things like a Jax or something come out, then you can just pick the Yorick to absolutely abuse early. I'm actually kind of curious to see a Gwen Yorick matchup. I don't know who wins that. Because I think the Mist will end up blocking the command for the goals to attack.
Eles realmente
So.
começaram muito bem, tudo foi
Yeah.
dando certo pro time da VKS, a gente falou, né? Até o mapa resolveu contribuir com a vitória deles e também eles
Like I said, can't even be mad at Dopamina. This is why I also said like I expected K-Stars to be actually higher up the rankings than where they are right now. The standings are really cluttered actually. And from second to 8 or second to 7 was just kind of like a game apart effectively. Because Dopamina is a game behind. This is only the 6th game compared to like Los who's at the top at 7 games already. So.
Deu tudo certo pra VKS, eles saíram com a vitória.
Tudo muito bem executado, né?
Yeah.
Na sequência aí na
So K moves up
finalização de
as
jogo,
somewhat
vai
expected to
acompanhando
kind of join that
a
upper echelon.
também. E assim,
The team that I'm
eu
surprised is in the
acho
upper
que
echelon a little bit
é
is
um
Raid
braço
Academy.
de ouro que vai ser totalmente dominante,
Even with
faz parte
Greptar
dos
there.
stars.
Stella I
No
thought
começo,
belonged in the upper
o jogo tava na mão
echelons,
deles.
but
Quero saber
they
de
had a
todos.
kind of scary middle of the season.
Olha só,
a little bit,
Gabriel.
so
Que isso, gente?
they seem to have overcome it.
E bem disputado
Pois
com
é.
o jogador.
Well, that's
Ontem,
really even
top
damage.
da partida é um Kha'Zix, mas um Yorick dando 22.6k também não é lá algo a se
Empate
ignorar,
técnico,
né?
empate técnico.
Se tivesse aí o dano aí estrutura.
Yeah, I think Disney needed to gank top lane a little bit more in the early game.
Meu amigo.
Him 3.6 for Shinjao is just unacceptable to me. Like you did less than the enemy support.
Ele acabou com qualquer
Aí
coisa.
ele
And considering as Shinjao you have agency, it's kind of on you to get that early game rolling.
E bom,
Esperou construir pra enterrar.
Like,
É lá.
correto.
Sure, you can blame the team that
Esse foi um
they
jogo
didn't have
que
good lanes to gank,
podia
but you could have ganked the Yorick.
jogar de vários lados por aqui,
He did
mas
throw
eu
1 or
acho
2 ganks
que
up there, but
nesse segundo jogo, o
not good
Fran
enough.
brilhou, não tem como negar. Mas falando de série, jogo 1 e jogo 2, Chino,
Okay, who did they MVP?
que trabalho.
Pois é, foi o cara mais consistente, querendo ou não. Por mais que o Sarulu tenha feito
He
uma
MVP
ótima
Chino?
partida agora, o Chino fez uma performance
Okay.
incrível nas duas partidas.
Morreu 2 vezes só.
E a gente
Okay,
vendo, cara,
okay,
ele é
okay, I can see it.
assustador,
After game 1, I was
24
thinking of
anos, e
MVPing
a gente tá
Shino.
vendo como ele
His
tá
game 2 on the Yorick
vai
was
ser muito
fine,
difícil.
but I don't feel like his Yorick was as dominant as I wanted to see necessarily. Like it was doing just basic Yorick things. I thought he could have. He didn't get a big enough lead for me to at 15 or 14 that I felt like he was dominating on Yorick, and I feel like a lot of the late game strength he had as well was because Sarulu drew attention away from him by playing on the other side of the map and getting all the skills. But okay, a surprise, but not one I'm terribly upset over. That's okay.
Encaixando tudo certinho. E assim, tá voltando, meninos.
Okay, and then with that done, Rise versus Flamengo is up next, which is going to be.
E somente a primeira série de hoje, então não sai daí, Circuito Desafiante faz um rápido intervalo. E daqui a
I
pouco
don't know, man. Flamengo should not be down here. If Flamengo lose this game, lose this series, I think they just mental boom. Like, I don't think you recover from this. Okay, actually, that said, let me go grab more water first. My cup's actually kind of empty, so I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing water.
Um sonho. Vários desafios. Muitas possibilidades. Um caminho. Investir no seu eu de amanhã. B3. Muito mais do que a Bolsa do Brasil. Com você, forjando talentos e investidores.
Oogie, I'm back. Just grabbed my tea. If Flamengo win, they're most likely done anyway. I mean, like in terms of making playoffs, yeah, kinda. Actually, let's see who they've got left. Do they have a chance? They're mathematically. They're 2 games behind the cutoff mark right now, but it's Corinthians and it's just Corinthians actually. K just won their game. Ooh. They're up against Rise, Stella, Rats, and Dopamina. So, to be fair to Flamengo, they also had a hard run to start they played all the teams kind of top the standings pretty much, except for Stella. So, if they win 4, that puts them at 5. Corinthians just need 2, and Corinthians have the head-to-head. They're up against Dopamina. Ooh, okay. This is interesting. So I think Corinthians play tomorrow, right? Yeah, they play tomorrow. If Flamengo win and Corinthians lose, there is still a world in which Flamengo can make it, but it involves Flamengo winning all their games and Corinthians losing all their games, which I can't really see happening from the Corinthians side of things. Like, surely Corinthians don't lose to Dopamina, right? I say, as they're currently on a 3-game loss streak, and they did lose to Rats. The Rats loss is just a shocker. I actually don't know. It's possible. So, yeah. Mathematically, you're right. They are most likely done. But I think like it's more of a mental game, right? Does Flamengo completely just implode if they lose today? To a certain extent, yeah, no. I was gonna say Rise are in a similar situation, but they're really not. Like, makes dropped down from CBLOL, and he's been not having the best time of it. But I think a lot of the problems Makes are having was already exposed in CBLOL, which is give him Darius or like a super comfort champion, and he can potentially try and 1v5. But the rest of the team, like Hawa and Zai, this bot lane has not impressed me as much as I expected them to. Annie has been Annie for a while, right? Where he's good, he's serviceable, but he's not good enough to carry games. And then Nero and Theiti neither have particularly impressed me in terms of, yeah. Like, both of them feel okay at a tier 2 level if the team can carry. Like, they're good supporting cast for tier 2. But this whole team just feels very split up. I expected more from them, honestly, but especially from this bot side of the map. But today, against Flamengo, they should not have any chance, really. I love how it's the 2 like CBLOL guys who have pictures with the Rise Gaming jersey. There's Nero starting today, which is fine. I think Theiti was really struggling. Really struggling. When we had seen Theiti in the past on Gators, he was like, his Sejuani was good. Like, he can lead the charge with an engaged champion, but he's really set up for the team more than anything else. And it doesn't feel like Rise is following up on Theiti, so he looks particularly bad. I think switching him out makes sense if it's just not clicking for the team as a whole. This team though, Flamengo, like, oh man, I really don't understand why they're down here. It feels like the INTC curse, man. Follow them down here. Like, they can rebrand to Flamengo, but this is INTC, make no mistake. And INTC Academy has always had problems.
Eu acho que foi ali o inversamente proporcional. O time do Flamengo surpreendeu na primeira rodada e a Lois
that's my theory, and I'm sticking with it. I'm gonna be bold and predict a quick 2-0 from Flamengo. So please, Flamengo. Oh no, they gave Makes Darius. Okay. That's kind of really bad, actually. Guys, we can't be giving him Darius. That's like the one champion I'm still really scared when I see Makes have. Jeez. Okay, wait, hold on. Where's my... There we go. Okay, unfortunately, this is straight up just not pick order. It is positional order, unfortunately. So, is what it is. First off, the fact that Makes got Darius, to me, is already terrifying. I think that's a really good pickup. It doesn't work with a lot of compositions. It doesn't need to work with any compositions. It is just good. I also do think Darius is a good answer to go in, by the way. One that I'm surprised we don't see more often. Because he absolutely manhandles her, and then he runs into the Shroud. She gets some resistances from Shroud, but it doesn't matter from the Halo Mist. It really doesn't matter. Okay, Nefiri. Annie! On Annie! Okay. Not his namesake champion, is it? Is that why he's called Annie? Because, actually, let me see if Wikipedia has anything on that.
A gente considerar que a gente sabe como é que foi estruturado. O Cork veio num momento em que ainda não tinha seleção dessa
Is that why he's called Annie?
Da Rise. Então, a gente até brincou, né? Tome
Okay.
a N do N, realmente. Acho que
So, not really...
é algo bem positivo. A gente vê campeão...
Not really known as an Annie player. Yeah, I didn't really think of him as an Annie player, but I wasn't 100% sure. Annie technically precedes my time in CBLOL. In that time where like I wasn't really watching. I watched the early years of CBLOL, and then I watched like 2020 on. It was like 2020, 2013, 2014, and then 2020 on. Yeah, I missed 2012, which is why I keep forgetting 2012 existed. It was a single tournament back then. Okay, compositionally though, this is interesting because it's not like a standard composition that we're used to, like front to back or, you know, a true pick comp. It's kind of a pick composition. Like there's a lot of bursts to come through on this side. I don't know how I feel about the Rel necessarily here. I almost feel like a Nautilus would have been a better fit for this comp. But I do like the Rel potential with the Darius. If Rel can pull in a Magnet Storm, Darius can just blend everybody. And that's going to be absolutely disgusting. So I can kind of see it. Though, okay, if this was just a draft I saw, this looks like a full-on solo queue draft. I would give this maybe like a 1.5 out of 5. Like, I think this mid-jungle duo has some good synergy. The bot lane's solid, but not a lot of cohesion. However, because this is makes Darius automatically +1. I'm going to give this at least a 2.5 before I even look at the other composition. At least, and then we'll probably go up. I don't know. We'll see. This is a good hit composition as well. Jhin, Vi, we're starting to see this combo come through a lot. Jhin, Vi, which just, yeah, we see champion, kill champion. Gwen's a power pick. Corki here feels weird. Like, double AD carry comp is fine, especially if you have a Jhin. Jhin Corki is a fine combo. That way you actually have like sustained damage to play through a fight. But you need really solid frontline. If I see this, I kind of want to see a tank come through, like Sion or Orin. And also, you're playing, they're both rather short range playing into Annie, which doesn't feel good. So, in isolation, I already kind of don't like this composition that much. I'd probably give it like a 2.5 out of 5. And the 2.5 is mostly just because you've got the Gwen who kind of scales up. And then the Vi Jhin combo. And there's no tanks on the other side, so it's okay. That said, I actually am not... This comp is a little bit short range for my taste. I really like this Annie pick. Having seen this, I think the Annie is a wonderful pick. So, okay, I give this comp a 2.5. I would bump Rise up to maybe a 3. I'm still not super crazy about their composition necessarily, but I think they had some good individual picks to mess things up. Like Nefiri can go untargetable on Vi to mess up her engage. Annie should be pretty good into Corki and Jhin trying to play into the actual fights. It holds its own against the Gwen as well. Darius on Makes is also going to have a fun time. This comp from Flamengo is generally pretty short range. I'm expecting to see Flash Ghost, so Ghost can just run at them. And I think my biggest concern is I'm not really seeing the huge threat onto Varus from this Flamengo composition. It's got to be a Yupp's flank. If Yampy dives this Varus, it's a one-way trip. He's not coming out the other end. There's just way too much damage. If Yampy dives Varus, Makes just goes in and creates the zone. Okay. So assuming you dive this way, then Darius just creates a zone of control where the rest of the team can't get past him. So it has to become Yups basically on a flank position to join Yampy. There's no good dive buddy for Yampy here. And I'm sorry to say, as much as I like Yampy, I think he's a great jungler, as much as I like Yups, and I really enjoyed his time back on Pain Gaming Academy. I think when he was in Academy, he was beating out Hidan. though now I'm not as confident to be able to say that. These brothers have not shown me a lot of coordination on the dives, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. Normally it's Yampy kind of leaving Yips to get screwed, but there's an opportunity here for Yips to do something really funny and just Yampy get screwed on repeat on engages. Now, the reason why I'm not considering Momochi for the dive is because as an Alistair, he goes in and gets some disruption. That's not what Vi needs. Vi needs a damage threat to go in with her. She doesn't have enough damage on her own to kind of hard carry the dive. And also, if Momochi goes diving in, Pilot and Ninja Kiwi don't get to play the fight at all. They just have to play from range and use their ultimates. So, man, that's sad. I want Flamengo to win so bad, but yeah, we'll see how this goes. I really do favor the Rise draft quite a bit, and I feel like for Flamengo to win, they just have to outplay. Like, just be better, because your draft is not really doing you too many favors. Was Azir banned? Oh, Azir got banned. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, what would I like to see change from this Flamengo draft? Guys, I think we might actually be in a bit of a pause, just because we're stuck on the screen for a very long time. So, yeah. I mean, okay, I don't like Vi, so I'm always happy to see Vi being changed out, but technically Vi is not wrong in this draft. Yeah, there we go. We are in a pause. Like, I can see the Vi with the Jhin pairing. Heck, I can even see it with the Gwen pairing, actually. So, to me, I feel like the lane I'm looking at to change is now mid lane then. I'm just trying to think what fits in your mid lane here, right? There's a lot of mid lane focus. Arguably, Jace is a mid lane. Azir is mid lane. Talia, Ahri's mid lane. And then you banned out Yone yourself. Aurora and Galio will all banned out. I guess that's why Annie ended up on Annie. I'm just trying to think what would have worked better here. Like, Victor would be bad. You want something with range. Well, he's kind of dangerous because his mobility is kind of bad, so he gets run down. Do we just Galio here? I mean, Galio feels really bad in Xenofury Darius. What other mid lane options are there? Oh, you could go something like Akali, actually. I think Akali would not be bad. Yeah, because in the first place, this is not really... It's not a great front to back composition already. You've got so much damage. It feels more like a damage overload comp at that point. Vi's not really a damage champ. Yeah, the problem is just not banning the Darius and then having the Vi on your side, because now you can't go with the dive comp. But what do you do, right? So no dive means no. You can't play short range. You can't play dive. Jace got banned. Talia got banned. Azir got banned. Yone got banned. Ahri got banned. Aurora got banned. So literally the top 6 champions got banned. Victor, probably not a good idea. Rise. Actually, Rise might not be terrible. I think Rise would feel very bad in terms of laning, but you can't play Victor. It's too short range. You'll just get nuked out. Sides would be a bad idea. You're also melee. I think Akali would be viable. I mean, Corki is viable again. Like, I kind of see where they're coming from. I just think it's kind of risky. Ooh, Syndra would be good. I'd like Syndra, I think. Yeah. I mean, if you're stealing spicy, Xerath would be interesting, but I'm going to be honest, Xerath would actually be kind of hard. He's so squishy that if anybody finds backline, or like Flamengo just, Annie just flashes into the backline, you die. Yeah, Galio is unplayable. So what's even been played mid right now? Yeah, you can't really just swap Gwen into mid lane. I saw Gwen playing mid as a potential pick, and I was like, nah, that wouldn't work, because Annie actually does pretty decently into her.
mais coisas acontecendo pelo mapa. E
Yeah, most melees don't work.
mais feliz ele tá.
E olha, você falou uma coisa que eu achei bem interessante, Colossus, que é essa questão
LeBlanc?
de o que o time do Flamengo precisa fazer.
I think
no
LeBlanc would have been a
começo.
very
Esse
interesting
time
angle.
da Ryze, que
Here.
eles gostam muito de jogar pro topside.
Yeah.
Normalmente, os junglers
I'm
têm
just
uma
looking at
proteção
stuff that can
muito
burst
alta,
because this side's actually
mas
really
também
squishy as
é
well,
um
which is why I don't hate the
momento.
Jhin here.
E ele vai tentando
Like, Jhin, Gwen,
um campeão como o Darius,
Vi can
que
do a
é um
lot of
campeão
damage.
do qual ele é especialista.
Basically, your biggest problem is just the Darius for
Então,
makes. Like,
realmente,
how
ele
can
tá
you fight
ligado em conseguir
around the
proteger os
Darius?
desses e proteger a Gwen. Porque quando a gente olha pra composição do Fla,
And Corki's
por mais
range
que não
feels a bit short for
tenha
my
essa
for my
grande
liking.
energia, como a gente tá falando, entre todos
Yeah, we'll
os
see.
campeões,
It's not a
o
bad
scaling
pick again.
deles é melhor. Então,
If I have to
as
reiterate
coisas
that,
da
because I'm
Ryze
so
meio que tem um reloginho, um timezinho. Se conseguirem o snowball,
Yeah.
beleza, é muito difícil voltar. No caso
Nah.
do time do Flamengo,
Change
voltar.
jungle would have been the
Mas
best, but I'm pretty sure the Vi
eles
was like
tomarem ali
R2,
no
R3.
meio,
Yeah.
pode ser que
Probably
simplesmente
Gwen.
eles tomem outscaling
My
e
guess is Gwen R1.
Pra mim,
Vi probably R2.
Você tá falando de scaling, a tendência é que a equipe
And
do
then
Fla não tenha
Jhin R3,
pelo
which
te-
feels
pelo-
really, really bad. I don't know why we do
eles
that.
não tenham o tempo pra
Then
escalar o suficiente pra composição
R4,
do
R5.
porque a equipe da
That's
Ryze,
my guess.
pô, com o que eles têm aqui com N, com Darius,
Wait, no.
com Varus pô, no nível
I think
6,
Corki got
7
picked
aí,
first
pra
as
eles
R4.
carretarem quem tiver
And then
na frente.
Alistair got picked
A
R5
gente
just to round
considerar
things
também
out.
o tempo desse
And for this
ganho, né,
side,
seja no primeiro objetivo,
probably in the
no
Fury
ganho,
B1,
nas vaciladas,
because
estão
she's
sendo
she's
bastante
she's highest priority right now.
A gente fica ali muito nesses
Or
detalhes,
no,
assim,
actually,
como as cross-maps,
Varus B1? Varus B1.
ocasiões, os dragões nascem e ficam mais
The Fury
esquecidos,
B2.
a primeira leva acaba sendo mais relevante.
And then Darius
São
B3.
essas minúcias que a gente tá tendo dentro do espaço da selva.
And
que
then,
fazem
yeah,
toda a
Ro and
diferença.
Annie
E aí a
B4,
gente
B5 doesn't
volta
matter.
pro checkmate, né? Nero contra Yamp, a gente tem ali
That's how I
do
suspect the
lado
draft
um
coming down.
jovem jogador, um outro mais experiente. Acho que será que o dedinho mais novo
Yeah.
vai valer a pena?
Ah, não sei, né, Anya? A gente já viu muitas coisas acontecendo aqui no
I think the Nico ban was probably unnecessary.
como um todo. É, o que
Or
eu
potentially the
vejo
Yone
uma
ban was
opção
unnecessary.
destacar pro time do Flamengo
Because
é o Yamp, que eu vejo que deve
if you
ser
give
um
Annie
bom
Yone,
nessa composição, né? Ele é um cara
I don't-
muito experiente. Quando a gente olha
The thing is, if you
pra
give Annie Yone, you could potentially
assim,
pick Gwen
ele-
Fury yourself, right? And just kind of overload
o Flamengo
OPs.
não tá tão bem coordenado
Um,
em momentos de luta,
But I do think
que ele vai
if
muito
I had
além,
that
e
the
quando
champion
ele
through,
não
I don't get this
consegue
Nico
fazer,
ban,
isso
Pryo. Like I don't think Nico's that
é
strong.
uma
I don't.
play que ela
I don't know what happened in
precisaria
scrims this week, but we saw a B1 Nico in the first series, and now we're seeing Nico ban coming through really early.
E aí o time precisa dar o follow-up. E o
So
Yamp é
obviously,
um
what
jogador
something must have
que tem a
happened.
maior
And Nico Varus, I understand, is a very annoying
Então,
lane to
eu
deal
vi
with.
isso dele fazendo
There's a
essa
lot of poke
pressão
power to come through,
e
but it's not
parece
unplayable
que
by any
ele
means. You
fica
could go like
comprar a briga,
Ezreal
ele
Karma
não
as
tem
an answer.
esse commit. Exato. E com isso, às vezes ele fica vendido e quando o seu campeão,
Nico
ele é um dos primeiros ou o
is
primeiro
the
a ser
best of the
eliminado,
rest. I think she does well into engage champion, sure. But like I said, enchanters are viable right now.
Eu sinto que esse é o
I
problema
actually think
do Flamengo,
enchanters are good.
eles ainda não acharam
And Nico
uma
actually
forma
struggles
de
against a lot of the
jogar
enchanters.
que
She has very low sustain and she's very
ele
squishy.
está
So if they
focando
can just
mais,
poke back,
direcionando
Nico
mais
loses
pra
out.
jogar com
Like,
os tanques ao invés
as Karma.
dos bruisers, né, que
It's
os
just
bruisers
not
são
garbage.
que mesmo, às vezes, você
I'm actually
entrando
wondering right now,
você
what is the win rate
tem
of...
aquela resistência a mais, você consegue aguentar um pouco mais de tempo pro resto do time chegar. E, pô, com
It
a
wins.
Vai, se
A win
você
rate.
não tiver muitos no balado no jogo,
See, still 100% win rate? I'm kidding.
isso
Obviously, that's not a good
não
stat.
chegar, não. Teu time
Uh,
morre antes do teu time chegar.
Nami has a 70% win rate. Nico's got 63. Nico's been played a lot among
Flávio,
enchanters.
quantas vai lutar
Armor
com você?
55.
Ele
Okay.
não tem muito controle de grupo, assim,
Milio
bate
50.
faca
Why is
com
Milio
bem
so
ali,
low?
se
What?
vocês, né, perceberem a
Janice
questão
at
da
50?
dele
No
de
shot.
controle de grupo, mas, assim, não é
Okay,
uma
that's
composição
really
de
weird that they have
monstro
such low win
jogador
rates.
que vai conseguir
Sus.
um burst muito
Sus.
rápido numa luta cedo. Então, assim, essa é a característica do time da Ryze. Eles
Well,
têm
no,
vários,
you-
campeões que conseguem ter
That's why I said Karma Ezreal,
tem a
right? Like
lane
Ezreal wasn't banned.
ofensiva,
So if they want to go like
consegue
Varus,
a multidão,
Varus Nico, you run Ezreal Karma.
não tendo controle de grupo, né? Mas a gente tem a Rel lá na rota inferior de controle
There's
de
also a
grupo,
little
tem
hyper carry known as Sivir, who I think is actually viable in this day and age.
Então acho que o balanço
Sim.
tá aí. Ela é aquela
Uh,
composição
I still think Sivir's a good pick.
na selva, você geralmente quer as lanes com
Maybe not into this, because again, Darius is the big problem. They needed to ban the Darius. And even if they get Nico, if you've got like the Gwen, that's fine. I think that's okay. Like, you can- I would happily trade that away. Yeah. I think you need to ban the Darius against Ryze. The nice side is, again, it's a best of 3, so potentially Flamengo could just look to give over the Darius game 1 and then never have to deal with it for the rest of the series. I just worry a little bit that we went with the Gwen. Okay, I don't care that they picked the Vi. It's kind of a waste of the Vi pick, but I also don't think Vi is worth it. So, but you are wasting the Gwen pick here and the Corki pick a little bit, and potentially the Jing pick. I think, yeah, I get that you don't like Jin, but I think Jin is viable and has value, but they're kind of, it just feels like they're wasting power picks on a game where you kind of gave over the best champion. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I believe Flamengo should be good enough to play through the draft disadvantage of giving it to Darius to Makes. But I have also seen Makes literally 1v5 against Pingy in the past. What value does Jin hold? He holds utility as well as high burst damage, especially against non-tanks. Lethality Jin is very, very strong, and we've seen that build become more common. I think this last week in LTA South, we're seeing the Ghostblade Jin come through. Oh, come on! We already had a first pause. I think they actually remade the game, and that's why like it took so long to get the pause out. And now we got another pause. Boo. Yeah, but Jin's just the early burst damage he has is unmatched by, I want to say any AD carry. I think Draven, Kalista, oh, what's the other one? Hail of Blades, Ferris, and Lucian are definitely up there, but I think in terms of just like straight bursts, the first shot of Jin hurts more faster. Like, yeah. Like Kalista, Lucian, Draven, they all have to play in like fairly short range of the, or I don't say it's short range, they're still range champions, but they have to like constantly stay in proximity. So if like this is the target, for example, if this is the target, like Draven, Kalista, all these AD carries have to stay like within this circle around the target, right? Like they have to stay in the radius to do the damage. Whereas the way Jin plays is he stays inside that radius for like 4 shots and then he leaves the radius for resets. So he's a little bit safer and his burst window is a bit shorter because he gets all his damage out in 4 shots. Whereas the others often it's like, okay, they have to stay a bit longer. Maybe Draven out damages Jin in short trades, but I feel like it's only really Draven, and if with the Jin, if you can literally just go in, do your 3rd and 4th shots. If it's like 2 shots or less, I think, and specifically the 4th shot, Jin might out damage Draven. I need to run the math on that, but that's the way it feels watching the games. So, yeah. And then Jin's Curtain Call holds a lot of value because it gives you very long range options to participate in the fight. So even if you're not faster on the rotate, you get to sit in lane longer, which matters a lot more in the early game. It also gives you engage options, potentially. Wave Clear is also another... okay, so I guess you're talking about Wave Clear because he doesn't build... If he builds the Yomu's Ghostblade, he doesn't go for the Static Shield build. Static Shiv build. Yeah, but even with the Dancing Grenade, you already have pretty decent Wave Clear. The old Static Shiv build just meant that you had Perma-Prio, right? Because between that and your Dancing Grenades and Deadly Flourish, which also if you can line them up in a line, contributes to that fast push. It just meant that like very few AD carries, if any, could really deal with you, and you could just kind of 1v2 and just hold waves with Static Shiv. Without it, your wave clear is still there. It's not terrible. Like you match up to the likes of Misfortune.
Isso é quase uma win nesse caso, né? Dada a composição.
É isso aí, eles largam os teclados falando, nosso a gente fez.
Meu trabalho aqui está feito.
E ó, eu digo mais, se o time do Flamengo talvez quiser simplesmente give out topside...
And again, that's why, as long as the other side doesn't have a true tank who builds armor, the lethality build actually scales pretty well too. And even his crit build scales really well if the other side doesn't have armor. If they have armor, then yeah, obviously not great. So it really comes down to conditional a lot of times of what you see on the other side, which is why I don't believe Jin should be blinded. I really only like Jin when you've seen like, I don't know, two or three champions, and ideally you want to see what their top laner is, right? Because the top lane is usually where you see the tanks come through. Or you've banned out the junglers and seen top, and then you're fine. Yeah, mandatory pause. I mean, Firefire wasn't on Sunday, we got to pause then too. No, Luna, I'm not going to let you brainwash me into blaming Firefire for this. Perman's been really busy, actually. Yeah, I think he said on GL about like some of the problems he's been having, which is why he doesn't have time to do stuff, so I feel really bad for him. 4y7? Technically only one of them's like a number. The other is spelt out. Ooh, interesting. Nero's invading right from the get-go. Okay, I don't know if this is... I've noticed a couple of games now. Yampi seems to get invaded level 1 a lot and pushed out. I don't know. Like, okay, a lot of times I feel like, yeah, he's got weaker sides, but I also feel like a lot of teams are looking to punish Yampi early. I mean, this time they had Makes reinforcing them, and Gwen is never going to be able to handle that. Vi can't handle level 1 Darius, so he had to back off, but yeah. It is a concerning trend that Yampi keeps getting zoned out or set behind early. Also, again, this happened a couple of times. Yampi wanted to start top side when his top lane matchup is like an unplayable matchup for Yups. Like, we can't be doing this. The last time they did it was Jace versus, I think it was a Cassante? I think? And it literally cost them the game because if it's an unplayable matchup, what do you want Yups to do, right? Like, you need to go back him up as a jungler. If you don't help him, he's just going to die. I don't know why Yampi keeps doing this. Like, bro, he's your literal bro. Yeah, I know he has 2 losing side lanes, which is why Yampi got invaded, but I'm just saying, like, it seems to happen an awful lot to Yampi. And if that's the case, like, I don't know, that's why I said I don't know if it's drafting or comms or what the deal is, but you need to make sure Yampi doesn't get, like, put in a dumpster every single, well, not every single game, but at least, like, once a series. That just feels bad, bro. And the Fury's level 1's not that strong either. Why does Blue have that top lane counter pick? Because of Gwen. That's why. Another pause. Holy crap. Okay. Oh, speaking of pauses, today, like, no matter what, I will watch all the games today because I have time. But tomorrow, I will only be watching the first series, which is the... What is tomorrow's series? Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, so tomorrow actually has really good games. I think Stella versus Flamengo should be one of the higher skill level games. Actually, no, wait, what am I saying? It's Flamengo. Never mind. I thought that was Los. My bad. Never mind. I take that back. Okay, that's fine. I mean, nameplate's on. This should be a good series, but realistically, right now, according to the standings, this will be very one-sided. I would like to watch this series personally. I do think it's kind of interesting, and like I said, I have been cheering for Flamengo, so it was bad. But yeah, I won't be able to watch it because I'm casting a game tomorrow evening, so I need time to go prep the game and everything. So I will only watch the Corinthians Dopamina game tomorrow, which has implications for standings. If Flamengo win today, or actually no, whether Rise or Flamengo win, both can potentially still make it if they win all their games. And Rise's games are Flamengo, Red, Dopamina, Los. Okay, Rise have a tough one. If Flamengo wins today, there's still a shot. So depending on who wins this game could be important. We'll see how it goes. And Corinthians is on a 3-game loss streak right now, so yeah, not ideal. Why does Blue Side have top lane counter pick? Top, when played right, it's the most important lane in the game. When played wrong, it's the worst role in the game. Only the top 0.05% top laners will have that impact. Yes, but that is... But Lunar, that's precisely why Blue Side got counter pick, right? Because Gwen is such a strong high prio top lane right now that getting her, even if you would lose the lane matchup, her mid-game power spike and her skilling, like her, how do I put this? Her skilling profile is too good. You know, at 1 item power spike, she starts to win most matchups. There are some top laners who will outskill her, but she will usually abuse them at 1 items. Oh, the brothers are dying. Oh, what? Okay, Nero screwed up. Nero screwed up. Nero screwed up. Nero screwed up. Nero was not supposed to die there. And if he didn't die there, Rise gets such a huge advantage because Mace would probably have double killed. Ooh, that's really, really bad. That's really bad. Yes. Okay, right. I see what you're saying, Luna. Yes. Right, yeah. I was being specific to just this game, but in general, you are correct. Yes, on blue side should be the one who picks up the Gwen, and there should be no counter pick for blue side. Okay, yes. Yep. Yes, you're correct. Sorry, I was talking about. I thought you were referring to just specifically this draft, and it happens in this draft because Makes has Darius in pocket, so he knows that if you pick Gwen, I pick Darius, and I win. So as long as it's not banned, then yeah, like Rise doesn't have to ban it because they know that they'll be able to get. And I think Yups's counter to Gwen might just be Aatrox actually. So they probably thought that we can give this over to blue side, and then we'll still have Aatrox in back pocket. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I do think there are Gwen counters though. I would like to see teams explore more targeted Gwen counters. Like I think Aatrox can kind of handle her a little bit. I think Darius is a great counter to her. I want to see the Jax matchup because I feel like Jax can counter her, but it's been kind of hit or miss with the Jaxes we've seen played into Gwen, and it feels like people are opting away from it. I don't know. That one's kind of. Yeah. Well, Jax is a skill matchup, but I feel like Jax so most skill matchups, like barring Fiora, it feels like most skill matchups usually have one side that kind of gets to decide how that matchup goes. Like you have to be skilled on Jax and be able to counter strike at the right time to nullify a lot of the damage and know like when your windows are. But it feels like it's more Jax favored, or not Jax favored, but like Jax dependent. You know what I mean? Like the Gwen. How does the Gwen outplay the Jax, right? Like for the Gwen side, it's more of like the stat check, and then maybe holding needlework for after counter strike goes down. But that's about it. Like I do agree, it's like a 50-50 matchup, and it is skill based, but I do think the agency of it lies with the Jax side of the matchup.
Na parte de cima, o Nero já se apresentando para tentar eliminar o Yups, sabendo que lá embaixo.
I guess maybe that's why it's the case, because even though the agency lies on Jax, the fact that's 50-50 means that Jax has a smaller margins of error in terms of what he can do to try and win that matchup. Like, yes, you can win it, but it's harder to win it. Maybe. The Gwen counters Vlad. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I think Vlad is a great counter pick. And I'm surprised we don't see more of it. I guess the laning is too rough for Vlad to... Yeah, and I guess that's what we're talking about when we talk about the scaling profile of Gwen, right? Things that outscale her tend to struggle against her in lane, and things that beat her in lane tend to struggle later on. But Gwen is safe enough that she rarely has unplayable matchups. By the way, how the hell did this happen? Why does Yups have a CS lead? After that super rough start, like, that's just illegal. Even with the assist that he got from Nero face planting into a wall, that should not happen.
Vai cobrir com visão dentro do território inimigo e aí eles cessam e param pouco mais do ritmo de jogo que o Nero poderia estar imprimindo.
Dare drop 2 ways to recall. Why would Makes do that? Okay. Well, Flamengo are in a great position right now. Oh, right, no TP. Okay. I forgot, yeah, he went the Ghost Flash, which we called for in draft, my bad. Ah, memory of a goldfish. Okay, that's fine. Then, yeah, it makes sense he's down and he'll probably just catch back up. We've already seen the CS gap kind of close. Okay. I am blind sometimes. Most of the time, to be fair. There we go. That's what we want to see. The brotherly bond, Yampy ganking Yups. That's precisely what the doctor ordered. I'm so sad Doc Respawn's team didn't make it into NACL. There'd be so many Doc jokes you could make since their coach or owner is an actual Doc.
lado de fora da Fog.
E aí,
As that shows my
muito dano
priorities.
por parte do Yups também, que utilizou a sua ultimate. Foram 2 ultis e um flash gasto pelo time do Fla, mas eles já ficam ali a uma eliminação das proezas de guerrilha e abrem um bom espaço na parte superior do mapa, que eu falei.
Okay,
agora há
we've
pouco,
seen
né, bem
nothing of the bot lane
avançadas,
so far.
então é
Ninja
interessante
Kiwi
pro Flamengo.
looks like he's
E olha,
down about a
tá com
wave.
1.300 de vantagem nesses 10
Not a big
minutos.
deal, really.
E aí, esse
He's going the
Dawson
Thaudi
pra-
build as well,
que
which I think is the
foi
right call.
pego como resposta pra Gwen, pra
Pilot
dominar
doing
a
pilot
Gwen,
things. Actually, that's
tá
not too bad.
sendo
The pilot,
um
the Corki Annie matchup is kind of bad for
porque
Corki,
o Neo
so
tá meio que preso no topside,
he's
ele
doing
tá
pretty
o
well.
tempo inteiro tentando habilitar o Makes
I'm-
e capacitar o Makes.
Well,
E aí
I should
o
say
Makes
I'm
tá
not
sendo
surprised
pior
necessarily,
atrás do
but I
Yups.
do think Annie is a viable pick in competitive. I wish we saw more of her, especially for mid laners who mechanics aren't terribly good. I feel like Annie is a great pick for those sort of players. She's pretty straightforward, but her damage numbers are pretty well tuned, I'd say.
Na parte superior, a Gwen tá lá embaixo e a Ryze com superioridade numérica, ao que tudo indica vai conseguir ficar com as 3 largas.
Não vai ter muito como brigar, sendo somente um suporte, um mid laner. Temos aqui Nero,
Ninja Kiwi has no
Zaku,
prio mid.
e o Mace já se apresentando para levar esses objetivos. Porém, em outra
Or not
ponta,
say no
tem
prio,
Yami
but he
querendo
opted for the
sair
wrong
com
side, so he
algum
can't cut
benefício,
across.
querendo levar algum dos campos que estão inabilitados
Probably was the wrong
a
term for that.
favor. Na verdade, ele pode levar essa N de
É dive.
brinde.
O Jin tá aqui do lado, tá?
Mais arriscado, tá?
Não
Oh.
é tão arriscado não.
There we go. That's your value of Jin right here, Lunar.
Agora com seu ponto cruz pra cima, o Tiber está vivo, mas o problema é que chegou também o Pai.
I say as Yampi dies on the dive and Pilot
Yami.
is running for the hills and melting to freaking Timbers.
Eu esqueci que o
Arriscado.
Tibers fica pistola depois que a N cai.
Yeah, but that's the idea, right? Like you're basically almost in mid lane and you can kind of assist in ganks on either side.
Leva o dele, pelo menos.
yeah.
Era uma
The
N
idea was
contra
good. The idea
zero,
was good. The
Flash
execution was a little bit
tinha
flawed,
conseguido
unfortunately.
resultado.
And
Então,
Annie played that
poderia
really,
ter
really
mais
well with the
controle
flash
de
Timbers.
campo e mini burst ali do Tibers. Então por isso que eu falei, eu acho um pouco arriscado. 3 jogadores contribuindo com dano, beleza, era bem possível o dive, mas ainda assim, né? Esse risco foi muito bem cobrado porque
Oh yeah,
ainda
Riftmaker
levou
already
sua
completed for
eliminação,
Yups. Let's go.
E olha, o Makes vai se formando aí um clima terrível.
Eu ia falar, eu achava, ô Lágoras,
Well,
que o
this is
Gwen
interesting.
tava
I didn't expect Gwen to actually complete item first.
a tancar
But Yups is doing pretty well for himself and
ótimo, né? Não foi a melhor
makes
das possibilidades.
No mais,
Makes
agora
is not having a good time of it,
o Makes
oddly enough.
acabou de voltar o feitiço de invocador dele, ele se colocou ali numa
Yeah.
situação de bico pela selva
I
do
mean,
jogo,
it
tentou
shouldn't be
comprar
such a big
o
issue.
skill, mas pra voltar pra sua
Even if he can't recall, he's supposed to be winning out the lane. pretty handily. I guess, It comes down to the way Nero's playing this matchup right now. Because they're not abusing the Gwen hard enough, so Yups is getting to play around his recall timings. And if he gets to choose when to recall, he'll get the advantage with just the TPs, I guess.
Quer dizer, essa bonequinha aí tá com uma tesoura
So where is Nero? Becomes the $1 million question.
levando 3 barricadas.
He got them grubs and he got them dragon. Is that worth setting Darius behind? Honestly, I personally don't think so.
Pensando nesse scaling do time.
I think if you have a Darius, you need to abuse the Darius matchup.
Quantas lâminas tem o machado?
Só uma.
Quantas tem uma tesoura?
2 até a ponta.
Então,
Yeah.
pronto.
Tá bom.
And that's fine. I'm not expecting them to cover the bot lane, right?
Se você tiver dúvida de como funciona essa matchup, acabamos de responder. No mais, a gente terá uma alma
Like, I just feel like when you've got a winning... It's the same as like when I see a Kalista lane. I hate it when teams don't play for the Kalista lane. It's like, you have a lane that's designed to win early and get a massive lead. You need to play for it. Darius is a champion at that. Kalista is a champion at that.
É mais uma
But-
vantagenzinha
Yeah.
aí. Nisso, é o objetivo neutro
Oh.
pra
And I get that,
cada
like, Nero's
lado.
probably just trying to catch up on his
São
own.
5 larvas por uma,
Ma-
então são 2 objetivos, na real, que a equipe da
Which is a whole
Riot
different issue. I guess too many carries.
Só
The Fury and Darius both want their gold. Varus literally can't help donate his gold. So, yeah. I didn't see that in draft, but maybe that's also a downside of this draft, which I just didn't think about, didn't notice. And it wouldn't have been an issue if they didn't die early.
A gente viu que o Yups
Yeah.
conseguiu levar 3 barricadas, então é um ouro bem legal pra esse início de fase de rotas da Gwen. Então assim, se eles continuarem com esse foco legal no top,
Man.
aproveitando aí falta de flash, por exemplo, do Makes, que não tem, né?
Pô, ele não devia ter gasto. Ele não devia ter
Too many pauses in this
Nossa,
game.
flash.
We've already had
Quer
3
dizer,
pauses
né, gasto
already.
ele tinha que ter gasto, senão ele ia ser
Isso.
eliminado. Mas de fato, né, ele poderia ter jogado de uma forma um pouco diferente e aí ter evitado se colocar naquela situação.
A situação já tá ruim, ele tá se botando numa situação em que ele tem que gastar o flash ainda, que é complicado.
Yeah,
né?
Flamengo in a very,
Mas
very
eu não
comfortable
tinha
position.
visão,
I think
né,
they'll
pra
be
fazer o caminho mais longo,
more than
pra
happy with
forçar
how
o
this game is
adversário
going so
tentar
far.
colocar em segurança. É aquela coisa, dadas as circunstâncias, ele fez o que podia pra não ser eliminado, mas ele pode, muito provavelmente será cobrado no futuro. A gente tá vendo essa presença dessa vai. Não precisa de setup, ele vai de saque enterrado na boca dos caras mesmo, e é isso aí.
Cara, é uma das maiores fraquezas do Darius é o fato de que ele empurra muito a lane e ele, se ele não tiver os feitiços pra se defender, pô, fica mole.
É.
E na
Ele
real,
não tem mobilidade.
são duas coisas. Se ele não tá forte e se ele não tem os feitiços de mobilidade,
Okay,
ele é só
at least
uma
we're back
bolsinha
in.
de ouro com machado
É.
na parte de cima do mapa.
Fica muito difícil. Apesar, olha o tanto de ouro de barricadas que o time do Fla conseguiu
Did we miss anything?
nesse
E
nesse
Wow.
jogo.
Gwen, ó.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that Youp's got 2 or 3 plates on the top side, 3
É
plates, I think,
aquilo, né?
but
Vai
wow.
fortalecendo a Gwen e olha o time da Riot.
okay, Zai's here to try and at least help out this lane. I don't know if it's gonna work though.
Ok, já estão se movimentando. A falta de visão, né?
Yeah.
Que eu acabei de pontuar a respeito do lado da Riot.
Yeah, this
Dessa vez
this
posicionado, eles
lead that
triangularam
Youp's got early is
por cima,
really, really, really
uma
growing.
situação desfavorável. No mais, os atiradores estão
Like every time we look up top, he hits first item spike first. So he hit level 6 first, then he hit first item power spike first, and now he's got tier 2 boots first. And boots matters a lot because if he's got tier 2 boots to tier 1s from Makes, Makes can only find the engage he wants by Burning Ghost. And sure, the cooldown's a lot shorter than Flash, but it's not long, so.
Pegou um abate e é isso aí. E vai farmando legal também, vai ficando ligeiramente na frente. A parada toda é... Opa! Ah, beleza.
Corrente da corrupção, gasto ali de purificar breve, só um susto.
Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Eu até imaginei que o time do Flamengo fosse conseguir levar aquela primeira torre ali da rota inferior com o Pilot, mas não. Chegada do N meio que cessa esse avanço do mid lane do time do Flamengo. E agora o Yups foi pego, mas revida com muito dano. E o Makes fica numa
Now they're sending 3 people for
Ele
Youps?
tá nível 11. O Makes ainda não conseguiu subir de nível. É praticamente um level inteiro de experiência a favor da bonequinha. E só com o ponto cruz.
Yeah.
Ele espantou o Makes e não deixou.
This is really compounding. He's going from bad to worse for Rise.
Assim, o Yups, ele fez essa boa compra de
The Ghost got burnt a little bit early and Makes took too much damage, so they don't actually have a way to engage on the Gwen. And now without TP, that's going to be first break. Really good for Flamengo, actually.
Aqui na rota inferior, eles querem essa primeira estrutura.
Caiu lá em cima, mas vai cair aqui
Yeah,
embaixo também, tá? A gente tem uma onda de minions
A lot of what I liked from the Rise draft hinged on the Darius being a major issue. So if Makes is not that big an issue, then yeah. I think Flamengo got this in the bag. It really sucks for Rise though,
Tudo que o
because
Flamengo
all the arguments I was making about how like, oh, Flamengo had like a slight draft disadvantage and they have power picks like the Gwen,
eles estão criando
is now kind of true for Rise, right? Like the Darius is a one-off thing, and now Flamengo don't have to ban the Darius anymore.
não deveria estar nem perto do que ele é nesse momento.
1.200 de
The
vantagem.
game's not over. We'll see if they can kind of come back in. Makes getting the Swifties is huge.
Dois solo laners vindo muito bem e vem agora o time do Flamengo.
Saque enterrada pra cima do Make, já tá completamente dizimado. Vai ter
And he's already dead.
Pega no meio do ponto cruz, abertura da aclamação. Injakiwi com seus primeiros segundos tiro agora. E o segurando muito do dano.
Yeah.
É neutralizado pela Cachorra. E o Momote agora vai ser o grande alvo. O boizinho poderia
Yeah, Pilot's struggling to get into this fight. Momochi's still alive. He has no flash though. That's really unfortunate for him.
Churrascaram o Momote agora. Quem
Okay.
tá de pé é o time da
Yeah,
Riot,
good fight from
fechando o
Rise.
cerco dentro do covil desse Arauto do Vale. Podem ir pro segundo tempo de fight.
Nero
mas
playing
são
this,
dois
Nefiri quite
atiradores
well.
que estão atingindo os seus adversários à distância.
Used the dodge very
No
effectively.
final das contas, a equipe da Rise conseguiu
Hey Orbital, games any better today?
E é de uma forma
More of what we expected, I think.
Aquele famoso precisar
The first series was a little bit one-sided, but that was expected. This second series is technically the bottom 2 teams, 9th and 10th place. It is not going as expected, but it is close. So better viewing, I guess. But yeah, it is taxing my limited brain, my poor little minion brain. But that's not unusual. I mean, tier 2, especially in Brazil, it's kind of fun because things don't go to expectations, but also, yeah. This game in particular is not really making sense so far. Also, we've had some long pauses. Am I okay? My voice sounds a bit rough. To be honest, I might be falling a little bit ill. Last week it was kind of like that too. It might also just be that. No, but last week it was on Wednesday that it started sounding kind of rough. And that was after casting like quite a few games. I don't know, we'll see how it goes.
Sim, tá. Mas ainda
Hmm.
assim a composição da Ryze
Yeah, we still have a best of 3 to cast tomorrow after streaming. I'm only going to stream the first series of co-stream the first series of CD tomorrow, so that I have time to prep for our game tomorrow, bro. So
E aí, eles perderam
Yeah.
metade da vantagem,
get that hot
né,
tea and
na
honey. Oh
rodada.
yeah,
Na casa de 2.500 foram pra 1.400.
drowning in it right now. Well, not so much honey. I'm just saying hot tea.
Recupera bem, e o time do
I'm scared if I drink too
Flamengo
much honey.
agora que ainda tem alguns de seus recursos,
It's just a lot of
fica
sugar.
com vai ficar com esse segundo dragão e o time da Ryze não vai conseguir fazer uma grande cobrança, né? Porque aquela torre do meio ainda vai resistir e a torre lá da rota superior sequer tá sendo alvejada.
Arauto do Vale sendo o alvo temporário aqui da equipe da Rise Gaming. Ele acaba dando uma resetada, volta pra sua casinha.
O cachorro
E,
tomou a cabeçada ali que eu vi.
rapaz,
Rise are just starting to topside again.
no mais, agora a gente
Ah,
acompanha
curtain
os
calls
jogos
available for
da
Ninja
partida.
Kiwi.
Essa torre do topo
Or no?
tá bambeando, prestes a cair, tal qual a do mid.
The animation's a little bit dark.
Dessa vez
Okay,
a favor do
this is
time da
completely
Rise,
uncontested.
e neles. Pode
The Mango are just
resetar,
letting them
pode dar
take this one.
cabeçada no cachorro. O Arauto
I wonder if they'll
vai
regret it. I feel like, oh,
E tem engage ali em cima, hein?
Vem pra cima já então contato, vai
Ok.
se fundo, sai com a sua ultimate, mas o Tibbers foi invocado, o Nero chegou também pra finalizar, vem com o chamado da
Yeah.
N,
This fight is so messy. It feels like Flamengo just pulled the trigger weirdly and then realized after, oops, they're actually on Herald and we don't have the numbers.
E no final
This is why I say the game is confusing. Like, Flamengo is making a lot of weird moves that I don't really understand. And another pause. I don't know what is going on here. This is what, our fifth pause that we're seeing? Yeah, there's a lot of pauses today. In this series in particular. The first series is fine. We didn't get many pauses there. Oh, bro, you have a secret honey stash sourced locally. Nice. I don't know, for me, I'm just worried that if I keep drinking honey, like honey is carbs too, and the rate I drink tea when I'm not feeling well, it's like, it's almost constant. Like I finished a massive cup, a mug, like a huge mug within the first 2 games. The first series was a 2-0, so yeah, I already finished that.
Acabou. Era o Darius da cinemática, né, meu querido
Yeah.
Cosmos? Magricelo.
So I'm just drinking the tea without the honey part, and we'll see how it kind of goes.
Do final da cinemática, né? O que acaba com o
Exatamente.
Trundle.
Exatamente. Tá ficando parrudaço e é pior do que isso, na real. Porque é a equipe do Fly entregando a vantagem que eles conquistaram e que eles conseguiram
just eat
fazer
less.
num ponto do jogo
No.
que eles não deveriam ter conseguido.
I live to
Parece
eat.
que
I don't
tá
eat to
tudo
live.
voltando pro
I enjoy my
certo,
food
né?
too
A equipe
much.
do Fla conseguiu a
Verdade.
vantagem quando não era pra
So,
conseguir,
yeah.
e a Rise tá contestando quando não eram pra conseguir contestar.
I want to
É,
eat,
o
and I have
fato
kind of good food for dinner too, so I
o
kind
Flamengo
of
tá
don't
jogando
want
de forma bem inteligente no
to cover my
jogo.
food.
Então,
Sim.
fugindo dessa
Yeah, it is, man.
Bate direto. Conseguiu
Ugh.
roubar uma larva ali no comecinho, depois fez um dragão, tipo, tava tudo indo muito
The
bem.
funny part is,
Cobraram
like,
a ausência de flash do Makes.
I exercise quite a bit already, but like,
I
I don't lose weight because whenever I exercise, I just end up eating. Like when I exercise more, I'm just like, oh, that means I can eat more. It's terrible. Speaking of which, when we go to Texas, do you know? Like you've been to Texas before, right? You've been to San Antonio. So yeah, I'm relying on you to tell me what's good in the area to eat.
Divisão do Flamengo. Nada divisão do Flamengo dentro do território inimigo ou no Rio.
Like I assume steaks are good. I don't know what else is good there. Oh, you've never been? Okay. Rip. One of the casters is from the area, no? I vaguely remember somebody saying that they were from the area. Yeah, okay, we'll have to hit them up when we get there about what's good to eat.
Esperar esse corque pegar o segundo item e aí com o corque no segundo item, aí a gente volta a tentar esse ritmo.
E é o time da Rise que começa a gostar do jogo.
Yeah, when I travel, I usually am willing to splurge a little bit more on food. Because you're only going to be in that area like once, maybe. Like I don't see myself really going back to San Antonio unless there's some other gig that brings me there. You don't. No, bro, we're eating out. I'll treat you if we have to. I'll treat you.
Tudo bem que você reluziu tanto que você
But if I'm traveling all the way to Texas, I don't know when I'm ever going to be back in Texas except for gigs, so we eat good. Wow, no, really? Oh, wow, what is this dive? They're going hard on Annie there. Yeah, oof, this... I don't know, man. This dive is not strategically sound from Flamengo. It works out, but it's just such a hands Like they're literally saying, "Oh, we got hands and we're gonna throw them." Like that's it. It works out for them because Ninja Kiwi actually gets mid outer as well, and then you're trading inner for air. But like that's so brute force. I don't understand why Flamengo is playing this way. This is not the nice clean setups that we're used to seeing CBLOL from INTZ. This is really frustrating. Flamengo are winning this game currently. Their scaling is not bad either. I don't know who's gonna win, honestly. Like I feel like Makes is starting to catch up a little bit, so it's a little bit dicey for Flamengo. And all my earlier concerns are starting to come to fruition a little bit, despite the fact that Flamengo had such an early game. But my heart tells me Flamengo should still win. But my heart has told me that Flamengo should win for the last like 3-4 weeks, and they haven't. So we'll see how this goes. We're both down here. Wait, you were born in the US, right, Orbital? So you're like a naturalized. You're not naturalized. You're like American. Orbital cast Australian high school league. Alabama. Didn't you cast some O stuff, Orbital? I thought you cast O stuff too. Hey Ray, hello. Our biggest winner this week on the LTA South Fantasy League. You managed to even beat out Lunar. I think this is the first time Lunar did not top the weekly charts, actually. Actually, no, that's not true. Week 2 she didn't either, but still, rare achievement. Okay. Yeah, Flamengo just running hit first into the blender and just getting wiped. This is my concern. Yups can only do so much, man. Like, in these team fights, it is hard for Flamengo. Misses the piercing arrow, and then right clicks. Cost anything and anyone that pays you. That sounds kind of dicey. How was Cade versus Dopamina? Well, Ray, it was Dopamine game, unfortunately. They actually should have won game 1. They threw super hard. Holy crap. And then after that, Cade just started waking up after Dopamine threw, and then just somehow turned that game around. And then game 2 was very clean from Cade, though. They actually had a good early game, which is not something we've been seeing too much from the Academy squad. Yeah, the fact here that we went on the Darius as the primary engage target, like, why? Why are we doing this? And then he just gets to blend you for free, and he didn't even lose that much health. And then Nero just, yeah, I don't know, man. Flamengo, their decision making is very questionable right now. You got paid through crypto. Did you make money? Yeah, like Lunar says, dopamine flash. Actually, okay. I feel like that doesn't give out credit to Dopamina though. Like Dopamina had a very good early game in game 1, and they probably should have won that if they didn't hard throw it. So they used splash and at least gave a bit of a heart attack. It was paid out. I've never been paid in crypto, and I don't even know how that works. I looked at crypto before, but it's like getting paid out sounds complicated because you have to sell it to make money, right? So yeah, I don't intend to. The extent of online payment for me is like PayPal. I mean, ideally I get paid into my bank account, but then yeah, when I first started, I didn't have a US bank account, so trying to get paid was a bit more complicated. Now I do, so yeah, it's best if I just get paid out to US bank account. Yeah. Yeah, we did. When I made my US bank account overall, that's when we talked about it. But I needed it for Riot Brazil specifically. I don't regret it though. It is better than PayPal. Okay. Zai is a secret agent. Oh yeah, 007. Hey. Suave. Yeah, Rise is having their own problems this game as well. They screwed up their early game kind of badly. Like, Makes actually ended up down in lane, which should be nigh illegal when you're playing Darius into a Gwen. Like, Gwen should just absolutely get blended. Darius should just dunk that lane right from the get-go. And Rise, even now, their macro is not particularly impressing me, but their team fights are good. Like their comp has a good team fight into what Flamengo have, or other way around, I guess. Flamengo has a bad team fight into what Rise chose. I really like the Darius remakes as per usual, and the Annie for Annie, I like a lot too. In these team fights, it's actually kind of hard for Flamengo, partially because of the Annie. Like Pilot and Ninja Kiwi struggle to actually get into the fights proper. Makes no sense.
Então, nesse momento o Flá tá fazendo certo. O Yamp tá meio que fazendo sombra pro Yups ali, ele tá.
Actually, I think I could put more makes in the same sentence. Makes me make no sense? No, not quite.
Aí a equipe do Flá pode começar a ameaçar o Baron, mas de novo eles não têm controle.
Okay, peace out, Orbital. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Annie for Annie. Yeah, I actually looked it up on Leaguepedia. I was like, was Annie known? Like, is his name from Annie? And Leaguepedia says no. It's just from his own nickname, Special Anyone. So not because of Annie. Though apparently at one point it was Special Annie, like as in Annie, like ANNIE. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen Annie actually play the Annie. I don't recall it. But it's not been meta for a long time, so. I think in 2022, 2023, there was a period where Annie made a resurgence for a bit, but I don't know. I think she's a good basic competitive champion.
Fecha a armaguarda, vem para zonas aí de terceiro item e pode ser ponto legal aí sim pro Flamengo pensar em comprar uma luta.
A equipe do Flá vai. Agora eles deram
They were crying used to play it.
Não puxaram o gatilho
Hated him, then became meta. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's point and click, right? It's really basic engage. It's really solid engage. The only problem is you rely very heavily on flash, but I actually don't see the problem with that. I feel like there's quite a few champions that rely on flash. And it is good secondary follow-up too, right? If you've already got engaged from, you know, Zai and Aikawa, yeah. I think it's great. It's a lot of burst damage too. If you don't have hands, Annie's a great champion. First, trust me, bro. I don't have hands. And I think Annie's good. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, you can see Annie just running through that fight and threatening Ninja Kiwi. If it was a little bit closer, yeah. That's why I said this comp. Like, you're playing in range of Annie and Tibbers. It's a tough one. Holy crap! Another pause. Are we gonna get a pause after every single fight? It genuinely feels like we're kind of there. This game. We got pauses before this game even started. I think they remade the lobby the first time. And then, yeah, man. But yeah, I'll pull up the draft actually for you, Ray, so you can take a look. This is not in order, by the way. This is roll order because they just showed us this. I didn't see the pick order. But our guess, I think we were guessing that it was like B1, R1, R2, B2, B3, what do we think here? R3, R4, R5, and this is B4 and B5 doesn't matter, right? Like same time. I think this is what we think they order meant. Yeah, Zai with the pike banner. I don't understand this Nico prio. We saw it a little bit. The first series we saw Nico first picked. B1. I don't think it's worthy. I know Luna was explaining that, yeah, it's just the best of the rest. Like, it's a good support that can play into engage supports, but... Yeah, but there are lots of things that are broken in LPL, like Fiora, which don't necessarily translate to other regions as well. And even if you want to pick a Nico, you need to have the right comp to go with it, right? And I don't think CD usually plays those sort of like... Oh, they don't play it right. At least the B1 Nico didn't look good. I'll put it that way. Gwen Vi, yeah, it's a good one too. But Luna raised a great point, which is in the first place, why is Red Side getting Gwen, right? Like, yeah, maybe they went for the Neferi instead, but I don't know. Ooh, we come back in. But yeah, I was making the point that I don't think you should be giving Makes Darius in the first place. Like, let the Necro through ban the Darius. Darius is the worst thing you can give the Makes. Makes literally 1v5 against Pain on it. And Pain is a very, very good team. I'm sorry, INTZ does not match up to Pain.
voltando em alguns segundos, mas nem vai ser o suficiente para contestar. O Barão já está no
Remember when
chão,
RMC thought
vindo o time
Flamengo
da
was good? I
Rise,
still think
com
Flamengo
ponto
should be
de
good, Lunar.
alma
Should
e
be.
aquela
Being the
vantagem que
keyword.
era do Flamengo. Cara, esse
I just feel like they've
momento
mentally
pra
kind
ele
of boomed a little bit,
agora,
like as this goes
Colossus,
on.
que era o momento do
Like the
Fla
macro from
estar
them
à
is not
frente.
impressing me.
É o time da Rise
And
que
that's
volta
where I
jogando.
expect them to dominate is macro. Even heck, micro, I still expect them. Like their micro is not terrible this game necessarily. I think a lot of the issue is their draft. Like look at Pilot gapping in CS. Like Pilot still got Pilot hands. Ninja Kiwi gapping as well, which is actually kind of impressive. Topside, it's not a huge gap, but Yups is kind of doing well still.
Porque se alguém vai fazer a entrada como
I thought
time
like
da Rise,
Yups
né,
did
que é o momento de
basically
agora,
pulled a
tá
miracle in the
ele.
laning phase.
Viral pra cima dos adversários, entrada pra cima do Zai, segura muito do dano. O Pilot
Wow.
dispensa somente, então com os seus
Unbreakable
mísseis
does
fazendo
so much
defesa.
work.
Invocação do Tigres, veio o Cachorro adiante.
This is just a comp diff. Like it's so hard for them to play. They're trying.
A perseguição é simples.
Yeah, and you can see Annie solo single-handedly zoning out two carries because they're
A
squishies.
equipe da Rise ainda tem esse Baron, esse cerco.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Burst down 40 CS is actually really impressive for the Jhin.
Não sei se eles
And this isn't static shift Jhin either. Like this is the Ghostblade Jhin. So it's not like Ninja Kiwi just auto-farmed. Okay. Yeah, again, I think this...
É, o time do Fla tá
If you want to
tentando
be
cobrar,
charitable
mas
to Flamengo, you can say that,
consegue.
okay,
Apenas
they're
um
just getting the
Jhin
Darius out of the way, and once the Darius out of the way, they can win the other two games. If you're being charitable.
Aconteceu, né? O
I don't
momento
feel like
que
being
tomou
charitable
a
right now.
lentidão da chuva de flash
They should
do
not be
Varus
struggling this
e
much.
também, consegue aplicar essa lentidão, aí o Varus usa o sua ultimate, prende o Momoshi, e aí por mais que ele tenha sua ultimate, a gente viu que ele não dura muito tempo. A Rise comita, vai pra cima, todo mundo consegue várias eliminações. E aí, ó, o ouro vai disparando.
Maybe Yampy should have just built full
Vai
tank this
2.000
game.
de vantagem só
Like,
do
don't build the
Palmeiras.
pig tank, just build straight tank. I think that's your best bet, maybe. Like, you need to have a front line for Pilot and Ninja Kiwi. If not, it's unplayable. Momoshi's trying his best, but he's on a support budget, so... Oh, it's Yups having... Ooh, that's not good. If Yups is the one having connection issues. Okay, 3k gold down. Can Flamengo still win this? Kinda tough. It's Mountain Soul too. And they're already having problems getting kills. I think it's still winnable from Flamengo. Without Rise like making screw-ups, it's still winnable, but Flamengo need to find a pick. They probably got by because of Varus, but Yampy should just auto-lock Maokai and Sedge. Yeah. The funny thing is, I remember when Yampy pulled out a brand last year, I think it was Split 1. And then he did really well, but they ended up losing the game because the team just would not engage, and he had to like engage as a brand. It was so bad. That's why I kind of don't hate the vibe for Yampy, because at least the champion he can engage on, and the team can follow up. But yeah, I kind of agree, low-key agree. He needs to auto-lock Maokai and Sedge. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. As bad as it sounds, as bad as it feels, I low-key agree. Like, just pick your engage champions. Sedge, Maokai, Wukong, that's the other one. And Skarner. Those four. Technically, Vi should be one of those champions too, but I don't like Vi. I just don't think she's worth it or good enough. I know she's S tier. I personally don't think she's S tier. See, if Yampy just goes full tank here, then this works, right? Like, you just buy time for the team to find engages. But because he's squishy, he does more damage, but it doesn't matter. The damage is irrelevant. And then you die faster than apparently Zai dies. So... Oh. Wait, did they actually find Nero? No, they didn't. Okay. Yeah, what was I thinking? It's Nefiri. She just hops over the wall, of course. Lunar Flamengo can't play outside their laning phase. They call this the European playstyle. You can find people that can generate leads and close your eyes and hope it works. This Flamengo roster could have worked like 2021, but with all cookie cutter objectives and timers, Flamengo gets forced to fight. Fun enough, I actually... You're not wrong, Lunar, this year. But weirdly enough, like last year, I'd have said it was the opposite, where Flamengo wasn't winning their lanes and they were winning team fights. So... yeah, but currently in CD, yes. Unfortunately, that feels the playstyle. Like, win lane, win game, but they aren't winning lane, so they can't win game. Like, this fight is bad. Look at Pilot. What's he doing? Pilot is doing nothing. He can't get in the fight. And that's on Pilot. Like, I don't know why you're in that position in the first place. Did he get forced out of pit? No, right? He walked, yeah. Like, what is Pilot looking to do here? We're just playing behind the pit. Like, we're just shooting rockets? That's it? That's not where your damage is. And then this half the fight is a 3v5. It's a literal 3v5. Yampy is off in Narnia right now. Why did he base in the first place, actually? Did he just get chunked? Oh, he got killed. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's actually unplayable. Yeah. Mountain Soul on a team that's already ahead, who you're already struggling to kill, is just unplayable. Lunar wins again, I guess. Jin was a bad pick. I don't know. I still think Jin was fine, but the way Ninja Kiwi played it, I can't really defend it. Like, you got a CS lead, great, but you're not doing anything in team fights. You're 0-1 and 2. Damn it, Brazil. Why you always make Lunar look right? Actually, I can't even say that, because you're winning the LTA North side too, right, Lunar? In the LTA Fantasy. No. You're second down the North? Ah. Unfortunate. What is that now? 157 to 1? Well, if you're not going to be gracious about it, Lunar, no, not even close. I think I've been writing more about misfortune than you have. Maybe we should consider. Nah. No, Lunar is very smart. She is. She often does make a lot of sense when she's not trolling, like with some of her Jin takes and Ornn takes. Her Ornn takes are garbage. I mean, actually, what is INTZ Academy's record? Actually, I feel like INTZ's record might actually be like 2 and something. Oh no, that TP. Yups is so dead. Ay. What is with TPs this split? Like, I know that the change happened a while ago. I don't understand why people are still TPing into like literally unsalvageable positions. You can't even say that, like, oh, I didn't know how long it was going to take. It takes so long. The teleport change was at the start of split 1. He doesn't TP, the Corki dies, but he TPs and he dies, and I think that's worse. And there, I actually don't even know if his TP actually saved Pilot there. I think Pilot just got out from the rest of his team. Okay, that's it for game 1. This is gonna be Dunzos. Corki can't even wave clear though. His range is too short. His wave clear puts him in range of Annie. Okay. Absolutely brutal game. Holy. Actually, MVP is an interesting conversation this game. Who we think is MVP? I think Nero played really, really well. But Nero also screwed Makes this lane. So I wouldn't MVP Nero. I don't really feel like MVPing Makes either for this game. Like, I think he did a lot for the team fights, but the way his laning played out really hurts me being able to MVP him. Yampy? Yampy. Oh man. Yeah, Yampy. I don't want to blame Yampy, but I think Yampy had reasons why he caused his team to lose this game. And I think a lot of it was sort of the early game and how he pathed and where he actually looked at. But I don't think he was the main reason why they lost, to be fair. I think he had his fair share of things. It's got to be Aikawa, Zai, or Annie, right? Okay, probably not Annie. As much as I like the Annie pick, and I think Annie did a lot of work, I don't think it was MVP. So probably Aikawa or Zai. With an outside chance of Makes for me. But that's my personal thoughts. Let's see the damage numbers. Make should have some really high damage numbers. Because
assim,
he is, after all, Darius.
eu acho que o time da
Hello, Dark Knight. Oh, everybody's here today. Wait, Ray and Dark Knight are in at the same time.
Ele ser mais forte. Não conseguiu explorar o fato
Finally, we
de
have proof that they're not
mais
the same
forte,
person.
tendo dois teleportes contra Você poderia trabalhar melhor o split push.
I was joking last week, the week before, that you're all the same person. Because Ray always drops by earlier. And then after Ray leaves, Dark Knight shows up. True. Top 3 in chat.
De uma forma bem forte. Então, assim, faltou eles trabalharem
Actually, who's
por
at
vitória.
4th
Eles
right now? Is it?
souberam fazer isso no early game, mas eles
Aquilo que a gente tinha falado, ó. Foram 4
Got
brigas
Altitude
em
Fantasy here?
sequência
Yeah, there we
que a
go.
equipe do Flamengo perdeu. 4 brigas em sequência. E dessas 4, pelo menos 3
You're not a trader,
delas
but you don't pick
foi o Flamengo
LTA.
que começou.
faltou um pouco também de posicionamento nas fights. Eu acho
But you're still
que
top 2 right now,
eles
Dark
poderiam
Knight.
ter buscado um pouco mais
You're
de
second,
posicionamento,
actually.
viu muito pouco
Oh, I am
desse
4th. Never mind.
posicionamento
We have top 4.
deles. E assim,
I thought I dropped to 5th.
desesperado. É meio esquisito,
After this
porque
week.
quando a gente
Seos
olha pros nomes,
did not have a good week, so.
tem jogadores ali com uma certa experiência, né? O Yups é o mais experiente.
I don't pick LTA Northwest. I don't know what you're talking about, Lunar.
mas o
Okay.
Yups já jogou tier 1,
Seos is from the south, man.
também, o piloto também. Então, assim,
Seos is from the south.
por exemplo,
Doesn't count.
Vem aqui nessa fight, o seu Jingle morto, você ficar irritando o dragão.
And literally, I could not afford any support that wasn't going to int me in the south.
E olha isso.
Not Seos didn't do great, but at least he didn't int me either.
Pro Aikawa, talvez o N. Mas ainda assim, pra mim,
Seos ran it down against Dig in game 2.
não era pra ele estar aqui.
From what I can tell, I actually didn't watch the series yet, so I don't know what happened. I just heard that Battle Fox like inted, and then according to Lunar, apparently Fudge inted game 2. So
De fato,
I don't know.
parece que eles só sentiam que precisavam
Yeah,
fazer
I just remember like his
e como nada
his
tava
Nautilus, I think it was game 2 or
acontecendo,
whatever,
continuaram
like gave me
até
really bad points, like single digit
Nós
points.
pontuamos bem no draft,
So
que aconteceu
yeah, I picked Seos
no
Grandpa because I just didn't have options. I tried to pick the Pain roster, and I just didn't have enough money, so it was between I had to give somebody up, and I didn't want to give Wiser up, even though he didn't score me that many points. I didn't want to give Titan up,
O que faltou? Olha a quantidade
and I didn't want to give Karaoke up, and giving up Roamer wouldn't have gotten me Curry. So
dava pra ter explorado um pouco mais essa
Yeah.
força da Gwen, dava pra ter jogado ao redor dela, mas o Fla optou por não fazer uso.
At least I didn't pick Shinny. Oh yeah, I was thinking about Shinny, not gonna lie, but the Furia Loud match scared me. Like that match, I didn't know where it was gonna go. Like I didn't know what sort of Loud would show up. So yeah. Grandpa really. Literally, you're not even trying with that. Really mold caster. I'm not even molding that hard in CD actually. Considering I like Flamengo and they lost, I'm not even molding, man. They kind of deserve to lose that game. So yeah. I mean, the fact that what's his face Makes managed to come back into that game after losing that lane is kind of illegal.
Vamos dar
So
uma olhadinha, mas daqui a pouquinho, porque agora a gente vai fazer um breve intervalo pra você aí dar
What's
aquela
a Shinny?
Estica, alonga essa coluna, toma uma aguinha e o circuito desafiante tá de volta já já.
I don't have a copy pass already for Shinny. I can't remember what random copy pass I did the other day. Like I just made up and I can't remember where I put it. Yeah. Wait, did they show damage charts and I just missed it? I think they did. Where's the damage chart? Oh, there we go.
Cabeça.
My bad. I got distracted and didn't see the damage charts. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think I'd give it to Aikawa Zai specifically. Zai had some good moments in the fight. It's just that it was hidden by everything else that was happening. Yeah, Aikawa Zai for me. Game 1. I'll kind of see how it goes. But yeah, Yups tried his damnedest. That's why I would rather see Pilot die than Yups die in that last pick. Like, even if you saved Pilot, I don't think it's worth it. And I understand you're saying he's wave clear, but I don't think he can effectively wave clear into a freaking Annie. He just gets bursted down every time. It's really tough. Tatu's a hard match for Shinny. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tatu's popping off, and I am here for it, man. I feel like the players who promote from CD have funnier profile pictures too when they do the MVP pictures. Yeah, pretty happy that Tatu is doing so well. I was also very happy that he didn't just int with Gigo. I had flashbacks on one of the dives to the Skarner game, or was it Skarner? No. Was it Sedge? Where he just flashed over the wall and then took turret shots and then proceeded to feed. Oh, super funny. Is Yampy gonna retire after falling so hard? I hope not. But let's put it this way: his performance this split does not lead me to believe that any team wants to pick him up. Right? If we're talking about good junglers so far, I think Sting is doing. Actually, no. I take that back. Sting is actually the big reason why Corinthians are losing. So no Sting, bad Sting. Sting should be good, but he's kind of not. Wiz definitely deserves to be higher. Aegis is what the? Why did my pen get so thick again? Wiz good. Steiner is okay. Is Steiner doing better than Yampy? Actually, wait, maybe not. The only jungler I think is better than Yampy, like a tier above Yampy right now in CD is actually only Wiz. Never mind. No, maybe, I don't know. I don't think Yampy needs to retire after this. I think he can still play in CD. If he wants to get into tier 1 though, we'll have to look how he's performing in Split 2. But in Split 1, I am not crazy impressed so far. Drake Hero also is not impressing me that much with Rats right now. Like, Drake Hero is Drake Hero. He's playing the same level that I think we saw in CB LoL, which is good for CD, really good for CD, but not probably good enough for LTA South yet. I was unimpressed with Doom. Always happened. He got his shot at LTA South, and I don't think he deserves to go up there right now. Sarolu's a bit too inconsistent for me. He's the other guy I'm keeping an eye out of. The other one who maybe is Mukio. As much as it surprises me to say this, Mukio might be better than Yampy. I need to see more games, to be sure. Never trust Gigo's call again. Nah, man. You gotta make your own judgment call when it comes to Gigo. Sometimes he's Gigot, and he had a Gigot performance this weekend, to be fair. Never trust Trajan. Why? What did Trajan do, Lunar? I actually think I trust Trajan. I think Trajan doesn't. I would argue that I think I troll more than Trajan does on my predictions. Like, I predicted a loud 2-0 this weekend. Because I wanted everything to be 2-0. Dark Knight, you're thinking forced to retire after nobody wants him? Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, I think he's still better than most of the CD junglers. So, I don't think people would force him to retire necessarily. And, like, I can see you picking up Yampy with a younger roster to give them more experience, you know? It depends on what's going on with the calls in game. If the lack of strategy is because of Yampy, then maybe. But I don't think so. Given from what I have heard of Yampy, I think he's a rather intelligent fellow. So I'm assuming a lot of the things that are happening in game is more like the team doesn't want to do anything. Yeah, they just want to play for their power spikes or whatever, and they're not making moves. I don't know. Hard to say. Ray, I don't know if you can still play there. Yeah, exactly. Like, Ray and I were talking about how just like Yampy, just give him Sejuani, Maokai, Wukong, like engage champions, Skarner, and then don't worry about it. When you put in things like Brand or Vi or Nafiri, then you have problems. But that's more of a function of his team. So, yeah, you know, maybe I want to see Yampy on a different team. Let's put it that way. Because Pilot and Ninja Kiwi feel too passive for me. Like, don't get me wrong, they're good carries, but the meta right now does not let you sit back for 30 minutes, right? Like, that was 2022 meta. 2023, you need to be a bit more active, and I feel like Pilot and Ninja Kiwi don't move. And then the Yups Yampy, I kind of don't like their dynamic together. Like, I feel like Yampy screws Yups way too often for me to like. So, yeah. Loud Yampy. I don't know. I feel like after this split, Loud should just blow up the roster and rebuild from scratch. Like, I think as long as you've got Robo Tinones together, that roster will never be a rebuild roster, you know? Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if you guys know anything about this. Lunar kept asking last week about, or the week before, about rumors about Robo retiring. Or Robo benching himself. Did y'all hear anything about that? Like, I did not hear anything about that, so... And Luna, for that matter, where did you hear about anything about Robo being like self-benching? Yeah, you guys didn't hear anything? Okay, so okay, like back channels as in like Brazilian back channels, or like just Like, or NA back channels. Because if it's NA back channels, I don't hold much stock in it. But if it's BR back channels, then I don't know. Some people have been fairly accurate so far, like Nitas and Rotana. Right now, you'd only keep Robo, to be honest. Sure, yeah. I think Tinones has unfortunately fallen off. I still think Tinones is like the benchmark mid laner of the region. Like, you need to be this tall to ride. But I don't think he's the best mid laner in the region anymore by a long shot, actually. The last year and a half, he hasn't really performed. The AD carry meta was very unkind to him in the mid lane, the AD meta. But even now, like, I think Fu has been performing better than him. Obviously, Cody, I mean, Cody's been picking up again and looking at the #1 mid laner in the region. Tuts has leveled up a lot and is actually beating Tinones. Romer is a bit of a question mark. I'm not sold on Romer yet. I think he had a good week this last weekend, but I need to see him more consistent first. He did have a wonderful Jace game, and he had a good Zerath match as well last week. Kissy's doing better than Tinones. Miryu's better than Tinones. Yeah, literally the only mid laner I think is worse than Tinones definitively right now is Mago. And that's because Mago is brand new. Like, he needs to grow first, right? I'm not going to compare Mago to Tinones. Yeah. He's kind of fallen off quite a bit. Rumors from someone who has like an 85% accuracy on these things. Okay. I really hope he doesn't self-bench himself. Yeah. But if he does, then I think Loud just needs to blow up the entire roster and rebuild from scratch. Because they don't have root. Yeah. But Loud's success is literally just from this Robo Tinones roster with root, right? Like, well, technically they started with Brunsey, but you know, yeah, it was like a ready-to-go roster for the most part. Corki, not really. I mean, his auto attacks matter a lot too, and I think it's more about like, and his damage is more consistent than most mages. I don't know. Furious exposed Loud. Yeah, I agree. Like, I remember when I was casting on Sunday, I was like, oh wow, we're just triple banning Tinones every game, and he actually doesn't have champions left to play. He looks markedly worse on, like, off of, oh, what are his champions again? Crap. Wait, hold on. Open up my Google Drive. Hold on. What's his list of champions? LTA, yeah, there we go. Yeah, when Tinones is off, Azir, Ahri, Ryze, and Talia. Actually, the Ryze less so. When he's off Azir, Ahri, Talia, I feel like Tinones is just not. Like, his shampoo feels really, really bad this split. I don't know why. I know, used to joke, like, they just have to ban Xayah against Loud. Olaf, Azir, Jax. Yeah, and during their peak, it was kind of true. Like, it's so hard to ban them out because Robo could just play anything. Root can just play anything. And Tinones could play anything back in the day. Yeah, but now, I think Root's still really strong. He's fine. But I never thought Root was the best AD carry in the region, is the problem. Like, I think he's the most consistent AD carry in the region, but I thought B-Boy was better in the day. I thought Titan was better. I think Brunsey is better. There's a case to be made that IU might be better. I'm not sold on IU as high, personally, because I feel like, look, I get that he's really good in solo queue, but at least in CBLOL, I've not seen like the phenom IUZ, you know? So it's like, look, I'm willing to agree he's good. I'm not willing to, you know, but yeah, the proof is in the pudding. I need to see it to believe it. Yes, please, lock Wukong or Maokai. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yampy on an actual jungler that his team can play around. Oh, and Misfortune. Okay. You think Root is a great complementary piece, but he doesn't. Exactly, yeah. That's a good way to put it, Dark Knight. Yeah, I fully agree with that idea. Whereas, like, AD carries like Titan, like Brunsey, they literally, you can build a team around them. Even B-Boy to a lesser extent, I think you can build a team around him. Nobody does, but I think you could.
Então,
Yeah, exactly. Root's gone. That's what I was saying. Like,
legal porque a Rel, né, que é
they might as well just build a team
que
up after that and
MF
just rebuild from scratch.
está mais disponível na série.
Why are
E
we?
agora vem pro
Why is
da Ryze
Makes just
exato.
blinding champions like this? I don't
Ele
understand.
já tem uma postura bem agressiva. Com o Darius, beleza, acabou sofrendo.
I mean, his Aatrox is not bad. I just don't understand why we're blinding it like
Por parte
this.
dos adversários, e o Atrox tá num momento muito contente, né?
I guess maybe it's a confidence vote that like we pick the Aatrox and we're daring you to pick Rumble.
Então, né?
Maybe that's the thinking. I mean, I don't hate the idea of that. I just think it's very confident, and you're kind of just saying that you don't have a counter to this. Is Yone on? Yone got banned. Okay,
E
yeah.
agora a equipe do Fla vem com o Ruei aí como
Because Makes, yes, that's true.
Já é o que também continua nessa sinergia legal com a MF.
Makes is probably the single most binary top laner in the entire,
Mais do que o Flamengo tá propondo pra esse jogo do
like,
jogo passado.
in all of Brazil. Who? Okay, that's not true. In all of tier 1, tier 2 Brazil, Makes is the most binary guy. Like, he will either carry or he will just absolutely utterly feed. And that's why I prefer him to get counter pick if he's not just blinding Darius. Oh, we are. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that makes sense. Okay. I don't hate Hui. Hui is fine here. Not true. Who's more binary than him? Because as much as I joked about Gigod, Gigon, and it's Rob's Day and it's Hobo, I think both of them are more consistent than Makes. Like, if Makes was still in the league, I wouldn't have made that joke. But
Pensando se não como é que entra
we're looking for support and top here. Whoa, whoops.
Ele vai perder muito pra side pra frente, mas ele complementa.
And the other side, we're looking for bot lane.
Seria interessante, assim, de certa forma.
I don't think Kelsis needs to be banned. Do we just go Ash Brom here?
Mas é uma MF.
Actually, no. We want something with Leona,
Acha
actually.
pra lado a defesa, a MF
Oh, no. Ash Brom works, actually, against Misfortune. Ash Brom would be great here.
E aí é saber também o que o time da Ryze pode oferecer.
Makes it not even a 50-50. He's like an
conseguir
80-20.
chegar na
Like,
MF.
80 good or 80 bad? Because I think in CD, Makes generally flips. Actually, that's not even true, no.
Tem ângulo.
Tá.
Mas eu confesso que gosto muito mais nas mãos do Ian.
Clearly, the more binary is RMC's fantasy. No, my fantasy is 80-20. Okay, my fantasy is actually genuinely 80-20. Because the way I do it is I pick, like, the pain bets are usually the safe bets. And then I usually pick one guy who I think is going to be kind of coin flip. And I just kind of bet on that. And I usually lose my gambles, to be fair, so. But it's fun, you know? I want to have that one player I'm not sure about because it's more fun. He goes for plays that mostly will go wrong, but if you outplay, it's GG. True. Yeah. Yeah, right, yeah.
Very hard.
Yep, there we go. Ash Bomb. Beautiful. Love that combo. Our top here was... Okay, yeah, no, I actually like it into the Aatrox. That's fine. And then you do pick primary engage from support role, which Rakan is great. Okay. Yeah, I like both your drops. Wait, let me try and screenshot this before it goes away. Because we actually finally have it in pick order, which we have not had today. Every single other drop was not in pick order, which makes me really, really, really sad. But now we get pick order. Okay. Yeah, I think the draft, with the exception of the Aatrox early pick, makes a lot of sense in general. And I think, okay, this comp is really nice and good team fighting. Only mid lane would be better if you could get something that actually team fights, like a Victor or something. But the Talia is fine. It's still really good. 4.5 out of 5. I like this comp a lot. Flamengo, on the other hand, I liked where it started. Like, I do think this is a good Misfortune setup composition. I actually like the fact that we went with Gnar, because you already have the Maokai and Rakan, so Gnar gets a lot of setup. It's a really nice comp for him. Hui gets counter, which is really nice. The big problem is, of course, you left the Braum up when this Misfortune, and now this becomes like a hard counter to your comp. So I'd probably have given this comp also a 4.5 on paper, but now I'm just going to give it a 4 out of 5. It's still a good composition, though. Really good comp from Flamengo. Very playable. Both comps are very, very playable. I think Rice has a slight advantage in the way they drafted. The Braum kind of counters a lot of what they want to do. Talia having the global is the other thing that I really like that cannot be matched by Flamengo. And makes me trust his Aatrox a little bit more than I otherwise would have. So solid drafting from both these teams. It'll come down to hands and macro. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Yups a bit to maybe be a bit of a difference maker. If he can get split push pressure on the Aatrox, then I think that will help Flamengo a lot. But okay.
O Rui também. Tá legal.
More like 820.
Eu prefiro
Why
jogar
8 and
com
92,
dessa
Luna?
vez
That's
a
oddly
composição que o
specific.
Flamengo faz.
Yeah, but if you look at my LT fantasy, it actually generally is usually 4-1 with one bad bet and 4 good bets. So 80-20. What about Sting Dark Knight? Sting has been inting. Sting is probably the reason why Corinthians have been losing their games. Sting is good. I actually like Sting. I think he's a good jungler, but I don't know what's been happening this last couple of weeks. He plays like he thinks he's, I don't know, I was gonna say Tatu or something. He thinks he can 1v5, you know? And then he keeps getting himself killed. And because of that, it keeps setting Corinthians further and further behind. So, yeah. Ray Flamengos is better, but good drafts. Okay, fair enough. What about Plummet? Plummet is old. Summit's been kind of meh. Like, I don't think he's been bad. He's better than Bertle, but yeah. You missed an umpty for somebody. Yeah, Yuji's going for... Actually, since somebody else here knows about the umpty thing, Ray, can you believe Lunar thinks Yuji is overrated? I can't believe that. Yuji's an absolute beast, and I will not hear that. I will not stand for the slander. Yuji is an absolute monster. You feel like Ryze is low damage? I think early game that's kind of true. Aatrox needs... Well, the thing is, Aatrox, if we can get the perfect like Q3... Oh, excuse me. I think once they hit like 2 items, Ryze will be fine in terms of damage. The comp is very Redondinia? What is Redondinia? Well-rounded. Ah, yes, yes. Yes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I agree with that, yeah. Ryze is a very solid composition all around. It does a little bit of everything. So, yeah. I mean, actually, Flamengo's comp is kind of good at everything too, right? Like, they're good at teamfight. They've got range with Hui. Nar technically wins that split push if you play it right. Though the margin of error is quite slim. If you get hit by any sort of CC by the Aatrox, then it gets kind of tough. The only thing they don't have is the global pressure from the Ashe to Leah, but they outrange in terms of poke with the Hui, so. I'm mute for a second to cough my lung out.
Basicamente é o Rui e o Maokai, né? É isso aí. O Rakan ajuda, mas
okay, there we go. MF and Nara are bad. Yeah, MF to me is the big concern with this composition. Like, again, it's a great composition for Misfortune. There's a lot of setup. I actually think this is... All 4 champions have good setup for Misfortune. So it's about as good as you get from your side of it. But yeah, into this composition, I think the MF is going to struggle for sure. The Gnar, though, I'm curious why you think Gnar is bad here, Dark Knight. Like, I'm not always a Gnar fan, but I actually think this is a really good situation for Gnar personally, because he's got set up from the Maokai and Ragan. Gnar takes too much IQ to play. Oh, you're doing Yips dirty, man. Ray, base Gnar enjoyer. I remember when I used to cast the LJL. Gnar, it felt like Gnar Renekton was the matchup they always played in the LGL, and it was like every angle is a good Gnar angle. Was like the LGL thinking. Evi dominated on the Gnar back in Japan in the LGL. I mean, he's back there now, but yeah. And if anything, it just made me feel like Gnar is not always a good thing. Watching everybody do that. Oh yeah, Parang had a good Gnar. Oh yeah. Man, oh, Parang had that 1v3 dive on Rumble. That was like, man, that play still lives rent-free in my head. Parang was like the Yordle Whisperer, man. His Rumble, his Gnar, his Kennen was so good. Oh wait, we're in game 2. Let me change the title here. What happened to Parang?
Dessa vez pode ser benéfico para eles pelo fator MF. Só que aí depende do outro lado do fator Brawl. Então é um
Where's the search bar?
planetas necessário.
Mas eu vou te dizer que não é só MF nesse jogo.
Where'd he go?
Eu acho que tem o Rui também, que é um fator legal.
Oh, he went to LA and then retired. Rest in pieces. He got enough money and he was washed. Was he washed though?
Então, pra você,
Known for his Jace. Oh yeah, his KR Jace.
Botando a mão aqui no bolso, aqui procurando. Cadê o meu?
perguntando já cadê o meu celular. Deixa eu ver quanto é que eu tenho de dinheiro. Eu também tô um pouco apreensiva.
Tô curioso.
Oh, wait.
Como é que foi
I kind of vaguely
a
remember this.
rosa do Leg Team, mas sempre há uma oportunidade pra
Is
você
that-
conquistar, ó. O Esporte Clube Fogueta Paulista
Nunca foi tão grande, né?
começou
Okay, wait.
a-
Where? How did he
a sua
finish? How did he
remontada.
finish this?
A sua
He finished
remontada
5th on.
começou.
Oh yeah, this.
Você não
This
tá
was
jogando
the.
ali.
This was the split where
Brincadeira, né? Tá de
Trajan got
brincadeira,
so
vai na
depressed
LTA Fãs.com,
that they got in and immediately, almost immediately got wiped out.
entra nas ligas,
2022.
com seus amigos, saber
Because this was the Wiz House roster,
E final
and
de
Trajan
semana,
was
quando
so
você
high on
vai
this
jogar
roster,
podcast,
and then after this,
só
Duds got
brincadeira.
kicked.
E aí, todo mundo criticando o time de todo
Actually, no, this was
mundo,
already after the
todo
Duds say it was
moleque fala,
divorce, right?
"Ih", e aí, assim, só esse tipo de coisa.
Menos da fogueta, né? Da fogueta a gente não.
Flamengo destroyed
Ah,
him.
não pode, não
né,
pode, né?
tadinha.
Não precisa chutar a
Oh
cabeça
yeah,
do outro,
this was a
não
tough
precisa.
roster.
Mas olha, eu acho que pra essa semana ela já vai estar com um patrimônio legal, né?
They
Eu
didn't do that
confesso
badly though,
que
actually.
tô ansiosa pra ver o que que ela vai
Then he went
mostrar
over to
pra gente,
LA and
né?
finished 8th in a split where there were only 8 teams, if I recall correctly.
Ela vai perguntar pro GST.
Yeah, there are only 8
Ela
teams,
só faz-
and they finished dead
só
last.
faz com a
Holy
ajuda
crap.
dos advogados dela, time.
Mas
That's
ela subiu
rough.
o quê? Ela subiu 3 posições essa semana.
Yeah.
Tá?
Nossa, não, pô. Ela
Saiu
estourou.
de 144 pra
Man.
141.
Ela nunca tinha passado de 50 pontos, ela fez 90.
You know, I think if they had Seos instead of Skuro, they might have done better. And not to say Skuro is a bad player, I think Skuro is actually fine as support. I thought that was the bigger problem. I just think that this roster, the issue was more shot calling, actually, than anything else. This roster on paper had so much potential.
Bora pro game,
God, I
então.
forced to think
Vamos
about it.
descobrir quais serão as preciosidades dentro de
Vidal
São
make-
Swift, afinal de
making his
contas,
team
a equipe
bark?
da Rise abriu 1-0 na série. O Flamengo precisa
I'm
sim
not sure what you mean by that.
Se não for agora, não vai ser hoje.
Like, making his team bark is a
Se não for
bad thing?
agora, já não vai ser na
Because I feel like in English, you know, like
campeonato, e
saying
aí
that the people bark,
o
it's like a good
circuitão que
thing, right?
parecia muito longo lá no começo, tá
Results wise, no,
as
but this was
vagas
the Flamengo full forward. Oh, on the
vão
inside. Okay,
acumular,
okay.
vão
Yeah.
passar
Oh,
só
Duds
6
used to bark.
times e perdendo aqui,
I don't get this whole barking thing, so
não ser o Flamengo.
É, e fica difícil a situação, vai
yeah,
se tornando aí imperativa essas vitórias.
I just think that's weird. I just think barking's weird.
Com apenas uma vitória no campeonato, eu já queria destacar que tem um Atrox.
I want his
aqui
teammates to
pra
bark too.
jogar
Oh, okay.
essa fase de rotas contra o NA. Acho interessante, acho que a árvore de dominação oferece algumas
I'm starting to see why Seos wanted a divorce.
repetindo, por exemplo, que ele ganhou
Oh,
com
Mamochi?
qualidade. Acho
This
legal
is such
porque-
cheese, man.
Ai, Momoshi congelado, atordoado com sucesso. Mas abraçou seu atirador, não sentiu perigo. Chegou o Ninja Kill.
This is like stuff that I see in bot games, co-op versus AI games, where you try and cut the AI between turrets.
Ainda tá esperando, né?
Like if Momochi and Ninja Kiwi walk together, what are you looking for there? I actually don't think you win that trade. Unleash the animals. Yeah, sure. It's like I could see Titan barking, for example, right? I don't know. I just find it weird personally. It's a personal thing. I'm not judging people who do it. If you want to do it, it makes you happy, that's fine. But I think making other people do it's kind of weird.
E 9 derrotas até aqui, continuou com 4 e o Fla foi pra 9ª derrota, tá 2 vitórias somente, 9 derrotas.
E olha, eu queria destacar mais uma vez as sentinelas iniciais do time da Riot.
Laning is actually going to be very important in this game because I think draft-wise, neither team has huge advantages, and I think the scaling is actually fairly even between the two teams. Like the power spikes are roughly in the same like 2-item power spikes, level 6 power spikes. So whoever gets an advantage in lane will probably get the advantage in the team fights, and that will probably just snowball. This is like old school Brazil style compositions where it's just like whoever wins the fight wins games, you know, and we'll just snowball from there.
Flash rapidinho, né? Foi flash curar do Zai, só o flash do Momochi. Então assim,
Bro, what was what?
pro Fla essa troca tá de bom tamanho, assim, começou legal pra eles, não investiram muito pouco. Flash do Rakan não vai fazer tanta falta agora, ele tem muita mobilidade.
Big
porque o
chunks.
Vini pegando fogo, hein?
É pedrada.
Is Q back up? Yeah.
Uma das 9 habilidades do outro,
Talia Q's cooldown is so short.
Esse controle à distância em
Kind of
relação
annoying
ao
because in any sort of extended
jogador,
trade, she gets at least 2 rounds off.
a movimentação do voleio que o N possui, né? Essa pedrada que ele lança pra frente. O Yups deu aquela seguradinha na wave e já desceu pra buscar visão. O Make já tá sendo alvejado. Ela
Ok.
tá um pouquinho utilizada, mas o eletrocutado
Yups.
tá chegando.
Oh
E o
my goodness.
Bravo não puxou de volta o nosso querido Narzinho.
É, o Yups utilizou
I want to say it looked like Yups kind of was playing that right, and then he got hit by everything, and I was like, okay, I'm just clenching now.
Então ele já sabe que a Sejuani tá aqui no top
Oh yeah, the
side.
Braum flash.
Já
Okay,
tem
yeah.
alguns pings também do time da Rise, identificando que o Yamp pode estar fazendo
Yeah, that
ali
was
a
kind of weird
engage
from
lá na
Zai.
parte de baixo.
For some odd reason, it happened, and my brain just kind of ignored it.
Ainda
Like, I can't even say anything because it didn't click. Hui auto wins laning phase in most games.
Acaba tomando esse bloqueio, mas chegou o Yamp pela rota central, o Nero também se apresenta, mas o
If
Yamp
Hui can trade in the minion wave, yes, but Talia is actually one of the hard matchups. Yappy.
É flash pra não perder a vida.
Yeah, this series has not been good for Yampy. I don't know, man. I like Yampy a lot as a person.
Saiu vivo, tá tranquilo.
Like, I've always been a bit of a Yampy apologist since his days on Liberty or Vorax Liberty, but
Basicamente não perdeu vida nenhuma.
jeez, this series is not good for him.
pouco estranho, né? O Yamp comprar esse tipo de jogada, acabou perdendo bastante vida, perde tempo também.
Well, he didn't die.
Já
That's the important
faz
thing.
o seu retorno aí.
It doesn't actually even slow him down
Quase
that much,
volta
so it's
pro
okay.
mundo gigante, então,
Oh man, Yampy can't do it anymore. Yeah.
o Maokai mascarado,
The thing too is like
a ver,
that play that happened mid, for example,
não vai
that
ser
wasn't even like
porque a Liandry,
bad hands,
traía com
was just kind of bad decision making.
ele já vai
Like he thought he could do more than he
pra
actually could,
talvez
and so he ate a whole bunch of
alguma coisa em
damage.
que ele possa ter
I mean, he had to go reinforce
possa
Pilot,
ser
to be
essa
fair, so
grande
I
linha
don't
de
know.
frente pro time do Flamengo.
Ah, it just feels really bad.
Beleza, beleza.
Pouco
beleza.
provável.
A fantasia, né?
I kind of can't be bothered trying to figure out exactly what a better play for him would have been in that situation.
Vamos ver o que mais que ele pode trazer. 5 minutos, agora sim já temos o
Hey,
primeiro dragão.
I explicitly said it wasn't bad hands, Ray.
Dragão do oceano. A gente não vê tantas movimentações.
We didn't have to explain why.
Já para esse objetivo, mas quem tem um pouco mais de visão aqui no Rio. Até agora era o Flamengo, porque tinha um aronguejo, mas ele já
No,
sabe dali, então.
Yeah, I was like, you can't have bad hands on Maokai. You could out the wrong way.
Ali no meio.
That's bad something though. Then.
Já então esse momento inicial, né, a gente vê os objetivos neutros sendo fechados. O quesito visão bastante equilibrado.
Okay,
seja
we're
no
lane swapping. I don't hate it.
também até mesmo dentro do covil do primeiro
Makes us
turno.
already starting to struggle against Yups a little bit. Range into melee. Melee into range, I guess. So, suffering down here is not the end of the world.
Pode ser um alvo fácil.
Maokai's your most played champ. Now it's a Mumu. Nice.
Nice.
I don't jungle. I hate jungling.
Já vai chegando, vem
Oh.
teleporte, inclusive, do Wilson pra segurar uma unidade de minion ainda de pé.
Okay.
Vem demolir e ainda tá segurando o momento.
We are trying to kill Mix before level 6.
Agora sim, vão iniciar.
I think the dive went sideways.
Flash pra trazer aquele drible, mas a divisão
Okay,
de
yeah, it
área
went sideways. Oh, Yappy! Okay, wait, hold on. Oh man, Yappy got hands. Oh man, Yappy got hands. That was a really nice twisted bounce. Just to drop aggro. Okay, we spoke too soon. Yampy heard us and took offense. I play Amumu when I have to jungle because I learned to jungle back in season 2 when Udyr and Amumu were junglers. But I hate jungling.
É, assim, eu até imaginei que o Flamengo pudesse aproveitar a movimentação e já fazer esse dragão.
4x4 is a Amumu main.
Mas não, já fizeram os resets.
What was that from Pilot, bro?
Tinha utilizado mesmo o seu
Did that the wrong way.
E aqui em cima, o Aikawa ficou
Yeah, oh
sozinho,
dear.
não
I still
conseguiu levar
actually
barricada,
don't know the name
mas
of his
a gente viu
stances,
que
the new
ele
stances.
ficou solo, pegou
I'm
um
bad.
pouco
I know what they
mais de
do,
XP,
I just don't know what they call it.
o XP dele tá um pouco,
Which is really bad as a caster, actually.
mais adiantado do que a do Ninja Kiwi, deve pegar o nível 6 primeiro, mas aí ele já tá ali
I missed the ult, run, stun, get the job
dessa vez
done.
contra o Yups e o time da Rise
Good dear, that was
desfaz o
simpler.
swap. O Makes tá
Back
indo
when you
pra
built
posição.
Leviathan on him. Leviathan was such a busted item on him.
Eu vou te ser sincero, Lagolas.
Green red and something
Pra
else.
mim, o Flamengo não tinha que ter
And Nivea
essa
Order and
posição
Turtle.
em cima, não, porque eles só abriram o mapa pra
Yeah.
fazer o
It used to be
dragão.
Tiger, Turtle, Bear, and
Não fez
Phoenix
muito
stance.
sentido porque o que você imagina? Você vai fazer esse tipo de jogada pra garantir um dive,
And now there's like,
mas
what, Boar
pra
stance or
tentar
something?
pegar um objetivo naquele
Ram
lado do
stance? I
mapa.
don't know.
Você guivou as vastilarvas, você pegou um abate, 2 barricadas e deixou o dragão de graça pro time da Rise, que agora já consegue 2 objetivos e um passo importante para as proezas de força.
Yeah.
Aqui embaixo, nível 6, já no
Rise gets both Grubs and Dragon
buscando já esse
after Flamengo get First Blood.
A flecha de cristal
That feels borderline criminal. I guess it's because it's pre-6, right? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh no, they took Grubs first, never mind. Lunar and I were discussing earlier about how if you go for Dragon to Grubs, Lunar thinks that you fall too far behind in experience, so most junglers won't do it.
Mas o Zai vai pegar
And
esse nível 6
I was saying I don't think it's that far behind. Like it sets you a bit behind, but I think the Grub experience and the Dragon experience makes you fairly competitive still, and it's not like on a level 6 either, so it's not like the end of the world. But yeah, until I actually see it, I don't know, and I'm not willing to like do the actual math and calculate it out. So yeah, so when I saw like, oh, Grubs and Dragon on the same team, but no, they did Grubs first and then Dragon, so it's not the early Dragon take. Shitty would never. Aegis would.
Vai tentando limpar essa onda de minions o mais rápido possível para evitar o perigo, né? A iminência desse dive. O tempo do nascimento do dragão ainda tá bem adiantado. Vai chegar.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of don't like the fact that Rise drafted a teamfight composition to go into Flamengo. Not because the draft is bad. The draft is good, but I'm just a little bit worried that I think Flamengo is still the better laning team between these two teams. And with the teamfight comp, like if both teams are throwing rock, then whoever has the bigger rock wins. And if both teams are teamfight comps, then like if Flamengo get a big enough lead early, then it goes from bad to worse for Rise. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too much about it. Oh, arrow being launched. Oh! Is this huge? Oh. 2-9. Okay, the idea was really nice from Rise. The idea was really nice.
Veio da base, né? A ideia era muito boa da equipe da Rise. Essa flecha pegou de uma forma excepcional pro Aikawa.
Yeah, right. Bigger rock wins. That's why Malphite is the best champion in the game, you know? Because he's the biggest rock. And ironically, though, I think there are a couple of lanes and angles you can pick Malphite in, which I wish we'd see more of Malphite.
Eles conseguiram uma boa eliminação. Abre espacinho legal para que eles possam fazer o domínio das larvas. O Yups já volta da base.
Yeah, Makes is now down 2 deaths. If this game is lost on Makes' Aatrox, I'm just gonna feel so vindicated that you should not be blinding the Aatrox. Like, they need to stop blinding for Makes. He's good, so give him the best possible matchup instead of like random hard matchups he has to play into. Okay. Oh, Pilot dodged out the Glacial Fissure. That's huge. Yeah, I think Rise just backs out. They burned too much on a miss at this point. Oh, Rise actually got one of the Grubs too, so not the end of the world. Yampi has ult, it's fine. Yeah, he's got out flash, he's perfectly fine. Rise needed to back off. Oh, they're all so low. If Ninja Q was actually there, that could have been really bad for Rise.
E olha, o time da Rise brincou agora aqui, viu? Porque eles foram pra cima, perceberam que o Yamp tava ali sozinho, tentaram fazer a cobrança e por pouco não saíram abatidos, porque todo mundo ali saiu com um pouquinho de vida, o Nero ainda gastou o seu flash, então foi uma jogada perigosa, o Flamengo gosta do jogo, 1.300 ali, 1.400 de vantagem nesses 12 minutos iniciais, os primeiros itens já vão saindo e agora são menos de 30 segundos pro próximo dragão.
Okay, push in. Yeah, Flamengo have firmly grasped the lead and advantage right now. They just lane better, and now the team clubs are going to do the same thing. For Rise to break this, I think it relies on Annie actually roaming out, helping side lanes. Like, I like what they did with the arrow to the top lane for Makes. They need to do more of that. Like, don't get dissuaded by the fact that enemy team was there and surprised and basically just ambushed you.
Aos 12 minutos, era a mesma coisa, só que era uma Gwen. Eu gostei do que a Rise propôs agora pra parte de cima.
Rise is just trading the dragon. It's fine. That's Flamengo's first dragon. If you can get first brick for it, kind of worth. I just don't know if they actually can get first brick for it.
Vai ser 3 barricadas, na real vão ser 4 barricadas ali.
Slow going.
Se bobear, pode até ser mais, porque tem mais onda de minions chegando, só que o Pilot e o Momoshi já estão aqui pra tentar fazer a defesa.
Tem que fazer essa defesa com rapidez, porque tá no limite da vida essa onda de minions sendo eliminada, mas no meio
the wave clear is a lot weaker than I thought it was. I think Pilot Emoji just needed to run straight there instead of trying to play cute in the bush. Like, I get that they're afraid of the Sejuani glacial prison, but yeah, taking too long is just worse. Lunar Flamengo, yeah, not. You don't know what's more surprising: Flamengo winning a game or Flamengo not throwing the game. I don't know. I don't think it's that surprising. Again, I think Flamengo, they should be winning the game.
Foi legal, acho que o time do Flamengo não acreditou que essa
Like, they
coisa
are
fosse
the
cair,
better
tava praticamente
nameplates.
de pé ainda, e ali, assim, não eram dois campeões que levavam
It
essa torre
is
com
more
muita
upsetting that they have only found one win so
vontade,
far, and it wasn't even a bad team. They beat Los Grandes.
Vai dar, vai dar.
I don't know what they did after that.
Tá aí, 746
No, Ray, don't
Só de barrigada
curse it.
da Ryze, que, olha, acaba voltando
Yeah, at least they'll make it to a game 3, right?
a diferença que tinha, o Flamengo acabou.
Eu ia falar, né? A gente tinha acabado de falar que era 1K pro Yups. Olha aí quanto é que tá.
Presentinho.
Muito
Flamengo
tempo já.
has been
Recuperando legal as
performing
postes do jogo na
terribly,
parte
but
de
I don't think they are inherently
Eu
terrible.
acho que isso é o que tá sendo muito favorável na equipe da Ryze, né? Essa tomada de decisão com consciência. Beleza, estamos atrás no Gold, vamos punir do outro lado do mapa, onde eles não vão ter tempo de resposta hábil. Seja na
I would
liderança do
be
duelo, seja ali no papel do
shocked
meio,
and
sabe?
horrified if they managed to throw game
Tá
2.
sendo muito bem jogado
I'm not
pela
saying they
equipe da
can't,
Ryze. 15
but-
minutos batendo no
Okay,
relógio,
and I don't. If they lose the game from this state, I don't consider that throwing. By the way, like, they have to have a 1.5k goal lead for more than 5 minutes for me to consider that a throw, or a 4k goal lead.
passado já foi vencer, calma aí.
Ai, Pilot, o que você tá fazendo aí, meu filho?
Oh.
Novamente conquistado, uma eliminação que vem de graça pro time da Ryze. Uma Moshi tenta
Damn,
fazer
that's
alguma
kinda
coisa,
rough.
mas
I thought he could get
é
out.
demais.
Deu nem tempo do Pilot flashar.
You can only judge what
Mas
you can
agora o
see,
Flamengo
and
uma
all you can
resposta
see is
na
right
parte
there.
de cima, hein? São 3 jogadores chegando. Makes
Lunar, are you
o
short-sighted by any chance?
Ele tem ult, né?
Pelado.
Okay, I feel that's gonna mean. We call that recency bias.
Só que o problema é que a noite já era. 3 contra 1, não vai ter muita fofoca. E é eliminado com direito à vitória.
Okay, good answer back on top side from Flamengo, but they're pushing in for inner right now.
Nos objetivos neutros.
Oof, that turret shot's actually really bad for Annie.
Cobrado agora porque tá chegando o Yups e tá chegando
Mega.
também o N.
Annie is so dead.
Chegando esse mega nar pra cima da Thalia, não vai ter muito espaço de contestação, atordoamento
Big
sendo
yikes.
conquistado alguns instantes, ele vai tentando sobreviver, mas o seu destino é
Tá do lado
certíssimo.
errado.
Pilot vai garantir essa eliminação, acaba não trazendo com a sua
Wait,
última
Annie-
não possui, e o N ganha muito
Por quê?
tempo. Mas
What?
não tinha como, Lágolas, tá louco?
Ah, bom.
Okay, Annie survived way longer than I thought he would.
Mais ali, e,
Um abraço.
e esse
That's kinda weird.
outro virava saudade.
É,
Okay.
de fato, o N ganhou um tempo
I-
legal ali, que eu até imaginei que ele fosse cair bem mais cedo.
You know what? After
Mas
Flamengo wins this
foi
game,
eliminado,
you can no longer say that they are craft.
cobrar bem e agora vai levar
Or
essa
this series, sorry, not this
pra
game.
volta
If they win the game but still lose the series, then no, you can still say they're crap, and I can't really argue with that.
Já era, mas o Fla vai conseguindo levar essa torre aqui da parte de
But
baixo.
if they win this series, they are no longer at the bottom.
Recuperar
So
um pouco o ritmo do jogo, já foram 2 T1, só que olha lá em cima, ó. Você tinha falado dos objetivos neutros.
Pode ser agora.
A equipe da Ryze já tá fazendo, mas o Arauto não vai resetar e o Fla não vai
I
brigar.
think Flamengo are playing much more comfortably, but Rise are still in it. They're still competitive.
Tensão no ar, aqui na
Ooh,
parte superior, a gente
that's
tem uma
nice.
movimentação Makes contra Yups,
Ooh.
Yups contra Makes, e com o Arauto no bolso do time
Does he have
da
ult?
Ryze, é
No, he does
proezas
not have
são
roll Ender.
conquistadas, botas
Okay.
triunfantes para os risotinhos.
A ultimate do Makes ainda não voltou, ele não tem essa informação, sabe que o seu time tá lá no mid, ele não tem informação de ninguém.
Yeah, I don't
a
think
não ser
Makes-
do Yups. Então
This
ele já
dive is kinda
pensa,
sketchy.
vai ali se
Yeah, okay, they're not doing it.
movimentando, vindo muito
Like, the
mais
World
gente
Ender's
pra
almost
perto
back
da
up.
sua
It is
base.
back up.
O Zai já aparece e o time do Fla desiste dessa tentativa de dive.
Naquele momento, né? Você olha pro mapa, não
É.
tem ninguém em nenhuma lane. Seu objetivo já foi feito. Onde é que os caras estão?
It's kind of weird because on one hand, I want to say that Flamengo needs to just play kind of slow and just don't throw the game. But the other hand, I actually don't think playing slow is necessarily better for them because Rise has Ashe. And I feel like with an Ashe on your team, the slower the enemy team plays, the better it is because you just throw out arrows and look for picks, right? So if they're not rushing you, you get to throw more arrows.
Colocando várias sentinelas e a Ryze lá na parte
Ooh.
de cima tentando pegar o Yups.
E não vai ser agora que
Ooh.
vai pegar, porque ele desvia da
He's just dodging everything by running away.
Flecha de cristal encantada
Yeah.
do Aikau.
Okay.
A flecha ele desviou sem ver essa flecha aí. Mas a Sejuani ele pulou, ativamente desviou.
E aqui a gente tem contato de suportes.
Just
né,
that
o
easy.
Moshi escapa da paralisação, né, dos golpes concussivos. E o dragão que mal nasceu já tá sendo alvejado.
The funny part is I don't think Yups actually saw those coming. Oh, he saw Nero. I don't think he saw the arrow coming.
Eles vêm pra levar essa torre
sozinho, gruntar. E no mais, o
Ooh.
Yups vai tentar essa chamada de avanço pra cima do
Afraid of
Ray,
flashes?
passou o seu
I think the one on
flash,
Yups is actually more valuable, but again, that's fine. That's why I like the Gnar here. Even if you don't have the flash, you can still make plays because Maokai and Rakan can set up for you. Ultra instinct kicked in. Yeah, that was coordinated, man.
Tá certo que não tem mais
the way they
grande objetivo no mapa no momento, só daqui a 4 minutos.
Yups' spider sense is tingling on all those
Mas ainda
plays.
assim, o N vai ter que jogar.
Where's Ultra Instinct from? Like, what anime?
Ele vai jogar ele pra uma side, pra uma lateral do mapa, e aí é o momento do
I'm not up to date on my anime,
isso.
but I've heard the term.
Momento ele vai
Is
dar
it introduced to Kaisen?
que
No.
não seja o mid, e o Flamengo tem que estar lá pra cobrar.
Oh, he did reset on Yups! Was it Dragon? Oh, New Dragon Ball. Okay. Oh, I've never watched that. Okay. Interesting. I actually don't know why I know the term then. I must have seen it in a meme somewhere then.
Por causa da sua composição, mas a gente viu que o time do Fla respondeu bem a várias coisas, conseguiu vários bons objetivos, só que a gente chega naquela parte crítica do jogo e Bobosh pode...
Oh, good catch. How did Flamengo let the vision? Oh, okay, because there's no objective there.
Nossa senhora!
Ooh. That's kind of painful to watch. Flamengo have happened. I was like, how did they let vision lapse? But they just didn't care because there was no objective on the bottom side. And then now they're just trying to walk into the area, maybe to set up vision on Atakan. I don't know, but yeah, good pick from Rise. I don't know if they can get anything else off of it. I think the best call for Rise here is just set up vision around Atakan.
De 1K essa vantagem.
É aquele ouro que a gente vê na frente, mas quando você olha o estado do mapa, você vê que parece que está muito mais favorável para o time da Rise, né? São eles que, na verdade, acabam colocando mais visão, eles que vão tentando criar mais jogadas. Dessa vez, eles conseguiram pegar o Mamute que estava ali tentando também pescar algum tipo de informação.
Now Rise got the pick, nothing else to follow up, and then Flamengo just walked down towards the setup for Atakan. Bishop prison down for another. It'll be a backup, I think, for any big engage. So yeah, it's just fighting for vision and setup.
Aqui disponível no Rift. Vamos ver se essas equipes vão querer forçar esse objetivo ou vão aguardar um pouquinho mais.
21 minutos. Atacan voraz aqui na parte inferior.
Oh wow, the arrows always miss. That's fine. It's a zoning arrow, I guess.
No bolso do Nero. Vamos pra mais agora com a chegada da rapidez. Vai encantando todo mundo no Momoshi. Teleporte chegando Nero. A utilização do desespero.
Without misfortune, Flamengo are struggling right now in the sustain fights. Without misfortune. Like, Yups wants to go Mega, but if he goes Mega, they don't have sustain damage at all. And I've seen enough Hui games when Dinkido was playing it to know that Hui can't carry a fight solo. It's a lot of burst damage, but yeah, pick after pick. Yeah, exactly, right? That's why I was saying, like, the game slowing down actually kind of favors Rise a little bit because they just keep finding opportunities to try and just throw out arrow, throw out glacial prison and try and make something happen. And even though Flamengo aren't throwing, it does feel like they're letting the advantage slide a little bit right now, you know? They played a good early game, but where's the mid game here?
Mas ó, vou ficar atentos aqui ao jogo. Em relação ao ouro global, o time do Flamengo continua à frente e vamos ficar de olho ao relógio.
Nero, 0 stack heart seal so far.
Para a chegada do próximo dragão. Pode ser ponto de alma para o Flamengo. E a gente vê que eles estão bem preocupados com essa região do mapa. Já deslocam vários jogadores, tentam pegar o Zai, só que ele consegue fugir dali.
It's kind of funny. It feels like this Atakan is just fight bait for both these teams. They keep walking to the Atakan and trying to like make something happen around there.
Vai colocar essa Miss Forte numa posição muito mais defensiva.
But this time Flamengo actually have full setup.
Tendo que se manter numa posição de backline mesmo, efetiva, sem poder ser pega. No mais, disputa de visão sendo garantida pelo Rio. É sentinela de um lado, é limpeza de pink do outro.
The ults are back up again. Facial, Prison, and Enchanted Crystal are both up. Pilot's TPing early. Ooh, Yups just went Mega. Or actually, went Mega and then now Mini again. This is the call to fight, yeah. Oh, there we go. There's the CC chain. They burned everything on a tank though. Ooh. Akawa's taking a lot of damage. Unbreakable didn't save him. This is kind of bad for Rise though. They blew everything, didn't get the kill, and Dragon just came up. So they just sacked Dragon and maybe Atakan too.
É, o time do Flamengo sai muito mais saudável dessa última
You say that. The
luta.
Shopify series, they threw so hard.
Infernal
I guess I haven't watched the series yet, so I don't know what happened on that, but
O time da Riot
that's depressing.
conseguiu bom engage pra cima do Yamp, mas Colossus, você já tinha cantado a pedra. O Yamp tem que estar de tanque.
Oh,
Ele
the patience for Flamengo paid out.
conseguiu sair correndo bem rápido por conta do ímpeto gradual. Nem
That's a
sequer
soul
levou
point on
flash,
Infernal
se
too,
manteve
which is
vivo,
nice.
E aí o time do Flamengo conseguiu devolver bastante dano.
Very
sair
nice
com
for
a
them.
vantagem pra ficar
I feel like they
no
might need it.
Ver como é que tá
As much as we, I can't remember. I think it was you, Ray, who were like, you're worried about the Rise damage. The damage didn't look that high. I'm looking at Flamengo and kind of thinking the same thing right now too, right? Because Ninja Kiwi's damage is a lot of it's loaded into the ultimate, and once that goes down,
Choke point.
his damage is kind of meh. And Yups is usually mega form for these fights, so he doesn't have the 80 damage to carry through fights either. So Infernal will be very, very good for them. It gives them that damage they need.
Vai vir o ultimate do Maokai já já. O atacante tá com
Oh.
pouquíssima vida.
Here we go. There's the Maokai special.
Agora a parede do N, vem pedrada pra cima do Momote. E o tá lá no meio da farofada toda.
They need to let it reset. Rise needs to let this reset. Oh, they leashed it.
O Momote não tem tanta vida. Ela foi um engage.
Oh, Glacial Fission missed. Aikawa was so dead. Rise screwed up. Rise did the big screw up.
A equipe do Fla retoma e garante o Atacam Voraz, garante a sua GA.
Na espera do momento.
Yeah, some
de
MF
entrada,
players
ele
walk for it.
achou
Yeah,
que
like
saía.
Titan.
Nem
Titan was a
entrou e já foi
beast
saindo pelo pitch do
on the
Dragon.
Misfortune. I think it was last
Fazendo
week.
uma fight muito
Yeah.
boa. E a equipe da Rise agora é que se complica no fim das
Oh.
contas.
A Rice se perdeu um pouco aqui, porque quando você tá lutando contra o
Yeah, I mean, this part was good, but they needed to basically let this reset because Yups went mega, so they can't kind of walk into this at this point.
e você fica muito mais vulnerável.
And then Aikawa, really unfortunate for Aikawa. Good full up from Yups.
Você tancar o
To just
Atlas
chase him
e
down and
mais
kill him.
habilidades do time
It's just that
adversário,
easy.
pô, não dá, né? Tem que abandonar o objetivo.
Yeah.
Tem que pensar
It's just more patient play from Flamengo this game. I feel like very measured play.
fazer o retake,
They know their strength and they're playing to it. Just incremental strengths. And for Rise, just small decisions which are really screwing them.
A flash agora paralisa o Momote, mas tem esse apoio dos seus aliados, tentam espalhar dano de volta pro time da Rise.
Yeah, Hempy's getting real tanky right now.
Da selva, vai ter uma destruição de torre.
Not all heroes wear capes. Some call themselves a pink bird and give away victories.
E é pra lá que eles vão.
É, aí o jogo
You know, Lunar, I appreciate the creativity.
fica legal se o Fla conseguir fazer isso.
If not the sentiment. They haven't thrown yet. They are now in territory where if they lose the game, I guess we can call it throwing. But they haven't thrown yet.
O Mega Nar carregadinho já.
Pra cima do Pilot, acaba encaixando o ultimate, vem Momote com o seu
Oh,
rapidez,
Momochi,
vai sendo
okay.
tirado da fight.
Ah, Voracious Atakan, how I hate you.
Belíssima chegada pra cruzar a parede.
Nice ultimate from Yups.
Agora Pilot vem com pedrada,
Really
mas
nice
agora
throw.
Ninja Kiwi na limpeza de double kill. N,
Okay.
Aikawa e também a última defesa que é o Nero, sendo fechado completamente.
Yeah, no, Flamengo are fine.
Vazados da fight.
The Voracious Atakan just makes this so annoying and hard to deal with. And then now they got the kills, they get to reset onto Baron.
Ele não tem mais o flash, ele não
And I
tem
don't
mais
think
o
Rise can
ultimate,
stop it. At
mas
best, you
tá
get
vindo
Nero
de
with like a hero
volta.
play, but he doesn't have flash, so I don't know how he's gonna get in there.
chegando pra ajudar nessa contenção do objetivo. Vem o ultimate também do N, eles vão tentar contestar de qualquer jeito.
Fecharam o Yamp, fecharam o Yups também. Mas já fecha de volta a saída dessa possível parede. Devolutiva de dano pra cima, Momote, encontrada com o N. Vai ser
Can they kill Momochi again? He has no GA this time.
tentou bastante do dano, 4.000 de vida no
Oh, the insta-cleanse from Ninja Kiwi. Beautiful. Yeah, no Nero, no steal.
sem o Nero, o Barão
Really good patient play from Flamengo. They're just playing this slow, really slow. They're just not giving any space for Rise to do anything.
pra cima do Aikawa. E agora, meus
And props to
queridos,
Yampi. He's tanky. You know, they can just sit there and tank the Baron for
Agora a
days.
situação complicou e o Fla realmente jogou a fight e jogou esses últimos minutos do
Yeah, that was
time
unfortunate for Momochi.
que está
To be fair, I think he was screwed either way,
muito
because
desesperando,
if he doesn't dash, Seismic Shove would have screwed him.
o Yampi
So,
absorvendo muito
yeah.
do impacto
I guess he decided, I will do
do
this to myself
desse
instead.
ímpeto. E a equipe da Rise, não, eu já sinto que eles estão meio sem opção. Eles meio que já
I don't know, Lunar. I don't think this game is throwable from
não tinha
by
muita
Flamengo.
coisa que o Nero pudesse fazer ali com a defesa que a Rise armou.
Sabe o problema? Eu sinto que a Rise gasta tudo
Watch me
no
caster
alvo
curse this.
e não consegue eliminar esse alvo com rapidez. E isso faz com que o time do Flamengo tenha muito mais do seu
They really are in such a strong position though. With Infernal, they had Atakan, they got Baron. This is for Soul. The composition for Rise is hard to make a comeback when both of you have big teamfight compositions that rely very heavily on combos.
pegarem esse bônus e tentar abrir a base do time da Rise. Só que em 20 segundos vem Dragão, que pode ser alma infernal para os rubro-negros.
Momento de extrema tensão aqui, um passo em
Momochi kinda getting tanky
frente,
too,
não
so.
basta, já pode ser um passo livre
Cool.
pra vitória aqui nessa segunda partida da série. O Flamengo se recuperou bem.
They can, but I think it's highly
Nessa
unlikely.
partida, a composição cantando
I choose to
isso.
believe.
A Miss Forte do Ninja Kiwi tá livre pra fazer o que precisar, mas o grande
If
problema
Rise make a hero play,
vai
I'm looking at Annie to try and find some sort of wall that cuts off critical targets. Like, if you can somehow isolate the Hui and the Misfortune with a carry, with like makes or something, maybe that's how you come back in.
Mas ele tá enchendo no vermelho.
Veio o teammate pra cima do
Isolating
Yampi,
Yampi is not the call.
subiu a parede, desistem desse dragão. Foco total pra cima
Oh,
do
Yups might be though.
do Fly. Yups vai jogar todo mundo contra a parede.
Okay, that's so already gone. Ninja Kiwi has bullet time. He's looking for it. He's looking for it.
Com o rabinho entre as pernas.
Oh,
Não resta muita
Ninja
coisa
Kiwi
pra
channeling
ele
his inner
fazer.
Titan.
O Yups estava enchendo a barra na real no Dragon ali, ele pegou quatro
walking
pessoas,
menacingly and dodging
colocou
everything.
elas na parede,
Nice.
por isso a punição em cima da Rise foi menor do que deveria ter sido.
E olha, alma pro time do Flamengo. Eles gastam um pouco desse tempo jogando de barão, então não conseguem...
Wow, Yups ate the full combo and actually won the trade. He even took a turret shot.
Uma alma infernal.
That's crazy.
De dragão de fogo
Tá legal,
é
né?
muito forte. E agora sim, né? Eles têm esse restinho aí de bônus.
Yeah,
pra
and then just
trabalhar,
pushing
pra
in.
levar mais torre, pra encaminhar
They still
esse
have Baron
jogo,
buff
já que
too.
eles têm agora mais de 7 mil de ouro global de vantagem.
E eles, assim, deixaram o Make sair vivo, né? Que eles poderiam ter fechado pela selva.
He did put pressure on the barrier. Yeah, he ran menacingly, really fast, and dodged everything. Burned a whole bunch of cooldowns too. All you're saying is that you can't spell.
E na real, nem precisava. Longe, longe.
Não tava acontecendo nada. E nessa
I mean, you can't spell
parte,
love without the L either. In fact, they
provavelmente
put
o
in
time
extra L's.
Parece que o time da Rise não tem dano pra conseguir uma eliminação rapidamente. Eles gastam muitos cooldowns, muitas ultimates.
Yeah, Rise isn't fair, Lunar. What team do you support?
Não consegue sair vivo. E aí o time do Flamengo revida melhor. E aí sai com vantagem.
You
nas
get to take
fases.
free shots at us because you know what teams we support, but what teams do you support? Rise?
4 minutos e meio pra esse
Didn't you
dragão.
support Rise at the beginning of the split?
Um jogo nas mãos.
And then pivoted away from them when they started losing nonstop?
Visão, o teleporte do Max não precisaria ter sido gasto se eles soubessem
Verdade.
aonde se encontram seus adversários, seja pela própria selva, seja
Aishi
pela
Invictus.
adversária, marcha pela rota inferior.
Is Aishi still a thing?
Mais 4 jogadores com todo esse ímpeto não vão ser pares pra derrubar, pra não
I feel like I haven't heard that name in a
É
while.
muito difícil também a equipe da Rise.
I think the lower bracket of the LPL.
Avançada, né? O Fla tá muito à frente no mapa, tá muito à frente no terreno. Então, opa, flecha.
Oh. They keep landing on Yampi. Like, we're throwing so much on this hyper tank. Even if you kill him, it's not worth it. Look how long he lasts. No shot he gets away.
Não vai ser eliminado.
That's criminal.
Flash do Yampi. Gastaram 3 habilidades ultimates pra tentar levar, mas a árvore ficou de pé.
3
Crazy.
ults e o Yamp sai vazado, gasta o seu flash e ultimate, tem o ímpeto gradual também, tá, pra dar aquele bônus de velocidade de movimento, e a Rise, mais uma vez, né, não tem dano suficiente.
The Shy's
pra
Nidalee is
conseguir
disgusting, by the
eliminar
way.
o Kai, que tá
I hate that
muito
people are saying, oh, Nidalee top is viable. It's not. It's literally just
0-9
the Shy.
nesse momento, quase fechando
He's the only
seu
person who's doing that.
item. Então assim, ele tá muito forte, tá muito tanque, o DPS é a Ashe, e ainda assim...
I actually legit
ele
forgot for some
consegue
reason
matar,
that
só que ele sai muito
The Shy was
A parada-
on Invictus
a
Gaming.
parada toda
I hear like the individual
é
players,
essa
but I don't hear much
0-9,
like about
porque o Yups
them as a
tá com
team
2-0-7,
recently.
então
Oddly enough.
os irmãos de Ourinhos aí estão participando de forma igual.
I'm guessing they're probably in the middle of the pack or something, because I'm not hearing too much news about them.
Não vai dar cara o Pilot, não tem por
Yeah,
que
Flanders shut it down.
forçar
Haunted
essa
Org.
defesa
Yeah.
aqui em cima da Rise, até porque o
But they still have big
Yups
names.
lá
Like they have
na
JJ
parte
and
de cima do mapa. Então, vai derrubar uma
oh, who's the mid laner? Rookie?
resposta do outro lado do mapa, a equipe do
I know that their roster
O
still has a
Flamengo,
lot of big
na verdade,
names.
consegue uma vantagem até maior,
Flanders shredded,
a
ran it
meu
down.
ver,
IG's top
porque
4?
O próximo objetivo é o Barão.
Okay.
Então, se você adianta a levar essa torre Tier 2, você consegue colocar essas sentinelas avançadas que a gente
I know I hear a lot about Anyone's Legend and JDG still, and I know that they are currently top 4. And then I heard Billy is kind of like hit or miss, I guess. And then
Agora pro Yups é
Oh, top
receber
esports number
também.
1, right? Right now?
É
They're still
exatamente o que
top?
eles estão fazendo. O Yups volta pra base, o N vai voltando
I
pra
vaguely
base
remember
de
Mazel
cima.
making some sort of
Yups
joke about that in one of the
dominando o
podcast
Rio.
recordings we
Tem que
did.
fazer o próximo objetivo, o próximo passo.
She's a saint for putting on the rest of the team.
Nasce o Barão e Machor. E a gente tá diante já então de domínio de visão, arongueja do time
We don't say that name? Which one? JJ?
bem
Top?
avermelhadas a favor do Flamengo.
Marcel?
Olha o tempo que o time do Flamengo vai conseguindo, principalmente na side lane. O Yups, ele já veio diretamente aqui pra rota inferior, então essa wave tava lá...
The game is still right down right now. I'm surprised Flamengo didn't push harder
Ele vai conseguir empurrar
with the
porque
advantage
já
they
tá
had, but I guess they're just playing it safe. They don't want to throw.
níveis à frente do Mix. Ele já tá 18, o Mix agora que pegou 16. E é o item inteiro à frente. O Flamengo agora inicia esse bônus de barão, o Yups tá lá embaixo e tem teleporte.
Muito dano por
Yups being bot side and Mega is probably the biggest chance that Rise will get right now. Good on Flamengo to recognize that and not lock themselves in that pit. They're just buying time for Yups to split push.
Não é só isso,
Because he went
não,
mini.
porque o Yups tá chegando na parte de baixo, então... E o Yups tinha acabado de perder o Mega, então o Fla tá fazendo, na real, uma jogadinha pro Yups levar a T3, e agora que tem duas pessoas aqui embaixo, agora o Fla puxa o Baron.
Oh.
Agora é open bar de
Again,
Baron.
Yups is just buying time, right? Baron's being done on the other side. If you can hold both Makes and Annie here, they have TP, so you gotta physically hold them there. Or slam them to a wall, that works too.
É soco na cara, é flecha pra cima, é neutralização e olha o Nero. Quase
Okay.
eliminado, vai adiante agora o Ninja Kiwi.
Oof. Watching those Infernal pops are so satisfying.
É isso aí que o Flamengo
I love watching a team with Infernal, so. The pop feels more satisfying than even Hextech so, even though Hextech is such a strong so.
Isso que a gente estava cobrando do Fla no jogo passado. Porém, agora tem dois teleportes, sem caçador inimigo. Eles podem ter se posto numa situação
Okay.
esquisita porque eles
They
não
have to kind of look for this.
disparam.
E agora sim tá prestes a cair esse barão, mas olha o dano passando, o Pilot enfurecido.
Okay, it's low.
Finaliza então
Yeah,
o
no
Nero,
smite, no
vai
chance.
em dois,
Yampy is still so healthy after tanking for days. Wait, they just abandoned Pilot?
Desse Pilot. O perigo agora é
Guys,
todos os bônus
oh
e
my
isso
goodness.
vai acontecer. O Flamengo
Surely
logo
not.
perde a vida e toma um ace.
Meu
Freaking
Deus do céu.
surely
O
not.
que aconteceu na parte de cima? Por que o Flamengo, com 4
I
jogadores,
can't, man.
não conseguiu levar a melhor?
We
Com
get
essa
Baron
vantagem
and nobody has Baron at the end of the day.
Por que eles não
I
conseguiram levar a
can't.
melhor? E ainda tem ancião no jogo na parte de baixo. Meu Deus.
Eu tenho a resposta pra você, Colosso. Eles estavam tancando o barão. O mesmo erro que o time da Rise cometeu no...
If this
ataque.
actually happens, I'm ending stream.
Eles cometeram no barão, então observa. São 4 segundos para as defesas poderem voltar. E isso daí, a luta já tinha estourado, eles perderam muito tempo e beleza. Aqui eles estavam com a vantagem. Mas observa...
Things were still looking good up to this point. Like, you killed your jungler, it's fine, it's good.
Tem dois jogadores
Yampy can literally tank Baron for days. Look at his regeneration with the Spirit Visage. How did this go so wrong?
Flamengo ainda tá tancando o barão. Tem menos defesas.
Ninja Kiwi, okay, Ninja Kiwi got sucked in and died.
Rise
Sure.
consegue cobrar todo mundo.
Pilot has flash. Why didn't he just flash over the back of the pit?
Não, e eles vão voltar pro ao vivo, eles já vão ter
Oh
feito ação.
my
Eu vi
goodness.
também, faltou sinergia no
Holy
Flamengo.
crap.
Porque não é pra fazer o Baron, rushar o Baron e terminar. A situação de puxar o Baron é chamar a Rise e aí usar o ult do Maokai pra ir pra
I just
cima.
can't.
E demorou muito o ult do Maokai pra
And now
cima.
Rise is wearing Elder buff.
O Fla puxar o gatilho e ganhar a fight na briga com aquela vantagem numérica. A partir do momento que os dois deram a cara lá embaixo, aí o Flamengo ganhava a parte de cima.
E olha, o time da Rise conseguiu diminuir uma
If Flamengo
vantagem
just survive the Elder, they'll be
de
fine.
ouro a partir
If
dessas
they can just
jogadas,
survive the Elder.
porque eles conseguiram ace, pegaram neutralizações importantes, derrubaram agora essa torre.
I mean, with the Infernal, like, wave clear is doable. If you need to burn a bullet time to clear one wave, that works too.
E o jogo mudou completamente. 37
Elder's what, 2.5
e a
minutes
Rise
only,
que
so.
avança rumo à base rubro-negra.
É pra ser com drama essa série, já variando os 37
Oh,
minutos,
good cutoff from
vai
Annie.
chegando, vai tendo bala, entrada do Mace na base, vai pra cima do Ninja Kiwi.
Oh,
vai ser agora é o
Yampy
Yups,
died.
baforada, vem agora em
Okay, we
combate
trade 1 for 1.
direito, 1 a 1,
That's fine for
Flamengo,
Flamengo.
top laner por caçador, mas a
Makes is actually a
beleza
really big part of
é
Rise's
do time
damage.
da Rise.
Nesse momento, o Makes faz muito menos diferença do que o Yamp na partida.
Okay.
O Yamp tá muito
Honestly, for
estável,
Flamengo,
muito resistente,
that's
estável,
kind of
muito
okay.
forte. Agora a equipe da Rise passa a deletar.
Like, you lost an
o Yamp,
inhibitor, but you didn't
teve
lose the
aquele
game,
inibidor.
and you didn't lose more
Claro,
bodies.
vai ficar
That's
por
the
isso
win.
mesmo, não tem por que a Rise forçar mais a mão.
E olha, é aquele momento
Yeah,
que
Rise
eles
really
estavam
doing a
falando,
great
pô,
job
o time
from
do Flamengo,
the Baron
eles
picks that they
estão
found.
com scale melhor, né? Tem a
Kept them
ferramenta
competitive.
pra fechar, pra jogar o late game
3K
melhor,
gold at
sai
37 and a half,
melhor,
at
tem o
38
Yamp que pode
minutes
dar uma segurada,
is
mas, cara, a gente tá vendo que a
manageable.
Rise que tá puxando o gatilho,
Like, it's
são eles
playable.
que tão propondo,
You don't
né?
auto-lose all the
Por
team
mais que o
fights.
Flamengo esteja com essa vantagem de 3.000 de ouro, com
You get
38
supers
minutos,
pushing up
todo
mid.
mundo já com suas builds quase completas, essa diferença acaba sendo irrelevante. O time do Flamengo ainda tem bastante dano.
Actually, I don't know how I feel about mid inhibitor.
Com a alma infernal,
In my head, I think of using the side lane, especially bot lane inhibitor, as potentially the most valuable. Because it puts that pressure down that allows you to get full control over Baron. But I know some people think mid inhibitor is really good because if you got supers pushing on mid, it gives you full vision and control around mid lane. So it guarantees your rotations faster, right? You can rotate a lot easier. I don't know. I prefer... I think bot side's more important because of Baron. Or if Elder's on the table, then top side.
E vem pra cima pra fechar pro Yups, ele pode ser eliminado.
Ele tenta fugir da pedra, mas o problema é que tem todo mundo atrás dele. Chegada agora
Oh, they're committing so much into Yups and they can't find him.
muita mobilidade pra esse top laner.
I guess that's fine. That's when your mid supers are coming in handy. It buys you time to reset. That's fine.
Meu Deus, eu tô assim.
Mylon says it's troll, depending on the situation, to break mid inhib. Yeah, right. Like, I low-key kind of agree. I just feel like the benefits from mid inhibitor are not as significant, and most teams will automatically push mid anyways to get prio, or to get vision and push. So, it's like the least impactful when left alone. Okay, GA starting to come through. Ninja Kiwi got his GA. Oh, the counter engage. Nero is not as tanky as Yampi. Yampi's way tankier. Oh, what was that? That pop of damage. Okay, Aikawa being down is actually giga huge. Because Aikawa is what was carrying a lot of the fights prior. Like, late game Ashe is kind of disgusting. Oh, Flamengo did it. They clutched it. I was getting a little bit worried with how the game was going, but no, it's fine. Flamengo got this. Easy, easy, easy. Yeah, it was kind of a weird fight, too. Like, it was like, oh, Rise thought they caught Yampi. Surprise, now we can turn it around. Yeah, the Maokai tankiness really did make the difference, though. Can we put Ninja Kiwi on an actual AD carry now instead of Misfortune, please? Like, again, it's a good game. It was a good setup for Misfortune, and we got to see that. That's why Ninja Kiwi went like 9 and whatever he got for kills and assists, but that's an assist. But yeah, it's... I feel like if you gave him a proper champion, this game would have been over a lot sooner. Okay. We good, we good. I need more tea. Like, you can hear it in my voice right now. I ran out of tea. I want to see the post-game numbers first, because the numbers are going to be real high with how close it was. I think Ninja Kiwi did fantastically this game. The AD carries really stood out for me. That's it. I think Yups also did very well this game. He put on a crap ton of pressure. Wait, about time I agreed with what, sorry, Lunar? That it got kind of close and I got worried for them? Yeah, I felt like Pilot didn't really have that much influence. I do want to check his damage numbers because I suspect they'll be high, but... yeah. At least at the eye test, the Hui didn't really have too much of an impact.
Ir pro outro lado do mapa, essa luta foi tão esquisita quanto a luta de cima. Foi a mesma luta estranha, puxando, mas assim, aqui eu sinto que a equipe do Fla jogou muito.
You misunderstand. I'm not saying MF is not good. In fact, I said that this is a great setup for Misfortune. It's just that for a player like Ninja Kiwi, giving him something like a hyper carry would have looked so much better for him. This again was one of the better MF situations you could go for. It's just that if Pilot is not able to be like the big late game carry, like if Pilot was on Yone or something, then I think this would have been excellent. But Yone was banned, right? So it's more just like with the Hui, this game felt a lot more painful than it should have been. Yeah. But don't get me wrong, I don't like Misfortune. I just understand the strategic use of Misfortune, and that's why I don't think she's like always bad. I just don't like her, especially in Brazil. Because I feel like we have so many good mechanical AD carries, and Misfortune is not a mechanically expressive champion, so... Yeah.
Falando do outro atirador, né, a Misfortune do Ninja Kiwi, 34.000 de dano, mas nem isso.
I know that Pilot's damage is really high, but you have to keep in mind he's like also partially artillery mage, so he gets a lot more bulk damage. Yeah. This pretty much bears out what I was thinking. I think Ninja Kiwi played well. Really well. I think Aikawa did really well this game. They live or died by Aikawa in team fights. But yeah, exactly. Like what you're saying, right? Like the strategic use of Jhin, but you can hate it. I understand. I actually like Jhin, but I do agree that he's not always great, and I understand that a lot of players don't like hate Jhin, basically. Jhin specifically, I feel like I like Trigo's Jhin. Root Jhin was sexy last week, but I kind of actually don't like Root on Jhin either. Okay, anyways, quickly, I need to grab more tea. Sorry, my throat's kind of going. We'll see how I feel after game 3, but if game 3 is... Like, my voice is really rough, I might not stream tomorrow then, because I still have to cast tomorrow. And my cast is actually a paid cast. So, like, as much as I love CD, I'm not paid to Costream CD. I just do this because I love the region, because I love the league, so... But paid gigs have to come first. Okay. With that said, right back, by break, grabbing water. Okay, back. Let's see. Imagine getting paid. Well, Ray, we all gotta get fed some way, right? You get paid to play League? Actually? Lunar? Oh wait, never mind, don't answer that. I know what you mean, and no, I don't want to hear about it. Sometimes, yeah, having a garbage memory doesn't help matters. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother looking at EWC formatting. I'll deal with things one at a time. MSI first. Nice, much more interesting. Me. Yeah, actually, this split feels very... How do you say? How do I put this? Chopped up? No, that's not the right word. Like, this split two, because there's so many sections in LTA, right? There's like your positioning phase, your group phase, and then your group phase is the round robin phase, and then it's got the elimination bit, and then we've got playoffs after. Because it feels so... Like, there's so many discrete sections. In a way, like, I don't feel like I'm looking forward to, like, or I'm not thinking too far ahead, you know? Like, I'm looking at whatever's happening right in front of me. So... Yeah, so like I'm not even thinking about MSI yet, right? MSI feels so far away because there's still, you know, the group phases, the eliminations, and then the playoffs, right? So yeah, I mean technically it's three. It's positioning, group, and then playoffs. Those are your three stages. But even the group phase feels almost like two sections because you've got the round robin followed by the actual like cross group play at the end of it. So that almost feels like a separate section. Yeah, it's actually pretty close. It's about, yeah, a month and a half, I think. Yeah, time flies. That's wild, man. I hope I get to see some people pardon me. I hope I get to see some people at MSI. That'd be nice. June 27th. Okay. 2 months, not a month and a half, yeah. Yeah, it just feels so soon. Yeah. Yeah, in the meantime, I mean, we've got LCA South all the way up to MSI pretty much, so one step at a time. Oh, and that reminds me, actually. Lunar, your honor report thing, I'm sorry to say, we are probably going to drop it, because I keep trying to get us to do it on GL, but the problem is that we keep running super long talking about this stuff. So, we keep cutting the honor report. Yeah. I did like the idea, though. I do like the idea a lot. And I think if we did shorter episodes, it would make more sense. But we actually... Okay, I know it's going to sound really weird when most of our episodes run almost like 2 hours, but we actually used to target like an hour half tops. So, yeah. But if ever we have short episodes and I'm on, I will be sure to remind them. No, Lunar, no. I refuse. I do, though. I don't even talk that much about Pain most of the time. I think I spent more time talking about Loud last week than I did about Pain. Because Loud had a really good week 2 weeks ago. Like, they went 3-0, so... Yeah.
E estamos de volta para o terceiro e derradeiro jogo dessa série entre Rise Game e Flamengo Esports. E olha, meus amigos, essa série tá cheia de emoções. Altos e baixos, reviravoltas. E agora para esse jogo 3.
Okay, game 3 for all the marbles. Let's see if we get any spicy picks. I mean, I do appreciate that Rise gives us spicy picks because of makes a lot of times. But, oh, That reminds me. I feel so vindicated that they lost because Aatrox got early picked. And Yups, I think, was a massive contributor to the win from Flamengo there. So.
Pelos bans da série. E ainda assim, cada equipe tem os seus 5 banzinhos. A gente sabe que alguns bans já são um pouco mais.
So we'll see how Game 3 draft goes. I don't know necessarily. Oh, okay, there we go. The Nico finally made it through. Or Rise is on blue side. So Flamengo and Rise are both okay with the sides they're on. Flamengo wants red side and Rise wants blue side. Makes sense if you got makes, I guess. Then you just want a power pick early every single time. What did we... Oh, we banned Kallis. Oh, because of Ashe. Okay. This makes sense, actually. Because now that Ashe is off the table, you can't just counterpick with Ashe. And I don't know what else AD carry-wise really bullies out Kalista. Maybe a Draven, that's about it. Okay, we'll get to see if Zai's Nico is any better than Bulas's. I'm actually not confident about that. Because Zai puts himself in some pretty iffy situations when he plays squishy champions. Why are we prioritizing Nautilus so highly? Leona's still on the table. We can just... oh, Alistair's off. Rel, Rakan... Yeah. Okay. So, Rise kind of have to pick Leona if they want... Oh, I guess... no, against this... okay, against Nico. How does Nautilus do against Nico? Is it that good? Oh, this feels weird to me. I hate this already. Yeah, better you have to be picking Ninja Kiwi or Hyper Carry. If this is what you're running, you need a Hyper Carry, like unquestionably. Ray Skarner open. Yeah, Skarner's open. Weirdly enough, neither team want it. I mean, Flamengo can't take it. They already picked the Xinjiao, but yeah, they went Wukong instead. I don't like Wukong. Like, Wukong is good with Nico, but Wukong Ari just feels weird. It's not bad. Like, it's high burst damage. Honestly, if you could play a Swain, I'd already have picked the Swain here when I saw these two champions come through.
Eu acho que você tem follow-up o suficiente. Você tem Galio, você tem Nautilus. Vamos ver quais serão as outras escolhas pro Flamengo, porque assim, a gente
That's a bit of personal pref.
bem fortes em aberto.
Oh yeah, Olaf. Makes sense having Olaf. I forgot about that.
Tem que ter dano, porque até agora aqui, né?
Yeah, that's actually good. If you want to take away Diver so that you can play like a Hyper Carry, maybe Camille. Oh, okay, they banned Camille. I was gonna say maybe a Camille ban coming through as well. Because both teams are looking for top, and then for Rise, you're looking for a bot laner, and for this, you're looking for a top and so.
Pode ser Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa também faz sentido aqui com esse Nautilus.
Mas demora pouquinho, né?
Demora pouquinho.
Well, the top laners are good at diving right now in the current meta.
Eu estaria de boa com uma seleção de Kai'Sa. E se bobear, eu se fosse a Rise, bania uma Kai'Sa também.
Okay.
Tá, vamos ver então o que eles vão banir, porque eles fizeram a retirada de Camille.
Oh, sorry. I made a mistake. This is not support. This is bot lane that you're looking for.
O Yups é jogador que gosta
Oh, it's top and bot for both sides.
E poderia ser
I'm blind.
mais uma campeã para jogar rota lateral.
Okay. Caitlyn can actually kind of be a hyper carry as well in her own way. She just has a very weak mid game, but her late game is pretty strong actually. The hit shot multiplier is huge. Ooh, I forgot about Rumble this entire series actually. Dang.
Né? O time da Rise também já tava esperto.
Eu falei da seleção na Kai'Sa, mas o Rumble é muito mais problemático do que uma Kai'Sa. É total sentido você banir o Rumble e deixar.
What can we play in top lane that's kind of ranged?
Mas vai vir a Kai'Sa.
Ok, fala da Kai'Sa.
We're picking... Oh man, all the more this should have been a Swain. If this was a Swain for Annie, it'd have been so busted.
Mas assim, ela demora
I actually really don't like the Kai'Sa for Ninja Kiwi. Like, it's not a hyper carry. The dive is not strong enough for me to feel comfortable. Yeah, and then they just pick Xayah and just wreck you, because now you've got a comp that needs to run into them. And Nico and Wukong are quite good here too. Kennen for Rise or for Flamengo, Ray? Because I actually think it will work for both sides pretty well. I'd like a bit more tankiness from Rise. The comp right now. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Renekton works. I don't know if it's like ideal, but yeah. Jax is still on the table for Flamengo if they want to run it. Top lane.
apesar de eu controlar...
Yeah, that's true.
concordar com
Yeah, the
ele
problem with
que
Kennen is that his range.
a melhor das sinergias aí, não
Actually,
é?
yeah, Kennen
Você
would have been a good
geralmente
pick.
quer
Would be a good pick.
conir com algum campeão que vá se jogar, né? Vai junto pro furdunço junto com ela.
I mean, he still plays inside Nico range, but then
Será que nós temos uma
he can still mess with
composição de
Zaya.
inimigos do dano
No!
deste
Wait!
match?
What? Why? Why are we going Cassante here?
Interessante, gente.
This is
eu
terrible.
campeão, mas ele tá longe
What is
de
Cassante
estar
supposed to
legal.
do?
Depois que ele teve o nerf na sua passiva, que diminuíram muito o dano da passiva dele, cara, a fase de rotas
I
é uma
hate
chave muito
this.
complicada, mas é um campeão pra segurar
Oh,
o
Jax
nerf,
is banned.
só que o
Oh yeah, it was
Renekton
banned in the first
ele
round. Never
tá
mind.
muito mais forte
I'm an
agora.
idiot.
Ele teve buffs na sua
Yeah,
ult,
'cause I was thinking
ele
Jax would
teve
actually not be
2
bad.
e 3 da ult, ou seja, level 11 e level 16. O Renekton tá dando muito mais dano.
Like,
A gente
did
viu
Ambessa
no
get
final de
picked or
semana
banned?
agora de LT Azul, o Renekton
No,
deu
I would pick an
muito
Ambessa
mais
here
dano,
over
muito
Cassante, and I
complicado,
don't even
fazer
think.
um estrago.
Like,
Então,
it's so.
devagar.
Eu tô me
Irelia would be fine too, right? I just want something that does damage and goes in. Flamengo have no damage. If you're gonna do this, pick like a Sivir or Jinx for Ninja Kiwi. Heck, even a Ziggs would be fine. Actually, no, Ziggs would not be fine. But like, this is just
Imagina
unplayable. Like,
se você tem o Yorick bem aqui no lugar
oh
ali.
my goodness.
Não,
This
assim,
comp is so
sem
bad.
clubismo, sem
Sem
clubismo nenhum.
Ambessa
Você
isn't
imagina,
good,
você tem
but
uma rota
my
no
problem with
campo,
Cassante is that there's no
cara,
damage. Ambessa is like,
você
Ambessa is just
consegue
higher damage Cassante,
jogar
you know?
sem necessariamente o Yorick tá com você o tempo inteiro.
Like more mobile, higher damage. Whereas Cassante is like the more tanky of the two. So if you need a tank, you pick Cassante. I already said, like, I don't think Ambessa is good. I don't think Cassante is good. Like, I just really dislike the Cassante pick. If you wanted something that can do what Cassante can do, then just pick Ambessa in here, because you just need more damage. And I just don't think it's ideal at all. Comp for Rise is kind of solo Q-esque. It doesn't specialize in anything in particular. It's more like a drop that adapted to whatever Flamengo wanted to do. So it's not great. The scaling is kind of on it as well. I'll give this comp like a 2.5 out of 5. It is thoroughly average. I might have given it a 2 if not for the fact that I do think it plays very well into what Flamengo want to do. Flamengo have to play into you, and between Nico and Wukong, you're very good at dealing with the dive. Zaya is fantastic at dealing with the dive that comes through. The 2.5. This comp to me is bad. 1.5 out of 5. The 1.5, I'm giving them 1 point because at least it's a cohesive dive composition. They all want to go in. But that's the only thing they want to do, and playing to this comp is going to be really, really tough. If it wasn't into this comp, I'd give them maybe a 2 out of 5, and I would still complain about the lack of damage. But playing to this comp with multiple ways to deal with it, yeah. The other bright side, actually, you know, Ari gets pretty tanky too. I want to see Wukong build more bruiser, like more tank than more damage. They don't need that much damage. Tank is more important here because you need to be able to survive and peel. So. Yeah, and then I think Annie will get high enough damage that between Annie and Aikawa, they can just kill Ninja Kiwi. Once Ninja Kiwi goes down, Flamengo will just have no damage. It's such a weird comp. I don't know what's happening here. And again, their coach is Strix and Teoben. I don't remember who Strix is. I know he's been in the academy for a while. But Teoben coached like Kaboom in the back in the day. Who's Strix? I know Strix's name has been around. Yeah, he's been in the academy for quite a while. He was a player? Retired as player? What did he play on? Huh, didn't see anything. A good pick here would have been Urgot. How do I feel about Urgot in this comp?
Gosto muito mais a Rise por causa disso. É isso, a posição que a gente tá falando, acho que a tônica dessa série, posições que façam sentido, que elas sejam sinérgicas.
Urgot would be okay. Like I like it more than Cassante. I'll give it that. I don't know if I think it's like a great pick here. I think I like the Kennen that Ray suggested more. I think.
Eu acho até que a Zaya ela consegue se defender melhor dessas investidas do time adversário.
I'm just hesitating because Kennen. The problem with Kennen is a lot of his damage is bursty. Even if you build the old Leandri's build with him, or not old, but like the Leandri's build with Kennen, I just fear he's not going to be able to put out sustained damage to cut through the Renekton, Wukong, and Ari later on. But it's mixed damage at least, so you get a bit of magic damage to come through. Because right now your damage here, I guess it's kind of mixed. Like Galu does magic, Xinjiao and yeah, Kaiser's hybrid. Okay, that's fine. Nico takes exhaust. Khan is. That's true.
posicionamento
That is
da Zaya
true.
ali, mas eu vejo que ela pode ser muito
I mean,
mais
Urgot is at least more sustained damage, which
Eu
is
particularmente
fine.
gosto mais do Ezreal
Yeah.
justamente por causa do taunt do Galho.
Okay,
Eu acho que a
yeah.
Zaya, você vai
Okay,
ser
I
muito
can kind of see the
mais
Urgot angle.
suscetível ao taunt, possivelmente o Shinzal acertando a terceira levantada, ancorada da Zaya, mas é como a gente falou, né? É preferência do
Yeah.
jogador.
Mm.
O Ninja Kiwi, desculpa,
o Aikawa.
o Aikawa tem mais essa Zaya
Yeah.
do que um Ezreal.
I'm just thinking, what other top lane
Os
options
jogadores mais antigos, né? Porque o Ezreal tava
are
no meta
there?
por muito tempo
The
antigamente.
top lane.
E nos últimos anos, aí se você vai pegar os últimos...
Oh no. I was gonna say
4
top lane
anos,
Varus would be great,
não
but they
teve
played Varus game
perto
1.
do meta, mas nunca foi aquele
Was Jace played?
principal atirador
Nope,
do
he
meta.
was banned.
Então,
É.
a Zaya sim. A Zaya ficou
Sim.
2, 3
That
anos
doesn't
no
work.
meta como principal atiradora. Ela e Kai'Sa, esse matchup a gente viu.
Yeah, Camille got banned. I was thinking Camille at first too, but she got banned. It's not so much the into Renekton. Like, I don't care about the lane matchup so much. I just care more about like composition, right? Like, what do you do here with this comp when you're so low damage and you're trusting that? Like, if Ninja Kiwi does not get a hit, you're basically screwed. I'd be okay with this if you had a hyper carry here, right? If you had like a Jinx or Sivir or what other hyper carries are there?
É bom, mas você estourou.
Heck, even a Kog'Maw.
Ele tá muito
I know he's not a traditional hyper
Semana
carry, but
passada aí, eu
he gets to
escalei
scale
o
up pretty well.
Aegis e o FNB.
yeah. I think all of us thought of Camille for a second there. Yeah, the big problem to me is just this Kai'Sa pick. I really dislike the Kai'Sa pick. And especially when Zaya's open, if you're going to pick the Kai'Sa here, pick it last, you know? Like, pick your Cassante early, see what AD carry they pick, and then decide what AD carry you wanted. I know it's really weird to think about AD carry as last pick, and normally I complain that's a terrible thing, but
Era os dois puxando seu lado.
generally, if you're going with like so much tankiness, then
Não, já tô fazendo os
I think you should have just saved it for last.
Eu fiz isso na
Oh, is Aurora available?
Elas falou, tá aberto.
Aurora's available. Could have gone Aurora. Top lane.
pelo Fantasy na semana passada, eu quase mandei
Aurora into Renekton's not terrible either.
Me dá 10
The matchup's
centavos.
playable. Quite playable, actually.
O suporte que eu quero, voltava 10
Um,
centavos, gente, 10 centavos.
Manda o pix
Could you have a
por 10
Kali here?
centavos.
Yeah, a Kali here would also be okay. A Kali into Renekton's not that good though.
Pra eu conseguir uma
That's a bit
pontuação
painful.
melhor, mas tá tudo bem. Agora eu ganhei 60 centavos.
Yeah.
Talvez já sobre de...
I mean, maybe they thought they had a top lane counter,
Eu quero
but
saber
like,
de vocês, se vocês foguetarem,
I don't know.
bater
Yeah,
ou não.
it's just not great.
Ruim, ou se o negócio já tá
Yorick?
legalzinho, já dá pra escalar um whipo.
Oh, essa
I mean, you could have gone Yorick here.
escalar um whipo.
It would not be good for the composition, but if your comp's already screwed, then you just let Yorick split push for days and eternity. Maybe.
De olho aqui, ó. Ó,
And as you get later too, like I think you could definitely mess with them. Just don't team fight. I think Yorick would be
Eu fui no Loki e no
not terrible, kind of weird, but not terrible.
É, não.
Quero falar sobre
Mas
isso.
o Vulcan
Nidalee top guys? Hey, Nidalee top?
Eu quero falar, o cara me deu 40 pontos quase.
Oh no,
Como é que ficou seu time?
that would be terrible.
Então, eu tô passando por uma situação.
They hovered Gragas too. I actually didn't hate the Gragas hover,
Não, deixa abaixo, sabe?
and it's taking super long to get a game. I think we're having
Quem não foguetou, um dia foguetará.
pauses again
Eu quase
coming through.
foguetei, na verdade,
Fortunately.
e essa última rodada aí eu quase foguetei, mas assim... se
Yorick
você
has not been
for,
played in
pode
LTA
ser
South.
como
It
não
got
for.
played
Tá
in CD in our first
legal,
series
mas poderia
of
ter sido
today.
muito melhor.
É,
and it was played
todo
once
mundo
before
veio
that by
na
Zekas.
Liga dos Cast, veio todo
So we've
mundo
seen it
assim, né?
in
Todo
the-
mundo
in
subidinho ali
TD,
da pontuação,
but
lá,
not in
aquela,
LTA South.
aquela manqueada no meio do caminho,
Mm.
pisou no buraco.
Eu tava 2 rodadas...
Wait, I selected
seguidas
top
ali,
lane, right? Why is Sivir showing up
O
under
segredo-
top lane?
O segredo é a
The
consistência.
hell?
Mas eu fiz uma semaninha em primeiro, aí outra
That's
semana
really,
em
really weird.
terceiro, aí é na semana passada em quinto, nessa semana em segundo. Eu vou ali de
Tá
boa.
bom, tá bom.
LeBlanc would not be terrible. Well, the matchup into Renekton is a bit painful,
Tá
but
bom, eu fui querer
it's
seguir
doable.
escrúpulos, né, e aí acabei-
you just don't win the lane.
acabaram
Foi
não dando certo.
inescrupulosa.
Aí a Fogueira falou assim, mas só tem escrúpulos que tem dinheiro lá. Eu falei, então, eu
A Nivea would be bad.
eu tinha.
As funny as that would be,
né,
it'd be bad.
algumas regras,
Oh,
né,
Mordekaiser.
pra escalar mais pessoal do sul,
Mord would not be
então,
bad here.
mas aí, ó, vamos
Mord would actually have been
trabalhar.
pretty good.
Vamos já pensar na próxima rodada.
Yeah.
Próxima rodada, porque é MD3, então as coisas...
I think Mord,
Quem
Irelia
sabe
are
aqui,
probably my
melhor.
preferred options
Se
there.
você ainda não escalou o seu time, ainda
Yeah.
não foi lá no
Mord
mercado,
or
dá uma
Irelia
olhada, pô.
here would have been better.
LTAfantasy.com, tá aí,
Kind
ó.
of depending on what Kai'Sa wants to
Até
do. If she wants to
pra
build more
vocês
AP
na
than
tela.
Irelia. If she wants to build more AD
Como
than
é que tá o
Mordekaiser.
patrimônio de vocês. E já comecem
Yeah,
a ficar
just
atentos,
not
né? Assistir
another
os
tanky
times,
bruiser.
assistir os materiais
That just
que
feels
estão
super bad.
saindo aí, os conteúdos que estão saindo nos canais da LTA.
Dica precisa.
E o Dica Precisa.
Dica Precisa
Eu
vale.
sempre monto o meu time depois que eu assisto o Dica Precisa.
Sim, se você tivesse visto Dica Precisa nessa semana, você tinha visto que o
Okay,
Tóquio
my throat
estourou
is getting
também.
worse.
Ele foi
I
comprado
think
pelo
I'm
Tóquio.
going to say that
Não, mas
I'm
ele-
Tóquio já tinha
not
70
gonna stream
moedas,
tomorrow,
Mas
actually.
ele pegou Brence e
yeah.
na bot lane ele pegou Brence e Frost, que são dois caras que estão
What games?
tranquilos
Muito
de...
caros.
Não, o Brence tá caro, o Frost tava ok.
Ai, não, tava caro.
Frost
I will still be watching the
Tava caro,
games
70
tomorrow,
moedas
but
tá legal.
yeah, I'm not gonna co-stream it because if I have to talk, it's just not gonna
Compra
work.
quem que você quiser.
I don't want to blow
E
my
falando
voice
de quem
out.
quiser, informações privilegiadas do Anjo.
I've got quite a lot of
Falando,
casting coming
vai
up.
estar
So.
passando por leves probleminhas na sua internet. A gente muito em breve vai
Yeah.
começar essa partida porque
Not
assim,
casting, but like
a gente
stuff.
teve duas partidas
which
de
involves
quase
voice.
40 minutos.
Some is like
Quero
podcasts
muito
and
que essa
whatnot.
partida seja aí bastante cheia de idas e
The game tomorrow
vindas
should
pra
be
gente
pretty good
fechar
though.
com chave de ouro.
And then
A
these
primeira,
games,
né, que chegou
oh
certo,
man,
a primeira
I would
partida
rather
do
skip
nosso
Wednesday.
circuito.
Okay, actually,
É, minha amiga, tem chão ainda pela frente.
I would rather watch
Né?
tomorrow's
Apenas-
games and
apenas o
skip
primeiro
Wednesday
dia de
than
3, então a gente vai ter jogos
yeah.
até
Like I
a
think
quarta-feira,
Tuesday's games are more
porque a
interesting
gente
than
já tá na
Wednesdays
reta
to me.
final
But
aí do circuito desafiante, a galera já tá pensando,
ah,
fazendo conta aqui, ó, caderninho na mão e
the
fazendo
problem is I'm
conta pra
casting
saber
tomorrow night
quem
first.
classifica e quem fica de fora dos playoffs.
É, e lembrando, né, passa só o top 6. Quem não conseguiu o top 6 fica de fora.
is what
E o
it
top
is.
2 vale aquele buy, né? Vale aquele passinho à frente.
Legal.
Oh, and
aquela
then for
segurança a
next
mais,
week,
aquele
for sure I
direito
can't
de
cast
analisar
Wednesday.
a rapaziada num AMD5, Fearless, que fatalmente...
Oh,
vai
SEC
revelar mais
versus
coisa.
Kate Stars Academy.
Então,
That one's
vale
gonna be a
muito
good one.
O top 2 e aí o top 6 só vale tudo.
Actually, I won't be able to catch
O top
that.
6 só vale tudo.
Absolutamente tudo.
Yeah.
E é legal, né? Porque depois vai pra MD5.
É,
I'm headed down
Então,
for
MD5
next
Fearless é
weekend
muito
to
legal, então,
Texas
pra
to
galera
cast a
que
land
talvez
with
não tenha
Orbital.
acompanhado no
for
ano
NECC.
passado no Academy, pô, era muito divertido. Chegou
Wednesday I
jogo
need
5,
to
e, mano,
get some errands done
tem
before I
tanto
leave.
boneco banido, assim, na série inteira.
Oh,
que
Stella
você
Kaboom
já
should be good at
começa a ver
least.
uns negócios esquisitos, né? O Saroluk jogou hoje de
eu
Kha'Zix.
ia
The
falar
Mango
isso.
Rats could be
Ele adora
interesting.
fazer esse
I think Rats has
Eu
been
ia
performing
falar
much
isso
better.
porque a gente tava já
Despite
tava
them
pronto,
dropping
tava
Burrow.
maquiado, microfonando,
It's really unfair too, because I actually don't know if
na hora
Burrow
que
was a
apareceu
problem.
o
Like,
jogo,
though I got to see him I think
apareceu o
one week or
Kha'Zix
one
Eu olhei
series,
assim, eu falei,
and he
"Pô,
looked fine to
que
me.
boneco esquisito
Like he
pra
did not
aparecer
amazing
assim."
necessarily, and
Só
I
que aí
think
eu olhei que
Beanie's
tava
been
com o
playing better
boneco,
than
eu
him.
falei assim,
But
"Ah, o Saroluk,
it's like
ele
hard to
tem
judge
esse
somebody off
boneco
one
esquisito
series,
aí, com
so.
certeza ele tem
I
esse
understand
boneco
about that.
esquisito." Dito e feito, foi quase
Those Kate Stars could be a good
boa
one as
pra
well.
ele. Então,
Okay,
o Saroluk é um
yeah.
cara
Next
que
week,
a
at
gente
least I'll catch
vê,
some of the good
eu
games.
particularmente no Fearless,
I'll miss out this one, but
ele ganha
those are fine too.
muito valor, ele ganha muita força, porque a pool desse moleque é infinito.
Cara, chega no jogo 5.
I wish we were gonna have such long pauses that we'd at least have the LTA fantasy market open.
Qualquer coisa.
Qualquer coisa. Ania, dos times aí que a gente tá vendo até
Instead
o
we get
momento,
nothing.
qual ou quais talvez você veja que possam trazer, além do time da Cade, né, que tem o Sarolu jogadas,
Absolutely not.
quais que você vê aí que podem trazer essas coisas muito exóticas? Vamos botar exóticas, tá?
Assim, falar de exoticidade, eu fico me perguntando, por exemplo, como é que é o caso de quem tá lá em cima, sabe? Porque o time da Cage tá ali naquela meioquinha. Como é que será que a Stellar vai sair com isso? Porque tem jogadores que já foram tanto do Tier 1 quanto do Tier 2. Tem os jogadores também lá do time da Loz. Tô doida pra ver o meu mano MG aprontando numa MD5.
I mean, is this where I start to break out the balloons again?
Ele é o, a gente falou
I remember,
no
was it like
programa
week 2 or
passado,
something?
é
We-
o cara do circuitão até aqui. É o nome, não tem outro jogador.
Yeah, and week
aqui no
2
circuitão
Was it?
não
Yeah, I think it was week
seja
2, where there was so many
tão-
pauses I
seja
started
tão
playing
forte,
balloons
que
because
estejam bem
yeah,
no campeonato, que esteja
we'd have
jogando
time
tanto
for me to
quanto
actually
o
get through a
MG,
stage of
e é
balloons
demais pra mim,
with all the
é
pauses,
de
but
longe,
now
assim, ele é o melhor do
I don't know. This
circuitão
series has been
de longe.
particularly plagued with
Eu
it,
não consigo pensar num segundo
which is bad.
que esteja perto dele, assim.
Tá muito bem.
Tá jogando demais.
Acho que o time da Luz como um todo, né? Depois que
What
voltou
other
do
games could I
bootcamp,
do?
eles demoraram ali a engrenar, tava...
I could
estavam
open
se
Honkai Star Rail.
readaptando aqui as coisas, mas a gente percebeu que eles encaixaram.
I've been playing Honkai recently.
Você falou de um jogador que
Not recently. I've been playing all throughout, but like I've been actually like trying to grind out some of their
Super Kleber tem um
mission
pique
stuff.
esquisito também. Ele tem uns
Góticos.
piques esquisitos também. Um
O
actionzinho. Tá vendo?
Action lendário.
Ele tem esse seu Yorick também.
Yorick, ele tem um
ZZZ is
muito
better.
forte,
I've not tried
quase todo
Zero's
split,
End
né,
Loss
ele
at
pega
all.
alguma vez aí só pra garantir
I don't even know what sort of
posicionamento.
game is it. Is it also like an
Cara,
RPG?
joga
Like
bem com o boneco e
Honkai?
o Yorick antigo, né, que tava
yeah, I
bem
actually started playing Honkai
assim
because of the
do método que eu
the
acho.
animation
E
was
pensando
really
também
really
em
nice.
outras equipes, como o caso, por exemplo, ali do Corinthians, que apesar de ter começado muito bem, deu uma decaída, mas acho que pode ser
Games
essa questão de
endless.
refinamento.
What sort of
porque a
game is
equipe
this
mudou,
even?
né? A line-up mudou. Tem jogadores aí que
Is it
tem
like-
bonecos cada vez
Yeah, all the
mais
Hoyo games are kind of pretty. What's the other one? The first one that came out, Genshin?
Kali. É uma loucura, realmente.
O Tyre,
I wanna see
inclusive,
gameplay.
que eu lembro que foi
Oops.
passado, ele trouxe
Let's
uma
mute that. I
skin
don't want to hear
top,
the
Deck
sounds.
top, que a gente até Inclusive, lembra que a gente gente escaltou essa
Wait,
diferença
where's the?
toda.
Is there gameplay?
Verdade, a gente escaltou e eu falei, se ele não vai fazer isso, ele
Google,
fez.
the Google store should have
E aí,
gameplay,
a
right?
Nidali não fez nada, né?
Gameplay trailers.
Pelo amor de Deus. Ela joga lance. É isso.
I mean,
Ele tava com uma
What do you
instant
mean,
do
Ray?
lugar lá, olha a lança, e cada vez que ele apertava,
They're not.
ele, olha a lança!
That's not why I play them.
Pra
But the animations are really pretty.
pegar a Nidali,
Oh, it's an
sabe?
action game?
Já pensou? Você joga lá perto do Qzinho.
Yeah, no, I'm not playing action games. I'm a boomer,
Eu
man.
queria muito que o Gruntar jogasse de Nidali e ele se narrasse jogando.
Ele não tem essa capacidade, não.
Anything that requires reflexes
Ele
isn't
tem
happening.
capacidade de jogar de Nidali.
Tá.
De jogar narrando.
That's why I don't play Honkai. Oh,
Mas
Honkai
aí,
Impact the Third. That's the first one.
eu ia
Okay.
dizer, você vai
Yeah, that's why I don't play
defender
Genshin, because
como
Genshin's also like action
Com um
based, right?
amigo
Oh.
desse, quem precisa?
Like, give me strategy games or
Ele
like
vai
turn-based
defender
games,
a
and I'll play
licença
those
aí
because I'm a
pra
boomer.
falar com o
and I'm
Gruntar,
hard.
né?
Sim,
São
né?
mais de 10 anos de casamento, né?
Quase 10 anos.
Quase 10 anos.
This is literally the same as Genshin. Well, yeah, I don't play Genshin.
Não sei, 10 anos.
I play Honkai.
Ô, chat,
Boa de 10 anos.
escreve aí, boda de 10 anos de casamento.
Okay, I'm actually gonna open Honkai at this point. Like, there's no end in sight,
Fala sério. Falamos do
and
Covid, mas
unfortunately, I have no
falamos do
co-casters to
Covid,
bounce off
que
of. So,
Chegou aí agora,
Tá bom,
né?
tá bom.
O Whis, que realmente
Renovado.
o grande
Yeah,
Whis, que
Lunar,
veio
first
pra
time.
liderar essa equipe numa
I have
nova
never
fase.
denied the boomer
E foi
allegations.
quebrando cabeça, né? Batendo cabeça
Though I
pra
probably
ver
should.
qual
I'm
vai
not
ser a
rich enough to be a
desenvoltura
boomer. I'm
deles
broke.
pra
I have no
essa pegada
monies.
do Fearless, porque a gente bem entende. O
Genshin
meta
has
tá
some
mudando
comps
em
that play
algumas
themselves,
questões,
though.
A gente tem esses ajustes de campeões. Tudo ali.
Like, is there like an autoplay feature?
Já pra gente chegar nos playoffs, pra gente ver a bagunça.
It feels very provocative, but looks fun.
Completamente,
Okay.
vai mudar o
I don't know.
time.
There was that. Oh, what was that mobile game that was going around for a while that people were playing it? Then they're saying like it's literally like the horny game.
Vai de
Um,
fato chegar e aí vai mudar o League of Legends inteiro.
Pô,
Vai-
It was like the shooting
vai-
one.
Vai tirar as 6 Vestilar.
Where like it's a third-person shooter,
Vamos
I
ter
think,
mais
or something like that.
nossas gêmeas.
Oh, I forgot what it's called.
Mas apenas as 3 originais.
Informações.
Simple comps are
10
high
anos de
CPS, low
casamento
APM.
São bodas de estanho, meu querido.
Ah, okay.
Deus.
Estanho?
Estanho.
Yeah.
O nosso ADM.
But to me, it kind of defeats the purpose if I have to like
Sim.
Bravos,
do that sort of thing, you know.
Rise e Flamengo agora.
This is also why I hardly
Falando de
play
todos
Summoner's
os
Rift anymore. My boomer reflexes are actually killing me in those games. I say that, but I play ARAMs, which are also kind of
Data dessa
high
grande
action, and I suck at them.
da narratividade brasileira de League of Legends.
I love bringing exhaust onto ARAMs just to piss people off. It's really funny watching people just lose their little minds.
Oh, estamos aguardando.
Watching
Já
somebody
pensou?
bring an ARAM,
Se
bring
eles
exhaust on
narram e
ARAM.
comentam?
It's toxic. I fully
Pô,
agree.
seria legal. Eu assistiria essa transmissão.
It's just- Nikke, yes, that's the one, Lunar. Yeah.
Bom, agora a gente, eu
Some of my friends are trying to get me to play it, and I was like, no.
Ah, beleza, beleza, eu também.
If I can't play it in public, I'm not playing a mobile game if I can't play it in public.
Galho, Caixa e Nautilus. É o jogo
Like, that's just
3.
asking for trouble. Oh, we're finally on the Rift, guys!
Retorno para essa série
Let's
de
go!
contra Flamengo.
And all I had to do was try and load
Só
up the
Nautilus vai assumir a
Honkai
segunda
Star Rail. It's gonna
vitória
pop up
da
at some time during this
competição
game. My
e a
computer's
outra
really
vai
slow at
levar
loading it for some reason.
quinta derrota pra casa.
Aquela
So.
espada é a-
Oh,
aquela
actually, no, it
Blade,
loaded on my other
que era
monitor.
a
Never
espada
mind.
de gold por
Nice.
minuto, a
That won't
maior
interrupt anything.
campeão atrás que saiu do LoL já.
Nossa, Colossus,
Azur Lane? Oh, is Azur Lane another one of those games? I don't think I've seen
Eu nem
it.
lembro do nome da
I've heard the name
versão
Azur Lane
português,
before,
mas
but
eu
I
lembro
have
que
not
você era
even
GP, ela
seen it, I
dava
don't.
crítico e dava gold por
Nikke was the
cima,
one I was
se você
thinking
era
of, because
GP,
my
você
friends are trying to get me
queria
to play that one.
Essa, na real, nos confins do universo, você jogava só de Aurance Blade. Você pegava todas elas e valia. É isso aí. Eu
Okay.
de gold valeu.
Nossa senhora.
Why does this start from Flamengo? It's kind of weird. Oh, I guess they
Coloca
grouped
aí,
that side to get the
escreve aí no
board
chat
down.
pra gente qual era o
Keep
nome
board
desse
down.
item que o Colossus tá falando, porque eu sou muito novinha, gente. Eu
But
realmente
Rise winning out the Vision game
não
initially.
tenho conhecimento de nada disso.
Ew, I hate pay to
Para pra
play.
pensar, você falou que você vai fazer 10 anos de casamento com o
I
Gruntar,
actually
vai fazer
probably
10
wouldn't even
anos
play
de
Honkai
casamento,
if
daqui a pouco.
if there was more PvP stuff, because that one was also kind of heavy pay to
É,
win.
realmente sou eu só novinha
É,
daqui desse
você é
trio.
uma
But
Eu tô
because
muito
it's
feliz
kind of
agora,
PvE
cara.
and the only sort of player interaction you get is like borrowing your friends' heroes or whatever. It's fine. I'm okay with that. There were some like the mini games that were P2P, like PvP, pardon me.
Interessante que a gente teve
Those were
os
fine,
3
because you
jogos
can't pay
da
to win,
série
so that's
com os
okay.
times dos mesmos lados, né? Porque o time do Flamengo começou do lado vermelho,
Yeah.
quando perdeu, escolheu continuar do lado vermelho.
I don't know about Genshin, but to be fair, from what I've seen, Genshin's animations just look really nice. I
Pelo menos
don't
no
think
lado
it's
dos
a
mapas, nada muda,
game that's
e
necessarily
agora
about sex
vamos ficar
appeal,
de olho
but
aqui nessas movimentações iniciais, porque como a gente falou no pré-jogo,
Yeah.
a
Same
lógica
with
de começar
Honkai Star Rail, right?
final
Like it's not so
é
much
da
about the sex
Ryze
appeal with that
ter
game.
pressão nas rotas nesse começo
At least I hope not. There are like childish characters in that game, which would be just be no,
Pelo visto, a favor
like absolute no,
do
hard no.
Ryze, mas a gente pode ser surpreendido sim. O Zay tá sempre se colocando um pouco mais adiante. É aquela coisa, você virar a Zaya na
Okay.
cara do adversário.
I'm very curious to see how Flamengo execute this game. I just don't quite see how they're gonna do this. If they get ahead, okay, they can do it. If they get ahead, but if they fall behind, I just don't see how this comp works with Flamengo.
Os jogadores têm que
Rise's comp isn't the prettiest either, but it does a lot of things. It's got a lot of tools, and most importantly, it just outscales.
É importante, né? Porque é uma
This is one of the few games where I want to see a lot of Aegis Ari. Because if you just get tanky enough that, yeah.
Então, de fato, né, esse teste de resistência e resiliência aí dos dois.
What is this hesitation? I actually don't know if they saw Yampi. Because there were no minions there, and I don't know if he got in range. Oof. That ward's just gonna catch Yampi. Perfect timing for my call.
Nesse início de fase de rotas para pegar a informação de onde está o Yampi.
Essa movimentação do Aikawa pô, ela foi
Many characters are classy. Others are, there's a handful of them, I guess. I mean, yeah. But the majority of them are not. And I think that to me is the difference between one of those sort of games and just like an actual game, like a regular gacha game.
Pelo menos o flash dessa Zaya.
E olha aí a bot lane do time da Ryze pressionando muito.
I wonder if we'll ever see like a League of Legends gacha game. I really hope not. Like I could see myself getting addicted to that. League of Legends gacha. I'm already waiting for the card game to come out. Riftbound. I'm super hyped for it. Oh, but I was reading this thing that's saying that card games might get expensive, or trading cards might get expensive in Canada because of tariffs and crap, which is really going to suck for me. If that happens, I'm not going to buy the Riftbound cards because it gets too pricey. In League, they have loot boxes. Oh yeah, true. I forgot they changed the system to these stupid loot boxes. I hate that, man. Give me back the old like IP, RP thing. Oh, Pilot actually ran right through the returning orb. That kind of backfired. Oh my goodness. Another game pause. I hate this. I hate this. Do we think this is going to be short, guys? The card game looks terrible. It's going to turn into a secondary market. Do they look that bad? Hold on. I know that they released in China already, right? So... Let's see, Riftbound cards. I don't know, I just like the physical trading cards, you know? Like I did play Legends of Runeterra as well when it came out. Oh wait, actually, this one's probably a good picture, right? Wow, the quality is so bad on this. Okay. The cards don't look that bad. Or do you mean like the rules of the game? I actually didn't even check what the rules of the game are, but the cards themselves look pretty cool. I'll be down for this.
Esse controle de visão, né? Essas sentinelas. E aí depois vai pro mid e late, aí Deus nos acuda.
Did I ever play Hearthstone? No, I did not, unfortunately. For card games, I only played... I used to collect Digimon cards as a kid, which kind of tells you how old I am. Didn't really play it though. And then I played Pokemon when it was like first came out. And Yu-Gi-Oh was the one that I did for a bit. But then Yu-Gi-Oh has changed so much now that it's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Power creep becomes really bad. Yu-Gi-Oh's power creep is ridiculous now. It's like games are over in one turn. It's like, what the hell?
Mas ainda apresenta essas falhas, né? Precisa corrigir esses pontos, porque de fato, às vezes consegue boas vantagens.
Yeah, yo, Digimon had some cool cards actually. I like Digimon. One of the few Switch games I have is the Digimon World game. Because it reminded me a lot of the original Digimon World in PlayStation 1. Digimon's cool. Okay, I don't know if cool is the right word. Digimon is fun. Cool is probably not the right word to describe it. Okay, we're back in game again. By the way, funnily enough, I actually just loaded Honkai on my other screen again. Every time I load Honkai, we get out of pause. That's the secret sauce, guys. I'm just going to leave it open in the other one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Setup. It didn't used to be that dumb. Actually, it used to be pretty like fun. way back in the day.
Rolou a inversão. A gente tem a
Like, holy crap, isn't it almost 2 decades ago?
que jogou
That actually used to be playable and fun.
jogou a sua bot lane lá pro topo e desceu os seus top laners pra parte
Yeah,
de
now it's just ridiculous. The combos are too OP.
Larvas, né? Na real, a gente até viu um pouco disso nessa partida, nessa série.
Yeah, you didn't used to be able to end the game in one turn.
Uma inversão
8,000 health was actually a
já
lot of
matou
LP
o jogo.
back in the day.
Inclusive,
I think when I first started playing, we played with like 4,000.
mapa só esperando o Mates tomar cuidado, que a
And now like
maioria
8,000 doesn't
está
matter.
acima
You just
dele.
get one shot anyways.
Mas ele utiliza.
Blue Eyes
sua
actually
evidência
used to be a good card.
Não tinha nenhum tipo de sentinela ali. A gente tá vendo
Yeah.
que
Well, all the positives were happening.
tá jogando de uma forma
Lane swaps
agressiva,
came
mas
through.
sabe que o
Aikawa's
seu
already winning out that lane pretty
e o
heavily,
Mates,
which I think is
sabendo
actually a
que o seu
huge
caçador está
problem.
longe, querendo criar uma jogada em outro lado do mapa, precisa jogar de uma forma mais
Like,
defensiva.
Aikawa's probably a very good weather vane for this game. If Aikawa gets ahead, he's probably Flamengo's single biggest problem, right? Because Zaya is really good at playing backwards and everybody wants to play into him. You can still overload him for sure, but again, weather vane, right? Like, you've got Zaya and Nero to kind of create space as well. Makes will also be kind of an issue, though I think Makes is more diving Ninja Kiwi than anything else.
A parte de cima eles não têm a prioridade na lane, né? Não tem
Yeah,
push.
Flamengo, no range at all to speak of.
Até tinham
Which is, again, why Swin would have been great here. I didn't really like to see the Ari picked up where it was picked up as B3. Like, I understand it, because you're B3, you're having to blind. You don't want to blind a Swain, but
não fazer o contest do primeiro set de Vastilarvas.
ironically, the one time Makes probably should have blinded his
Isso, eles conseguem a vantagem,
They went with the Ari blind instead. But if they don't pick Ari, then I guess Flamengo would have picked Ari, and then the comp would have been very, very different. So, damn if you do, damn if you don't. It's hard to kind of look back and say, oh, you know.
O Yups talvez vá
What should or
perder
shouldn't have
aquela onda
happened.
de minions que tá lá na torre da rota superior. O time da
Yeah.
Ryze já
Overall,
descansou
I still think
bem,
Ryze will be
Makes
pretty
vai pra lá,
happy,
e o
should be
Makes
pretty
vai
happy with how the
pegar a
draft turned
wave
out.
do bounce, né? Então, pra ele, vai ser muito bom, ele não perde recursos. Observa que ele já abre uma boa diferença de farm em relação ao Yups, que acabou ficando um pouquinho atrasado nessa rotação, mas o time da Ryze fica aí com as primeiras larvas e o time do Fla leva o primeiro dragão.
7 minutinhos no relógio, a gente acompanha o retorno a pé, né, dos dois top laners, já que não tem seu feitiço de invocador.
Yeah.
pra levar
Ryze got the grubs
e
again.
o passo de
with their
stack
swap.
elemental pro time do
The Mango
Flamengo,
answers back with
3
Cloud. I
larvas,
don't.
né, set completo de Vastilarvas pra equipe
This would
da
have been a good
Ryze,
game for
pra
Cloud Soul for Flamengo,
os
but
dois
they're not even
objetivos,
going to be able to get that.
das proezas, enquanto ainda não saiu kill.
I mean, Flamengo get Mountain Soul, but they don't get that either because it's Mountain Second Dragon.
A tendência é que
Wow.
o jogo seja pouquinho
Riot just hates them.
mais
Maybe Chemtech Soul.
tranquilo.
They've got enough
Esse
bruises to make it
o
worth
Kong
it.
do Nero tem no nível 6. Ele já tá no nível 6, eu sei, mas ele
And the tenacity
agora
will be
sim
good.
ele vai conseguir começar a movimentar o jogo, vai ter um pouquinho mais de presença. O Renek não tem o setup, o N tem o setup? Tem. Mas o Kong, esse
I actually don't know how I feel about Nico Zaya as a laning combo, because Nico wants to be lane dominant, but Zaya doesn't, so you just kind of end up Nico not getting what she wants. She's not a great roamer either.
Sim.
E aí acabou que ele não teve a oportunidade de utilizar esse recurso. Então, assim, o Flamengo fez
I just
bem
hope that
e
Zaya doesn't get
aproveitou
one
pra
shot before he can even get the pop blossom
esses
off.
objetivos no mapa, já que nesse ponto do jogo, o time da Ryze é muito melhor. Então eles escolhem fugir desse combate direto, digamos assim, garantir um objetivo em outra parte do mapa. E aqui o Makes pode
Oh,
tomar
wow.
delay, tem que ficar ligado.
Makes cutting out really well around Yips.
O Yups nesse ponto que já tem flash também, tem a sua habilidade ultimate aqui no meio. Pilot quase que foi ali.
This is not really fair. Like, I think Yips is doing pretty well into Makes. Makes has always been one of the
Tanque
best
até que ele
laning,
pareceu bem frágil.
a very good laning player.
Tanque anti-mago, não mago anti-tanque. Ao contrário, o cérebro
I
já
mean,
derreteu,
he's
foi
beaten
mal.
the likes of Robo and whatnot.
Pareceu
So,
que ele foi
Robo, Wiser.
bem
FMB,
prejudicado
Gigo.
por essa trade com ele. O N tá quase nível
Yips
na
isn't
frente
quite at
do
that level
Pilot.
yet. I do
Tá
think Yips is a
saindo
very
da
smart player
lane,
though.
tá
And his team fights are
tentando
good.
auxiliar a lateral, mas não tá achando
But it also
que
has no
é
damage after 2.5 items.
Profundidade pra cima,
Yeah.
vem então força repentino pra paralisar. Ninja Kiwi coloca seu purificar pra jogo, também vem com flash. Adiante agora, Yuki com a sua utilização de ultimate. Vem ciclone.
Yeah, the amount of CC that Nero's able to put out there is pretty disgusting.
A questão é que o reengage é a favor do time da Ryze, Ninja
I
Kiwi.
actually don't like the fact that Ryze is fighting this early on, but they got first blood, so I shan't complain.
Fica só pelo first
But
blood,
this is still the power point of Flamengo. One thing they have going for them is there's a lot of base damage. Like, these guys all have high base damages. So fighting before the one item power spike or at one item is actually good for Flamengo.
Curioso.
Yeah.
No mínimo,
They might not have damage after 2.5 items, but they certainly have it before
Pra segurar,
1.
vai ter o seja com o ultimate ou seja com o que, ela vai conseguir segurar um ímpeto que vem na sequência. Não sabiam, não tinham informação do Wukong. E a equipe do Fla fez uma jogada meio de novo impaciente.
É, falta esse
I go losing
capricho,
early with
falta
early game
essa
comp.
paciência
Yeah,
dos
actually.
Colossus. O time da Rise sai na frente, 1 a
I mean,
0
once
pra
they hit
eles,
level
e
6, it gets
o
hard, right? Like, you
Versus
saw,
Overclock
basically, there's
meio
hardly any
da
kill threat on
volta,
Naikawa. He just
recebe
featherstorms, and
ataque
that's kind of it.
muito
Nero Cyclone's also just doing so much work for interfering with people trying to dive the backline. None of these guys have great, or like multiple ways to access the backline. So when they're going in, if the Cyclone interrupts them, then they just kind of left up a creep with no paddle. Well, this is some awkward lane assignments. That's not a good lane for Annie.
Não é esse charme, ele ia tomar o ultimate do Yups e aí
It's good for makes, though.
beijo, abraço pro Enio.
Pilot can't play
Só
that.
que consegue acertar o seu controle de grupo e por isso o Yups precisa fazer o recuo e
Muita
agora
gente, hein?
Bate-larva sendo executada, só que o time do Flamengo não quer deixar de graça.
E nem vão deixar nesse ponto, tá? Nero
Nero
começou,
hasn't
as
stolen one
foram
yet.
invocadas, a visão tá totalmente privilegiada a favor do time da Rise, mas os números favorecem a equipe do Flamengo, mesmo que temporariamente.
Ooh, Aikawa up here with no
Já levam
Featherstorm.
duas, deixa somente, então, nossa querida Lárgolas.
Okay.
E a gente
É,
pode
Maria
ter
Laveta.
They don't have the ultimates. Oh, they did have one, I guess.
chegada do M com o seu ímpeto espiritual.
Ooh,
Pra trás agora o
Yampy going down.
Yampy.
Ninja Kiwi? Brother?
Só falta eliminar o Ninja Kiwi.
Why did he dash over that wall?
Sai com um pouquinho de vida, só que o time do Flamengo tá tentando re-engage.
Holy crap, that
Mas não é
should
só
have
a
ended
ultimate
so
do
badly
Coach, e
for Ninja
essa
Kiwi.
última que
That
é a Maria
dash
Laveta
actually was an
tá
inting dash.
chegando aí pro time
Oh
da
my
Rise.
goodness.
Por ordem de idade, Tabs, Lagos
His killer instinct was...
Se alguma forma apareceu uma arma,
I don't know, the only thing he was going to get killed in that was himself. Like, whew, boy.
aceitável.
Tá no site já.
Lee syndrome,
no
yeah.
site em breve, né, quando chegar
The thing
lá
with
no
Kai'Sa, though, is like, you don't even need to... It's not like you land a skill shot and then you have to follow up on it, you know? It's like, you can just click that anytime. I don't know, man.
Precisa de né? Chega com.
You don't have the
Dia
excuse.
30, inclusive, hein, galera?
Yeah, but this is actually really bad for Flamengo. Like you're saying, Flamengo losing early with an early game composition. They just lost 2 straight fights. Like, sure, you get 2 grubs, but that's the second set. That's still 4 going the way of Rise. And on top of that, you lost Yampy again.
Visualmente falando.
Yampy and Momoshi are your primary engage. If they're getting melted, if they end up falling behind, it's even harder for Flamengo to try and play anything. On nerfs needed.
Eu fico de olho.
Nah, man. If Ornn was stronger, maybe they could have played Ornn.
Fazem esse tipo de coisa pra chamar nossa
Here we
atenção.
go
Ou é
again.
porque
Okay,
a gente
it's
tá falando
fine.
besteira,
It's fine, guys.
Ou é porque
This
tem
time?
uma coisa específica pra gente ver. E nesse caso era o Zai disfarçado, mas não fez nada.
I didn't close the window.
Nesse caso, eu acho que era as besteiras, viu? A
We
gente
star
tava
real.
falando de abobrinha aqui
Por
hoje.
que não os dois?
Tá bom, tá bom.
Let's
tá bom.
go. Ray knows the
Também,
secret
né?
sauce.
A verdade
Buff
é
Ornn.
essa, mas de fato, né? Tinha
Ornn
uma
buffs
luta ali
needed.
no meio da wave e a gente sempre
Actually,
fica naquela
not really.
expectativa
As much as I don't think
se
Ornn nerfs
será
are needed, I also really don't
uma
think that
magia,
we should be
um
buffing Ornn.
ninjutsu em que o adversário vai conseguir enxergar.
Cara, eu vi o chat...
Buffing Ornn is a recipe for nightmares. I don't want to see Ornn every single game. I want to see Ornn sometimes. Like, I'd even take Ornn Senna bot lanes. I'm okay with that in the current meta.
Tá, muito melhor.
That's
muito
okay.
melhor,
Sabe
muito melhor.
muito ele, tá?
Parabéns, viu?
Ele tem o
Parabéns.
conhecimento.
Sabe muito esse cara. Acho que é Zex o nick dele.
Tá bom, bodas de pay. eu
Tem que
amo
ser
muito fã.
convidado pra celebração.
Tá
Já que deu
convidado,
nome a
tá?
ela.
Você tá convidado.
It's
Tá bom,
true,
então,
actually. You're right, Ray. I forgot about that. It
Vamos
is fearless.
aguardar, né? Quais serão as
So,
informações?
see,
que eu quero mais.
okay, that's fine.
Eu quero tudo.
But I still don't want to see
Eu
it
quero narrar.
every single game, you know? Like, Gwen's getting on my nerves now because she's like perma pick ban.
Ah, não, mas aí vocês não
Like,
contam.
Azir
Cadê
every
esse
single
mundo
game is
pra
not
você
super
jogar
fun
de mid
either.
ali e narrar?
No, I think Azir has been getting
Vocês estão
banned so
jogando
much that I
aí,
haven't even
você
seen
for-
him.
do-
Se
da
for
sua
em
Seen
própria
that much of
classe.
him.
Se for em game, não vai acontecer nada. Não vai dar pra ninguém nem narrar e nem comentar, porque não tem como comentar a desgraça que é dentro de jogo.
Não dá, vocês vão fazer o quê? Vão fazer um The Sims,
Yeah,
né?
I do think moving to Fierce is one of the best things we
Seria
competitive
legal,
ever did.
Seria legal, não queria dizer nada, mas eu já vou dar
Guys,
ideia aqui
I'm
no
running
chat,
too many
tá? Pra
things.
vocês
My star rail is not
armarem
loading.
a cerimônia aí. Tem vários jogos aí de simulação
Tem.
que dá pra fazer isso, viu?
Tem mesmo.
E aí mandem, marca a gente aí no hashtag do Circuitão.
Inclusive na hashtag do Circuitão.
If Gwen needs to be perma banned, some people are picking
Akali.
Akali. Yeah, I think Akali is a good pick into it.
Tem meme dele absurdo, ele com aquela...
Akali is one of those weird
Face
situations
com a
where
chat face.
it's not so much for the 1v1, but even in the 1v1, she's got enough kill threat on Gwen that I actually
Se
really
eu não me
like
engano,
it.
foi postado inclusive pela própria Cade.
Foi?
Tá?
Okay, we are
Eu
loaded.
vi quem postou.
Vem aí, né, toda
I'm
uma
trying to complete all the
informação, né? A
unknowable
equipe sabe o potencial
challenges right
do
now,
seu
but it takes so
caçador,
long.
sabe
One run
lumiadas,
takes forever.
ou outra coisa que não
Where is
tá
it?
jogando.
Reorganized
Já foi
model.
sarolumiadas,
Yeah, I'm trying to complete all of
esse
this,
pra mim
so
foi sarolo
4, 5, 6.
baratadas, tá?
where
E
I'm at.
vem aí a próxima expectativa.
Se fosse o Sarolu chineladas.
Não,
Mas
se
aí
fosse
não-
chineladas, aí
era
não
o
dava
contrário,
certo,
né?
É isso, ele estaria caçando o Kha'Zix, né? Ele estaria contra o Kha'Zix.
Tá bom, aí
Is-
vamos
that's
ver
the
se ele vai
newest,
aguentar o Rengar dele de
Ele
novo.
joga
character,
dos dois,
right?
né? Ele joga dos dois
Lunar,
lados,
the
mano. Caraca,
Reaper person,
Sarolu.
the Grim Reaper.
Jogar, cara,
Why do you even
esses
notice?
dois
Do you
foram
play, Sarah? I thought you said you don't
do-
play that. You
do-
play
toda a comoção da
DZ.
comunidade que teve quando lançou o Rengar e o Kha'Zix foi o primeiro dos bonecos que foi
wait. What do I need
o
for?
evento de lançamento deles foi tipo, é um contra o outro, lançou um, lançou o
And
outro
where
logo
is she? My
depois,
quantum.
lançou o Kha'Zix
There we go.
primeiro e o Rengar logo depois e tinha
Seal-
a passiva
Sealy?
antes
Seal?
dos
Oh,
dois
so it's
juntos,
one of the older
faz uma
ones.
diferença, assim,
Sealy's old. Yeah, the
gigante.
Kafka. Oh man, the Kafka release trailer. What really got me was actually the background music. Vivaldi's Summer?
A passiva
Vivaldi's Spring? I forget which of Vivaldi's it is.
A passiva
But,
dele
yeah.
era um item e aí você consumia o item quando
Okay,
você
that's
conseguia
true.
matar. Cara,
Got one additional
era
time.
muito
No, I
maneiro.
don't
O
care about
Rengar
that.
inicial era uma parada de
Big
maluco.
bounce.
A
maluco.
pergunta que não quer calar.
I actually
é
don't own
Cosmos,
Sealy.
um
I-
betinho,
Wait, should I just do
Rengar
draws,
ou
guys? I actually could just draw for her.
Ai, vai.
Rengar.
Eu sou mãe de 4 gatos, sério.
I don't own her. 'Cause I think she's
Ah,
bad
daí
nowadays.
eu prefiro
Like
jogar
she
Se você é
she
uma
got power
pessoa
crept on,
muito diferente,
basically.
É mais
Não,
divertido, né?
But-
Eu acho mais divertido
What is
o
it?
Rengar. porque o
Oh,
Kha'Zix, por
boo,
mais
these are
maneiro
bad
que ele
draws.
seja, ele não entra, tipo, passinho no
Okay,
matinho, pulinho. Passinho no matinho, pulinho. Passinho no matinho, pulinho. Isso é só o Rengar.
Ah, não precisa.
Yeah, I'm
você
like,
mata-
No, not gambling. Gotcha, Ray.
Ele faz qualquer coisa.
Don't want to get mad by
Tá
Twitch.
sozinho, ó, já toma a lentidão do W, você pula.
Because I think right now
Como é que é o barulho
you
da
can like
luz,
do
né?
draws, and
Já
if
foi, já
you
foi, já foi.
like, you can choose
Esse
there's
é
one
o
things that you
no
could
pa- no
potentially
papel
get.
assim, né?
É.
O Padel vai.
I've been saving up though, and the problem is I kind of don't want the
Mas
new
falando dessas
champions.
passivas, né, eu lembro também que a gente tinha a interação da
But-
Sejuani, da Alessandra e da Ashe,
Legal.
né, das 3 rainhas. Quem
Actually,
seria
let me
a
see.
vitoriosa.
A
Tem também,
coroa, né,
é uma
ficava
passiva
coroazinha.
que não vale nada, né, mas mostra quantas
hold on.
vezes Caitlyn
I'll
vai
leave for
derrotar
now.
uma Jinx.
Let's look at what's drawable.
São detalhes. Eu acho
Yumeko
que,
is beautiful,
inclusive, ali,
yeah.
a chegada do J-Vic, né, quantas
Yumeko
vezes
is beautiful.
o Jace e o Vic.
Ai,
I like Kafka a lot
você
though.
foi mexer agora
Kafka's
no fandom
also like the
aqui,
voice
então
actress.
é perigoso,
Her
né?
voice is nice.
Perigoso. a
Okay,
galera
wait.
de arcade
Um,
aí,
warp
você
draws.
sabe que eles têm assim, sabe,
What? No,
aquela
was it
gana
the
de
anniversary thing?
discutir todos os
I remember
X,
seeing
né?
that like I could
Eu
try and
acho
draw
muito
Sealy
legal, né?
somewhere.
Principalmente porque às vezes
Oh, game's back. Okay.
quem tá assistindo
We'll look at
aqui não
Gambler later.
necessariamente joga LOL. Então eles
É,
ficam
legal.
naquela expectativa e criam
Yeah,
uma
Sealy was strong early on. I remember like not getting her and thinking like, oh, she's so good early, like at the time. But then now she kind of sucks. So that's fine.
Pode vir esse dragão para emparelhar os stacks elementais e é isso mesmo que acontece.
Yeah.
Dragão da montanha
The
transforma
newest heroes,
O jogo,
Myrmidian's kind of
apesar de
cool.
parecer que começou faz pouco tempo, já tem 13
I'm waiting
minutos
for
de
the other
jogo,
guy. Oh, I
mas
forget his name.
Pela primeira vez, eu sinto
To come
que
out
a
as a
série
playable hero.
vai
Other than that,
saindo
like I'm
desse
not
early
crazy
game
about
com uma
the
vantagem
Reaper,
mais
the Death
interessante, quase 2K de
hero. I'm not
vantagem,
one for like
já é algo
elvish ears, I
com
guess.
o qual eles podem
Kinda meh.
comandar o jogo.
Eu realmente fico na expectativa, né? Porque a gente já viu que os dois jogos da série até
I
agora.
don't I don't even know how Lunar watches all the leagues that she does, much less actually get masters and still play gacha and still like do anything outside of league.
O early game da Ryze tá muito bom.
People think I'm
Como a gente
crazy.
falou lá no comecinho da-
I'm not even close to
desses picks e
Lunar's
bans,
level
quando
of
a gente tá
crazy.
falando do draft, de fato, é pro time da Ryze estar melhor. Eles têm Renekton, eles têm Ahri, o Kong, eles têm campeões pra se movimentar muito melhor nesse early game.
Yeah, Ikawa got a lot of the
Setor
play
de
gold.
skirmish muito melhor com principalmente esses três campeões, né? Se você puxar mais a Nico também. Então, é uma composição pra jogar mais cedo.
Are your queue
Então,
times
uma
that
vantagem
long?
ali de 1K e meio com 14 minutos.
At
é uma
Masters, I didn't
vantagem
think they were
legal, com
that
vocês
long.
continuam progredindo.
E observando essa vantagem no rota-rota, quase 800 de gold essa vantagem está somente na rota do topo, nas mãos realmente do Makes.
É, ele conseguiu uma boa eliminação. Fecha ali o Cutelo como o seu primeiro item, que é muito bom contra o Xante.
Truly though, if Flamengo, I don't hold up much hope for Flamengo this game, but if they lose this game, I think they're just done. They're mental boomed, and I also think they might be mathematically eliminated.
Tá indo pra cima do N, mas
So,
o N tem suas cargas
yeah, maybe Yampy retires after this. Like,
Como é que se ele continuar
I don't know what to say if you're at
Chegou
bottom of
o
CD.
Romote, ele tem carga de
Like, all 5 of
profundidade.
these players need to take a
Vem um
long,
olho,
hard
vem
look at
essa
themselves.
torre, vem um movimentar, vem uma boa movimentação,
25,
vai
30
um
minutes,
vai
that's
uma torre, vai no chão,
crazy.
E com isso, é a primeira torre a favor do
Yeah,
equipe
and that's
rival,
enough to do dailies in
step
Sariel too.
das proezas épicas, proezas no caso caso agora da torre.
A equipe do Fla vai fazendo...
I thought at like
aquela
Masters
que
it'd
fez no
still
jogo
be like
passado,
10
né, de
minutes.
alocar os recursos e
okay.
forçar a mão em derrubar a torre.
Too good, I guess.
Fizeram isso na parte de baixo, já é uma proeza em favor deles. E tal como no
Either that or
jogo
maybe just not
passado,
enough people playing solo
o time
queue
que tá contra
in NA.
tem os dois primeiros
Ooh, the
outros
call is almost
passos,
really
né?
sucked.
Os dois primeiros... Teve o primeiro set de Vestilava, o primeiro monstro negro, o primeiro monstro neutro, que é o dragão, e também 2 abates para a equipe da Rise.
Foi interessante porque assim, o Flamengo conseguiu fazer essa boa jogada de levar a primeira torre em um momento em que a Rise não tinha como cobrar em lugar nenhum, né? Não tinha objetivo, o Makes estava fazendo proxy entre as duas torres ali do time do Flamengo.
I would ask somebody to rescue Ninja Kiwi, but
A Rise realmente não conseguiu fazer essa resposta.
it's funny too because I think in the first episode we were talking about Elo Held Award, and then we stopped calling Ninja Kiwi Award because Ninja Kiwi is no longer in LTA South and he's in CD. I'm gonna petition to rename it back to Ninja Kiwi Award because even in CD the man's getting Elo Held.
16 minutinhos, 2 minutos pra gente ter o nascer do dragão, mas as Bastilarvas já
Like literally getting put in some non-playable compositions. Holy crap!
Aqui embaixo a gente tem Makes e Yups estranhando, vem o Aniquilador, só que vai adiante. O Yups ainda não utilizou a sua ultimate, tá querendo pra tentar trazer esse isolamento debaixo da torre, mas a proeza de guerrilha fica nas mãos da Rise.
I don't.
O Makes sabia
Just,
exatamente
bro,
onde
watching that,
ele
I'm just thinking the entire time, that's illegal, that's illegal, that's illegal, that's illegal. Like,
dava pra ir tão fundo com esse
at
caneco,
equal
mas
levels,
esse Santi
sure, he's got a Black Cleaver, a completed item over Yups,
mais aquele
but to just
Santi
run him down like that
que
just
ia
feels like it shouldn't be allowed to happen.
arrebentar o jogo, que ia dar um dano infinito.
E olha,
Oh
é
my
uma
goodness.
kill que além das proezas de guerrilha, consegue levar também uma torre.
But if you're a
pro time da
hyper carry
Rise,
player,
só que
you're
o Pilot
insistent
tá
picking them
chegando,
even
o
in
Tele
soft meta?
forte, o Makes pode ser
Sure.
levado.
Vai chegar então pra movimentação, vem a
Epa.
paralisação.
But to me, it's like in a comp like this, all the more so, right? Like it's
Vai ser
just
neutralizado.
Lá do outro
How
lado
could you
do
not?
mapa também teve uma
Hyper carry.
treta, os dois times meio que se encontraram.
I mean,
ali
you
no
build
Rio,
entire teams
caiu
around
o
hyper carry
ultimate do
players,
lado,
but somehow Ninja
justamente
Kiwi has never had a team
por
built around
esse
him.
arauto, e aí, com aquela brincadeira lá na parte de baixo, com a proeza de
You don't play
guerrilha
Genshin
que
or
foi
Honkai? That's fair.
ativada
I don't.
pelo Makes, se fizesse
I don't know. I don't have the money to support more than one gacha habit at a time.
Muito que bem.
Eu ia falar bota na mão, eu não ia fazer muito
nossa hora da
sentido, eu
bota
falei...
na
Yeah, I missed the whole
Bota, é isso aí.
Genshin wave and everything. By the time like I was looking at gacha games again, it was Honkai or
Correto. Não,
Real,
você pode
so
segurar a bota, não precisa calçar.
that's the one I ended up playing. But the graphics are really nice. I enjoy watching the combat.
E não bota a bota e calça calça.
Sometimes I even don't play at double time speed just to watch the animations.
Vamos voltar pro jogo, que aqui o negócio
Crazy,
pode
I know.
esquentar já já, porque o Ninja Kiwi pode ser pego, já gastou o seu purificado.
Oh,
Vem pra
good
cima agora,
catch
devolve
onto
o
Zai.
Zai, ele tenta trazer a paralisação, mas ele que é paralisado. O time da Rise vai
The problem is,
buscando
even though they kill Zai,
mais
I actually don't know if they
trazendo
can.
pra cima do Yamp.
Tem
Like-
muito pouco
Okay, so Flamengo get Zai, and then they should be rotating for Dragon to take this, right? But for Rise, I actually think they might be able to stop this. And even if they don't, they'll get mid lane turret instead, right? It's easy trade for them. They don't really lose out too much.
E pode vir um double pay.
Somebody write the Herald in,
A gente
please.
tem os jogadores do Fla que tão
Do
saindo
it for the extra
disso
damage.
agora. Ótimo pay na torre.
Oh.
E tem mais engage, o time do Flamengo
Yeah.
não quer deixar o time da
Like,
Rise
that's what
ficar
I'm
impune.
concerned
Sai
about.
pegando fogo,
I don't
vai
think they win this
perdendo,
fight.
ligado, vai perdendo
You're playing in
muita
choke
vida,
points.
Ninja Kiwi. Neutraliza,
What's the Feather Storm? What's the Feather Storm?
vai pra mais, aquela
It's very, very, very late.
jogo
That
vai
Feather Storm
pra
was
cima,
very,
já
very,
tá
very,
sendo
very late.
suficiente. É neutralização
Yeah.
por neutralização. A Kai'Sa
Well,
fica em
they don't win the
campo
fight.
de pé, entrada majestosa do Pilot pra
I thought they might be
dar
able to,
liga
but it's
bem
taking them forever and a
forte.
day still
A
to
equipe do
complete
Fla
these skills.
vai buscando eliminação atrás
Okay,
de
that's really good for
eliminação,
Flamengo.
vai sendo
They are still alive. They're still in the game. Their mid lane is horrifically exposed. So this turret is no longer safe, but hey, kill's a kill.
Perde 3 jogadores de uma fight esquisitaça que eles armaram aqui, porém eles derrubaram.
Okay, Starro
também,
gets really
derrubaram
boring really fast.
dois também nesse
Yes.
push na parte central.
Well, kind of. Depends on what you're playing it for. The story is really good. So if you're new to it, there's a lot of story to play through, which is not so boring. But the power creep is real, unfortunately. Yeah, Aikawa probably should have Featherstormed earlier and pulled, and if you killed Momochi and Pilot, and maybe Ninja Kiwi, the rest of this fight's a lot easier. But he waited kind of too long. Yeah, that's fine though. Despite all of this happening, Flamengo play that fight almost 9 perfection, so they don't lose a single body. They're still down 400 gold. Oh, I like this,
eu vou
though.
pagar
This
essa
is how
conta,
Flamengo need to play.
tudo safe.
Non-stop
Perde um
accelerator.
jogador e pega 2 torres, aí a matemática fecha.
E pode ter
All
uma
gas, no
treta aqui,
breaks.
porque
That's
o
what
time do
I likes
Fla
to say.
já inicia o atacante, só que a Ryze quer cobrar.
No Feather Storm. Killable. Zaya. Nope. No, not backup. Okay. They screwed themselves. Man. I feel so bad for Flamengo. They didn't have enough damage to do Atakan. Because they started it up, they couldn't chase. Oh my goodness. They just threw. I forgot that they just didn't have enough damage to do anything.
Cara, e é um bônus que o time da Ryze pode
So they just need
usar
Rice to
pra
instantly their jungle to win? Yep.
E assim,
Basically,
observando
yes.
o time
I mean,
do
this entire comp was either Flamengo gets
sabe aí
a
o
very
próximo
big
dragão,
early
o
lead,
Barão
which they
não
didn't
vai
get.
dar tempo,
And Aikawa ended up winning lane, Makes ended up winning lane, and he's doing
mas
perfectly
é o
fine in
Fla
lane.
que
So
tava
yeah,
retomando
basically
o
Flamengo didn't have a
ritmo
win
de
con
jogo
after that.
e
And they just need Rice to kind of
volta
hit.
pra Ryze.
Mais uma vez, né?
Flamengo's so bad, RC picked up a
Esses
fantasy.
vacilos aí de meio do caminho.
No, I wouldn't have entered my fantasy that badly. At most, I'd have picked one player from Flamengo. Then it would probably be Pilot for fantasy points. Which would actually be okay. It's like Fu all over again.
20 minutos no relógio.
Fu was doing fine, except for the 1 week I picked Fu, and then he entered his points.
Mas o próximo dragão, que pode ser o ponto de alma do Fla, ou o emparelhamento elemental pra Ryze, vem em
Yeah,
2 minutos.
Lunar's basically perma
Já no
Himiko.
rota-rota, a gente tem
uh,
tanto o Pilot quanto
cosplay,
o
you
Ninja
know?
Queen valendo uma
He
graninha
just
valendo
constantly throws up
uma
fire.
força. Tem já, inclusive o Ninja Queen já tem 2 itens em mãos.
É interessante porque a Kai'Sa ela começa a aproximar de um ponto
Okay.
legal. A gente tá vendo a troca aqui entre
Can
os
Yubs
dois
actually win this one now that he's got
Eles tão
Bramblefist
chegando
and
Yamp pra desbalancear
one item?
tudo e tentar cobrar o bônus do Renek.
Chamou o irmão mais velho, né? Assim funciona, mas colocando adiante.
This is such a disgusting wet noodle fight, and Ninja Kiwi's gonna come into. Oh, I forgot about the GAs, the buff of life. That's so disgusting. How much resources and effort that Flamengo put into that bot lane
Esse acordo do Colossus
for absolutely nothing.
Todo dia da semana.
That's just
Não
sad.
custou nada. Não custou nada.
200 gold. It's not nothing, I guess. It's
Eles
200 gold,
gastaram
but
vários recursos, foi uma ultimate,
yikes.
deslocamento do Yamp lá pra parte
Mas,
de
ó,
baixo. Tiraram
don't know
um
what Soldier
bônus
11
e
is. Don't care.
A parada me preocupa, tá? Porque o mate já tá demorando pra caramba pra morrer.
Also,
Já tá
Stario does
ficando
require
já.
movement. What are you talking about? You gotta walk all around the
Já
map.
está faltando dano. O Yamp
Also, if you manual your
não sai
combat,
do controle, esse Shinzal não tá à frente do jogo como ele precisa.
which I actually have to do sometimes.
Pra que
When you get to higher
a
levels,
equipe do
you
Fla
actually have to
talvez
manual some of your
tivesse dano
combat.
o suficiente.
É,
Isso é
e assim,
preocupante.
o dano vai ficar completamente nas mãos do Ninja Kiwi. A
Ele
gente
tá
tá
bem, pelo
percebendo
menos.
isso. Ele tá
Okay.
bem, tá 2-0-1, já tá, começou a fazer
Good
os
turret
seus
take, but the
lead.
gold lead, as you can
Então
see, has
agora sim,
grown.
né, ele vem pra
Again,
Kai'Sa
after they cut it down to
pra
500,
esse
it's already doubled.
DPS de fato. E
I'm only 23
agora
minutes in the
sim,
game.
pode
It does
fazer
not
uma
get better for
Gigamesh,
Flamengo,
tem
sad to say.
várias opções aqui que ele pode fazer
That's
com
fair,
esse
though.
terceiro
Yeah, I
item.
do agree. Like I said,
Fica de olho,
Stario does
porque
get boring
nesse
after a while.
momento, assim, tá numa build,
What-
tá no ponto da build legal, mas ainda não tá
I mean, they do give you different challenges, so that's at least somewhat interesting. But what I really hate is like the power creep and the pay to win in Honkai Star Rail. Like they introduce new mechanics, and then the new challenges require the mechanics for you to actually win.
Nesse momento vai
Which I
se
hate.
posicionando toda lá na parte de baixo.
I'm
pra,
sure,
quem
yeah.
sabe,
I mean, if-
conseguir o seu segundo break.
4 jogadores aqui
Yeah,
no meio,
but that's why I
tá
play Stereo,
fazendo
right? Because
deslocamento, mas olha o
where's this
teleporte
TP?
surgindo. Agora só que
What
Yamp
makes?
pegou informação, mas já é
This could be
tomado
good.
o charme. Influência repentino, quarta crescente ligada, Makes se colocando adiante,
Okay.
pelo Ninja Kiwi.
Makes is finding his way onto Ninja Kiwi. Can you kill the Kai'Sa? Nope, you cannot. Okay.
Buscando engage, Pilot tá vivo, Yamp tá
Basically, the whole fight for Rise comes down to can we kill Ninja Kiwi?
muita tranquilidade.
Which, to be fair, was something that was always the question that you ask INTZ is can we kill Ninja Kiwi? If yes, we win. If no, then things get questionable.
Auto-ataque que seria o abate em cima do Pilot, mas cara, não vale a pena
Hum.
você botar a sua vida
DZ is not
a
as pay to
jogo
win.
assim, com um dragão disponível.
Regardless, I will never play it if it requires
A
actions.
equipe da Ryze
APMs. I do not have APMs.
briga estranho, e aí o Fla
I'm only willing to play like
começou a
action
levantar
games
e
if I'm
vai
playing
ter
with
um
friends,
replay.
but not
Como isso
solo.
tudo aconteceu, o N tava só esperando. Chegou pelo
This
lado,
actually
achou
started
o
out
Yamp,
pretty well. I thought they had a chance to
foi
play
isso que o
this.
Ryze fez.
É isso, o
But
Makes ficou muito isolado
The
lá,
the thing that
qualquer
makes
tipo de
Rise's
play
comp so
contra
good
ele,
into
como
Flamengo's is
Makes
ironically the thing that's also messing them up
E o
right now.
Nero aqui, ó,
And it's mostly that
não podia tentar pegar
Okay,
isso aqui, o
first of all,
que
Flamengo is still
foi
in their
importante,
power spike region. Like they're still strong as a
tinha
composition.
muita vida ainda, tinha
But also,
muita
Aikawa is really good at cutting back on Zaya. He's really bad at chasing forward as Zaya. So Aikawa can't bring his full damage to bear, and that's why they can't find any kills. Rise just needs to chill and stop trying to fight these. Like just let the scaling kick in. Wait for 3 items. It's a Hex Tech Soul. If you screw up one more time and Flamengo get that soul, they actually have a chance to play and win, which is going to be really funny for me. Because I want to see them win, but also they shouldn't be allowed to win with the comp they drafted. Genshin at reverse power creep, a cheap team was the best for years. Yeah, I mean, there are budget teams you can run in Serial, but yeah, you can't play the in-game content. You don't need it. Like, damn it, literally. That is very sadly true, and that's why I'm not gonna stream myself playing Final Fantasy VII, the second part of it. I forget what it's called, but I know it's out, and I probably will play it, but on my own time. I'm not streaming it again. Some of those fights were needlessly painful. If I even had like, I don't know, 20% the skill of like a normal gamer, some of those fights would have been a lot easier.
Mas eu achei que ele tinha dado um misclick, ele acertou. Agora vem chegando todo mundo pra cima do Pilot aqui, são 4 jogadores.
Okay, Pilot's on position.
Mas vai abrir o Baron do outro lado?
I mean, they're gonna get Baron off of this. Like, Rise is kind of hinting, low key. And they even committed the TP from Annie down to this play, so it's literally free Baron for Flamengo. It's gonna take Flamengo half a day to take it, but they will have half a day.
Independente, irmão. Se ele ia sair vivo ou não. Independente. O time da Rise.
This game is actually getting really weird. Taking a page out of Roland's book. Yeah. Actually, he's learning. But hey, those robo plays win loud games. So. And actually, high key, that helped them massively. They have now a lead in this game for the first time ever. I'm just curious what they can actually find with the Baron. I don't think this comp can effectively push. It is really it is tanky enough that they might be able to dive though, maybe. The big thing for me is more this. In two minutes, what happens with the Dragon? Because if Flamengo get Hextech Soul, game's actually playable. It's still really tough. But if you can slow down Zaya.
E com isso eles vão chegar com os 4 jogadores, com 5 se quiser teleportar o galho pra cá, mas não precisa, dá pra setar a lane na
third items are starting to come through. That's when Flamengo starts to fall off. They're still strong they're still in their power spike at 2. At 3 they're still playable and strong.
Última explosão garantida. 3 torres pro time do Fla contra 4 pro time da Rise. Ainda falta as torres daqui do meio do mapa. E também a torre T2 da rota superior. Carga de profundidade pra cima do Ical. Utiliza da sua tempestade de
They're just burning the ult out of Ical. Oh, are we fighting this? Yo, he can get on Ninja Kiwi? Nope. I keep saying that and he keeps not being able to get on Ninja Kiwi. Damn it. That Kai'Sa's the Ninja Kiwi is such a good AD carry, man. Genuinely, it frustrates me that Ninja Kiwi's good, guys. Trust. Please get him on an actual team. I say that. I actually don't hate the Flamengo players as a whole. I thought this team should be good for Ninja Kiwi, but somehow it's not. But like, actually, like, I love to see new talent, and so I wouldn't want to call for Morteus or Marvin to lose their spots, but I do think Ninja Kiwi is actually currently a better player than either of them. I do think Marvin and Morteus will grow, so I would like to see them stay in LTSL, please.
E eu vou te dizer, essa alma aí, Hextech, dá uma calibrada legal aí no dano. Calma aí, que a Riot tá querendo fazer uma sujeira.
O Yups tá bem seguro ali, acaba não tomando, mas quem vai fazer a iniciativa é o Lamote. Pra cima do Mage, já coloca o ultimate pra jogo, é provocado, paralisado, vai florescer.
Beautiful Nico.
Coloca então essa entrada pra jogo, chegada do Pilot, vai trazer o...
Makes has no TP, so he can't just rejoin the fight.
Make sai muito machucado, mas a equipe do Fla...
They actually have to hold it. Oh, this is actually kind of rough. Flamengo played this well. For Flamengo, Ninja Kiwi's on health, but he's got flash. Okay, yeah. Good call from Flamengo. This is only second Drake for Rise. You can give this up. Rise have to take this. They have to be very careful. Okay, they got it. Yep. Not bad. I like the call from Flamengo. They actually use the Baron buff instead and give up the dragon. Instead of trying to 50-50 the dragon, which gets kind of iffy, they take the guaranteed gold, and then they're going to try and fight the next dragon. What might come back to bite them is they're going to be into the third item territory at that point. With their gold lead, it might be enough. I think that's what they're banking on.
Era só o segundo.
Dark Knight, welcome back. Yeah, the series is going on.
O time da Rise ficar com esse objetivo, então o Flamengo jogou muito bem, preferiu levar uma torre tier 2 ali da rota do meio, pega mais outra.
Rather than a banger, it sometimes feels like a clanger, right? The pauses this series have been insane. It's not even the game time, but only 30 minutes into this game. But this series has been playing with the pauses. I actually have Honkai Star Rail open on the side right now because of how many pauses we've had and how long the pauses have been. And I believe they're coming from Flamengo's side, unfortunately.
Rabadon, seu capuz da morte de Rabadon. Apesar dessa área não ter conseguido abates, ele tem assistência.
This is the last game though, so you came in time for the ending, Dark Knight. You get to watch how this comp is gonna win. With 0 range and 0 scaling. I'm being slightly facetious, but I actually do want Flamengo to win. I don't want to see Ninja Kiwi lose again, but this comp is so tough, man. No range, no scaling, all bruiser. No damage. Okay, fine. Kai'Sa skills, yeah. But still. She's not a hyper scaler though. She skills like any other AD carry skills. Yeah, because of pauses.
Pilot agora fecha sua ampulheta de zonas e chega naquele momento legal, porque ele vai conseguir ganhar tempo importante com esse item.
Okay, Kraken Slayer, Nash's Tooth, and Binsu's Rage Blade. Beyond her build, okay. Does she hyper skill? I mean, she skills. Like, she gets really nice burst damage. I think she does her job as an assassin very, very effectively. Okay, she doesn't play. Okay, that's fair, I guess. I mean, she has a hyper skill build path, I guess, but yeah.
Eles não conseguem limpar todas as sentinelas.
Her damage is burstier.
Mantém, ó, pelo menos essa daí que a gente tá vendo agora de pé, tem sentinela de controle também.
What is Ryze doing? Are we just not gonna play for Baron?
Vai dominando a parte superior do rio. A Ryze quer cobrar, o Makes tá aqui na torre tier 2 do boss.
Like, they had the inside track on the Baron for a bit, and they just kind of rolled around instead. Out of there.
Tem somente ali uma catapa fazendo essa destruição, o Barão renasce.
Or do they just want Flamengo to start up Baron because they don't have enough damage to take it quickly? They'll take quite a few debuffs. So Ryze can play second to, they can be second to the objective.
Nessa rotação. Só que se tem uma coisa que dá pra ter certeza nesse jogo até aqui, foi o time que tava na frente no
Kills better than Caitlyn. I mean, she would beat Caitlyn at 6 items, but in a team fight, I'd rather have the Caitlyn, especially if Caitlyn picks up Runans somewhere along the way.
Puxar esse Baron vai dar pra Ryze o dano que eles precisam pra ganhar a fight.
I think I don't know, Lunar plays way more Kai'Sa than I do, and I don't know what the hyper carry Kai'Sa build would be necessarily, but I feel like Kai'Sa is more burst oriented. Makes is running off Dominus, he needs to go. Oh, great stop from Yampi on the Nico engage. But yeah, Aikawa has just gone off damage. It's too late. I think more importantly, Ryze have tools to re-engage. Right? Like, Ari is non-committal engage. She just throws out a charm. And because they're so tanky, the fights run so long, and he's getting like 2 or 3 charms off in these fights. Okay, Ninja Kiwi, he's going for the hero play. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Yeah, oh, Yappy almost got it. Where the hell did Pilot come from? I guess he TP'd into the wave. Oh! Man, oh, Flamengo actually played that fight so well. They played that so well. I want to replay of that. That looks so good. Like, right from Yampi Crescent guarding to make sure that they didn't get the engage from Zai, the isolation, and they're just buying so much time. They need more damage so badly. Like, they actually played that so well. Okay, this was meh. The hero's entrance was kind of a miss more than anything else. But even then, he still buffers out most of the charm. But he actually gets out. Yeah. Yub's getting out was actually kind of crazy.
Mas o fato do Yups
But this part from Flamengo was played so well. Pilot TP'd onto a ward. Or, oh no, I don't know what he TP'd onto, but he actually walked all the way in. And then for a second, I thought Yampi could get the steal, but yeah, he tried. And then down here, like, yeah, Ninja Kiwi actually gets into the backline and does so much damage. Aikawa's flash was kind of iffy, but it did its job. He killed who he needed to kill. And then, yeah. It's just, what is Ninja Kiwi supposed to do in a situation like this? Right? Like, he's pumping all the damage, he's waiting for cooldowns. He's auto-attacking. Kraken Slayer's proccing. Okay, this is actually really bad from Rise. Please, Rise. Yeah. Rise needs to be there. Yeah, lucky they had Hexa Gates. Yeah. Game's pretty much over at this point, I think. Like, the moment Rise started winning the team fights, it's just kind of game over for Flamengo. At best, Flamengo can try and look for a Hextech steal, maybe. Ooh. Okay, they find Die. Maybe it's not as over as I thought it was. I still think it's over, but... Runans on Kate, yes. If you're going 6-item late game Caitlyn, try and get her Runans on it, because her range makes it really safe, and it stacks her hit shots faster too. Kaisa right build can work, yeah. I don't know the right build for like hyper carry Kaisa, so I don't know what backwards Kaisa is necessarily. Yeah, that's why I said, like, you know the builds better than me. I just don't think of her as hyper carry, and I don't know what build would make her run necessarily. That's why, like, I don't think of her as necessarily scaling. Like, her burst damage certainly scales very, very well, but yeah. Ninja tried seems like a Ninja skill. I literally don't know what more Ninja can do in some of these team fights, man. And that's like the cry of the ages when it comes to Ninja Kiwi. It's like, what more can you expect from this boy? He's been doing so incredibly much.
Pilot foi pra cima, colocou 2 provocar. O Aikawa tem esse anjo guardião, então pode se expor pouquinho mais, mas
GA on Aikawa too. Oh my goodness, trying to kill him is going to be so painful.
Assim que chegou essa provocação, ele já se antecipou na perda de vida que poderia sofrer. 37 minutos e 17 segundos.
And he's going to burn as well.
500 de vantagem pro Flamengo, praticamente
nada, né? 37 minutos.
This game's gonna go 50 minutes. Just imagine if you gave Ninja Kiwi Sivir in this game. This would be over.
Em itens e tudo mais, também não tem uma grande vantagem. A Kaisa tá ali com seus 4 itens fechados, com um pedaço do seu 5º item para ficar full build. Mesma coisa da Zai. Então, o ouro que tem da vantagem lane também é muito pouco importante.
Okay, Giant and Baron are coming up about 2 minutes.
Na parte central, 2k de ouro que ele tá à frente da área do N.
I wonder if we see Rise actually set up for this Baron, or they just try and appear second again with Vision.
Se ele fosse fazer muito mais do que ser aquele paredão intransponível de cara.
Kaisa's better than Sivir. In the mid game, yeah. In the early game, yeah. But we're approaching 40 minutes. I'll take the Sivir now. And if you've got like 4 fat meatballs like this Flamengo comp has, no, then Sivir's better. The movement speed buff was actually would have been better in the mid game too than the Kaisa for the team.
Eles passam a maldição de quem tá na frente no ouro, né? Até o presente momento, em questão de dano, o Aikawa está conseguindo...
Actually, low-key surprised Ninja Kiwi's only died once this game. Makes has been diving for him every single time, which is the right thing. That Makes needs to do that, but Makes is not getting the kills. Ninja Kiwi's been able to survive most of the dives.
Essa série realmente sendo ali disputada até o seu limite. Ninguém quer dar o braço a torcer. São 2 equipes de fundo de tabela. E essa vitória pode ser ali o começo da retomada para essas equipes que querem brigar pelo top 6.
Vou ficar de olho nos objetivos, porque menos de 1 minuto pro Barão. O Dragão vem um pouquinho depois. E aí sim, né? Pode ser a alma de um desses 2 times.
Oh yeah, he just picked up his... Oh, is it Death Cap last item? Yeah.
Eu não vou nem dizer que pode ser esses objetivos. Pode ser um jogo.
If Flamengo want to fight, like, I feel like now's to pull the trigger when you've got the item advantage.
Os objetivos, pra mim, valem pouco. Se uma fight for bem feita, é o
Actually, Pilot's only died once. That's even more surprising. He's actually a melee champion.
Momoshi tá meio avançado demais.
Aikawa já começa a para jogo, enquanto isso, lá na distância a gente tem
Surprisingly, Aikawa's hitting not as hard as I thought he would.
O Zai já foi atingido, o N também já foi atingido e tá começando a doer.
Like, Momoshi's a support and took quite a few feathers. I guess because then Blade Call. That's where the bulk of the die damage is Blade Call. That's why I need the 40 quick blades. Oof. That chunk hurts.
Já tá chegando então o Yups, Makes aguardando o momento de chamado, de fight. O Barão renasce. E a gente tá indo então pra...
Dang, Aikawa lost quarter health.
Vai pra essa fight. E aí o Ninja Kiwi...
Wait, is Ninja Kiwi actually gonna carry this with just poke Kaisa?
Nesse jogo...
He's not even full AP build.
Tá chamando a responsa, ele fez aquela jogada. Explorador do vazio tá
Yo, it's actually working.
a vida de todo mundo da Ryze e eles começam
That's
a
3
roubar
Void
o
Seekers he's landed
Ryze.
already.
É meio arriscado.
Gosto.
É meio não, é completamente arriscado. Makes do lado.
Nero muito machucado, metade da vida
This
do
is
Barão,
super
já
bad.
se foi,
Makes
vai
needed to be the one
chegar
tanking up this Baron.
vem com seu domínio,
Makes dying here is super, super bad. He doesn't have GA. Oh my goodness, Flamengo's actually gonna win this. No way. No flipping way.
Aikawa pode ser o próximo alvo, tem Momoshi fazendo flanco, puxou muito bem as penas. Não, tá tudo acabado.
Oh, Ninja Kiwi.
Acertou e queimou o anjo guardião do Aikawa.
They're doing it. Flamengo's doing it. They're clutching up.
Vai fazer esse Baron e pode
They're insanely clutching up.
A Ryze meteu os pés
Static
pelas
Rage Blade
iniciou
Terminus
esse
there?
Barão na cara do time do Flamengo.
Okay, I can see that.
Tanto quanto contestável. E aí o Flamengo que não tinha nada com isso.
Just keep
lutou
pumping out that
melhor,
damage and
fechou
cut him
bem,
back.
Parou o Renekton e aí ficou muito mais fácil de ganhar a fight. Porque o Ninja
I
Kiwi
reject that statement, Dark Knight.
muito forte.
Zipper would have won the game.
41 minutos de partida, ainda tem cerca de 30
Honestly though,
minutos pra
like
essa
more
partida.
realistically, this guy said that Ninja
Mas
Kiwi's
eu
fighting is
duvido que a
actually
partida se estenda até lá.
really
Já
cracked.
tá por aqui,
I
já
cannot
tem
believe he's doing this.
oportunidade a favor da equipe do Flamengo
Like,
de
it's not the
essa
go
alma,
win
eles vão
1v5
crescer.
pentakill Kaisa, but in a way, to me, this is more impressive. And now they get Hextech Soul as well. Oh, jeez. He's got the slow to kite even better.
Eles melhoraram muito no assignment de side lane do jogo 1 pro jogo 2.
How this goes so wrong for Rise? I don't understand. Well, okay, I do understand. Makes was not in position and then got caught out. But like, I know what Makes was looking for the flank, but I don't think that's the right call. You're the primary tank for the team. You should be tanking out Baron, and then you need to just focus Baron down. That flank was over optimistic, and now you don't have flash on Makes. So how do you get on Ninja Kiwi?
Procurando uma forma de talvez
Is somebody gonna take this
jogada
skate to
por
the back
dentro
and then
dos
flank?
zonas.
I feel like
Tem o fator relâmpago da alma que vai machucando
oh,
mais,
Aikawa's
Aikawa
just
já
getting
tá com
they have no way to engage. They're just dying. The Hextech. Oh my goodness.
todo mundo é marcha pra dentro da base.
I can't believe this. Let's go, Flamengo.
E aí essa desvantagem de range vai falando muito em
Holy crap.
Teve engage em cima do Yups.
How did Flamengo make this most disgusting composition actually
E a
work?
lentidão dessa alma Hextech acaba machucando também
It is
bastante
proof
a
of how
Ryze,
rough
que
this
vai
comp
tentar
is
agora
that they have
manter aí
Baron,
os minions dentro da sua base.
they have Hextech Soul,
Consegue
and they
até
just
o
took
momento
2
um
inhibs and they have to
bem
reset.
próximo ali dos 2.000 de ouro,
They
mas
couldn't push in the end.
foram duas torres tier 3 e
They've only got
os
1 minute left on
jogadores
Baron.
também, tanto do mid quanto do bot, dando uma
We have
tranquilidade
43
pra que
minutes
eles
in.
possam agora trabalhar aqui o topside.
A equipe do Flamengo vem rotacionando agora uma
Yeah, IE is completed for
e eles
Aikawa
vêm
now.
dominando. Essa alma a gente tinha falado lá atrás.
Does that mean they can
Vai
actually win a
ser
fight?
Potencialmente a diferença daquele dano que tava faltando pra composição. do
Stardust
Flamengo.
Magic.
Agora com o Ninja Kiwi full item.
Wait, no, Stardust is Lois, isn't he? Not Flamengo?
O que ele acerta já é 20% da vida do Aikawa. De pouquinho, olha lá.
Flamengo is Tia Ben and Shrix.
Praticamente eliminou, agora o teleporte chegando. A gente tá diante então do Pilot utilizando, né, dos seus ventos da mudança.
Oh, and Aikawa, he has no GA!
No último fiozinho de vida.
He's forced out
A
again!
equipe do Fla vai derrubar essa última torre T3. Chegou a Minions agora. Ainda tem 20 segundos de power play, ainda tem 20 segundos de
Oh, he's in
para
power.
os rubro-negros. E eles
But he's
vão
gone. His
vencer.
magic has no power here.
Dentro da base é o
You guys
último
can't see me because my model doesn't show back and forth motion, but I'm currently actually rocking in my chair like a demented person.
Sai, vai adiante, ser repentino, paralisação também que já vem. Yups fazendo essa defesa, chegada agora de mais dano através do Yamp. Agora não tem o que fazer.
They lost! Rise lost! Flamengo got this! Let's go! This is so Oh my goodness! Let's go, Flamengo!
Conseguem a virada e a segunda vitória no campeonato. E olha, ela demorou pra chegar, mas
Guys, I'm broken.
conseguiram a primeira vitória na primeira
Today broke me.
rodada, 2-0 em cima da louça. Perderam todas as outras. Agora
This is-
começa aí de uma retomada, quem sabe. 2-1 pra cima do time da Rise.
Okay, Rise have been mathematically eliminated now. Like they cannot make playoffs for sure.
Que não demorou só nas
As for
cegas.
Flamengo, they are still mathematically alive, but Corinthians have to lose like pretty much every single game.
40 minutos pra equipe do Flamengo conseguir essa
And on top of that,
foi
actually, are they mathematically alive?
assim, pra mim,
Dopamina can't
foi
afford
justo
to
que o
win.
Flamengo veio melhorando
They can't have
depois.
Dopamina win more
O
than one
primeiro
game.
jogo deles foi bem.
Oh, actually, maybe they could
O
let
segundo
them
jogo,
win two because
melhorzinho.
they still have to
O
play
terceiro jogo
Dopamina.
deu uma
Rats and
melhorada,
Rise.
aonde
Okay,
eles
yeah.
estavam
So
errando,
right now, the only one who
eles
cannot win all their
conseguiram
games is
acertar no
Corinthians have to lose all their games.
e aí, com isso,
Flamengo have to win all
foram
their games.
recompensados com essa vitória.
Yeah,
É, de
and then
fato,
the others in between
aqui
is kind of like
eles
they all
conseguiram
face Flamengo
melhorar
at some point.
alguns
So
pontos, algo que é muito
it's actually kind of
importante,
okay
principalmente
for
pra
Flamengo.
sequência
It's still
de
doable
campeonato,
for
né,
Flamengo.
porque a gente tá falando que tá
Watch
indo pra
Rise play
final,
Genji now that they're
então
out. That would be
tem
actually
confronto
super
pela
funny if they did.
precisam pontuar, são times
They
que
would-
ali do meio pra baixo de tabela. Então é uma oportunidade
Did they
de
play spoiler
ganhar,
for teams?
essas partidas, essas séries,
They
e
would
essas
mess up
vitórias,
some
né,
teams, I
poder-
think, if they did that.
poder
Like
colocá-los
Lawson.
ali dentro do top
Oh,
10
Lawson and
pra
Red are already
pra
locked
playoff.
actually.
Acho que é algo que a gente
That's
pode
what this blue is.
considerar
They are
também
locked.
que
No, it does not matter. The Rise's game, the only game that matters for Rise is the Dopamina game. And that depends on how Dopamina play for their next couple of the games. If Dopamina loses to Corinthians, then it doesn't matter if they win or lose against Rise at that point. They're still eliminated.
Piloto foi gigante nesse
I
jogo
think
também. Piloto
is how the
foi
math works out.
muito bom com esse
Yeah.
galho.
Man, that's so funny though. If Rise actually played Genji after this, like it's like literally after the game doesn't matter anymore that we do this. MVP for me is Ninja Kiwi. I do not care. Ninja Kiwi is insane. Ninja Kiwi is best boy. Like, yeah, I cannot believe they won this game. It still boggles my mind that somehow they just could not kill Ninja Kiwi. Literally, he's the only damage threat. Kill him and the fights are over. And Makes just could not kill him whatsoever throughout the like every single time. That's crazy. Shout out to Piloto, sure. Yeah, I think Piloto did well too, but look at that. Look at that Ninja Kiwi. That is just maxi. Piloto on the way was kind of mid to me, whereas I think Ninja Kiwi was integral in every single game. So, guys, as you can tell, like, not only have I lost my mind from this game, I've also lost my voice. So, yeah, I am not gonna go stream tomorrow. And I might not stream on Wednesday. We'll see how my voice is after casting tomorrow night. Yeah. I'll post on Twitter. And if I go live, I'll post in the LTA South English Discord, community Discord.
Pra mim, no fim das contas, esse
but-
jogo de Kai'Sa é
Yeah.
o que deu o MVP.
Yep, Ninja Kiwi.
Pô, morreu 4 vezes numa
100%.
série.
His stats don't look amazing, but
Quanto
actually his
essa,
kitty
também
looks
é
pretty
uma
nice.
parada que fala
But yeah, if you watch the series, you know.
Especificamente e
No words
especificamente,
now.
acho que
Ninja
no
Kiwi,
segundo e
absolutely
terceiro
crack.
jogo. No primeiro jogo,
Super sexy.
basicamente não falou
Absolutely
nada
amazing.
dele, mas no segundo jogo e no
Okay, with that said, I
terceiro,
really
ele
probably should end the
também
stream
deu
ASAP
trabalho.
because yeah. But no, today was a lot of fun. The games were really fun. I lost my mind on this one. I absolutely love it. Unfortunately, I cannot tell Lunar that she cannot call Flamengo bad after this series because they still look really sus. Even though they won, they still look so sus, bro. Yeah, but thanks all for dropping by and chatting. It's great to have both Dark Knight and Full Moon Ray on at the same time. Love the interactions. Yeah, I hope I get better soon too. I think it's just me overusing my voice and yelling too much, but objectively, Lunar Flamengo won, and you cannot take that away from me, no matter what you try and do. And on that note, thanks for dropping by. It was super fun. Peace. I'll see y'all Wednesday. Or if you still want to see me cast, I'll be on NACC tomorrow night. But I can't promise the quality of the games. Okay, peace. Bye. Like I said, I can't argue that the games weren't. That Flamengo looks like a good team, so I won't tell you to stop calling them bad. But they won, and we take what we can get over here.